I stay, I should be leaving. Hear what I say without even speaking. My compass is off, why did I choose you? I'm just too lost, I need to cut loose. I keep it in my head, I keep it locked away. My friends think that this is over. Guess it's the price I paid. Played with the enemy, now I got you on my shoulders. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love. Let me let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love again. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love. Let me let go and let me love again. Let me love again.
Let go and let me love. Let me let go and let me love. Let me
Hey guys, Jordan here. You might know me from around here from clips such as
watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing, just can't be working, all right?
and
I've got to admit, gone a little wild with the cake.
and also that other thing.
No longer performing in the way that they thought they would.
Well, I need your help. Remember how the Pro League casters had a fantasy league going on last year? Well, they're doing it again. They're including Hazer and Frost, the Olympian. They're also including me. Here's the thing. I'm really trash here at the game.
Hopefully, you
no.
walked straight into tornado twice. Okay, all right, you died.
Save the
I believe
meditation for a rainy day, like we said earlier.
You jumped at me. You knew that I could up down, so you lost the fight.
So, I need help from the fans like you guys in Twitch chat to help me draft my perfect fantasy team. Who knows? There might even be something in it for you if I do well. Also, Hindu said I get to keep my job if I do well. So remember, it's next Thursday, April 20th at 12 p.m. at twitch.tv/SmiteGame. I hope to see you guys there. I hope I do well. Okay, I'll see you guys.
Hosty, and Hosty, don't you stop! Fido King, Fido, a Fido King!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final Call. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Welcome to SMITE. Here's how to play. You're trying to guess the god, and we're going to give you 6 hints to do so. With each hint, you get 1 guess. These hints can be card art, item builds from the Pro League, or even the god's release date. If you guess correct, you win. It's that simple. If you're wrong, however, you move on to the next hint until you're out of hints. Seems easy enough. Then let's play.
Ooh, a Scully boy.
I hate that, man. I hate that it's so clearly baiting me into thinking it's Hades. I won't fall for it. I won't say Hades.
Got a lot of Skulls skins. Skulls dudes, Skulls merch. Go to smiteproleague.com. No, shop.smiteproleague.com now and get your Skulls merchandise. You'd think that was buying you time to think. Hades.
Hades?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll say Soul. I know it's not Soul, but I'll say Soul, just because.
Skulls across the floor, death, destruction. Those are like the immediate ones that come to mind, thinking of who might have a skin like this one. Shot in the Dark. This feels like the Ares tier 5 skin.
Is that Morgan Le Fay?
Tells me less than nothing.
Just a regular support build doesn't tell me anything. For some reason, looking at that skull back in my head, I'm not thinking of any characters that are supporty. I'm just gonna get this guess out of my head because I'm still thinking of the skull. It has nothing to do with this because this gives me nothing. Hades.
I've expunged all season 9, knowledge from my brain, so this doesn't help me at all. But we're gonna guess a support who's got like a death skin, who's got like some like heavy metal support skins. Yeah, Sobek.
We've already done a Geb. We've already done Ymir, I think. Cannot have done a Shang Chen. Lock it in.
Let's say... I'm going to take a weird guess and say Baron Samedi.
I'm trying to think of how many supports you even actually build as Shoguns on, and I feel like only one comes to mind, which would be Fafnir?
Okay, so we're talking about a Guardian here. Cabrakan.
That's like, is that like day 1? That's like super early. I'm thinking OG card art Sobek.
Ah, and it's one of the OG ones too. Oh, who are some of the OG gods? Who would even have some of that stuff? Immediately, I'm thinking Ares, Bacchus, Athena are probably top 3 in your mind. I don't think Bacchus has any skin like that, so I'm gonna call Athena.
2012, so an OG Guardian. Xin Shen?
Who has the Gecko skins? There's quite a few Guardians who have the Gecko skin. Xing Chen was a later release god. He was season 2, so it can't be him. Cabrakan is in there, but I think Cabrakan was also later, like season 1, season 2. Who was another early release Guardian? There's no shot Bacchus has one, does he? I'm just gonna say Bacchus. This doesn't help because there's so many gods in this game that have this theme to them. There's so many gods who have this exact theme to them. You know what? Just because I mentioned him earlier, I'm gonna call Xing Chen. Why does Ymir have one too? Yeah, Ymir.
It's a Guardian. It's 2012. And it's a Guardian. Ymir.
Does Ymir have a skull skin? What other... Odin? No, he wouldn't have that build. Ymir.
A support that's been in the game since forever, Ymir. What? Off the date?
I know it's not Geb. We've already done Geb. Oh. Ymir? Yes!
Ymir. It is Ymir. We hadn't. I fooled myself. I fooled myself. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I love those skins. Doesn't Shang Chen also have one of those skins? Oh God.
What was the skull skin? What skin did they just have? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Stay frosty, dum dum.
We watch the sun go down over the same old town, like so many times before. We look at the same old stars, battle the same old wars, like so many times before. And I know that we're not perfect, but I'm gonna miss all that we had. Yeah, I know that we're not perfect, but I need this night for the last time. Stay, stay. Know you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. Stay. Know you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. If you stay. Know you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay. We were never meant to last, but all the fun times we had, I'll never forget. We will always share a bond, no matter what, 'cause you have a piece of my heart. And I know that we're not perfect, but I'm gonna miss all that we had. Yeah, I know that we're not perfect, but I need this night for the last time. Stay. get this party started. I got the music playing loud. How you like my outfit? I have to say I'm kinda proud. I got my dancing shoes on, and I'm feeling dangerous. Let's get this party started. Yeah, we gon' be adventurous. We went to the club like we always do. This girl caught my eye, said, how do you do? She said, I am not interested, thank you. Then she left the room. Bartender, I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. I'll take the usual. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. Another usual. Go and grab some air now. I try to pick myself up. Nothing's wrong with me yet, but maybe this bow tie was too much. I just have to be cool, looking like I'm Clint Eastwood. Ain't the bad or ugly. My mama said that I'm the good. We went to the club like we always do. This girl caught my eye, said, how do you do? She said, I am not interested, thank you. Then she left the room. Bartender, I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. I'll take the usual. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. Another usual.
Well, hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the SCC, or at least the qualifiers thereof. Today and this weekend, we are going to be finding the teams that are going to be playing throughout the Challenger circuit, at least for the nearby future, right, the foreseeable future that we're focused on here. And so a lot of teams that are going to be showing up both in Europe and North America, and all of those teams trying to do their best and showcase that they can hang in the SCC and show what they have. It's Gormizer. I got Trelly on the desk with me. Trelly, the first thing we got to talk about here, though, if you've been watching specifically at home, if you're on Twitter, you'll have noticed that there was a competitive ruling this morning on a very specific player, the mid laner there for Nice Try, Angry, who has been banned due to out-of-game misconduct. And so we will not be watching any of Nice Try's games throughout this weekend. And if you are wondering what the horizon looks like for their team, they have the opportunity to pick up a new mid laner should they qualify for the SCC, so they have that opportunity to continue playing and have it not shake up too much. But as such, we will not be watching them, and that's going to give us the horizon at least here on Europe, which means that you can look at the sets we will be watching today. And the ones that are going to be up first, Crank versus Olympic Pulse. And then we're going to be jumping into North America Copium, the Janitors, Bull Patrol, and Just F6. And then once we start over tomorrow, you're going to have 2 EU, 2 NA, 2 EU, 2 NA again. And a lot of these, and by a lot of these, I'm pretty sure I mean every single one of them, the winners that we're going to be watching, the games that we're going to be jumping into, are the teams that are going to be making it into the SCC. And so on Sunday, we're going to have those teams. We're going to figure out where they're going, who they will be for the foreseeable future. And of course, if you're wondering what kind of players you need to watch, who you want to keep your eye on, we've got a good list for you right here. Of course, I think actually coming up, very, very soon, I think Lestimic's solo there for Just F6. Of course, Sarpay, I think, again, people to keep your eyes on. Olympic Pulse, since they're about to play, makes a lot of sense to try and focus in on them. And again, a lot of these players have had very either interesting, I want to say pasts, which is the right way to word it, even though for some of them it's more recent than others. You look in the bottom right, you see Pretty Prime's name, which is a huge name in Smite. They're playing for Bull Patrol. So definitely a lot of players throughout Europe to be able to watch throughout this weekend. A lot of teams to keep your eyes on. And Trelly, a lot of fun to still be had. We were looking at it, I think seeing some of those names, seeing players like, Bevy, Monsta, Sarpay, Hawk, Acidic Streak Up. Speaking of the Olympic Pulse, that's who we're going to be jumping in and watching first, going up against Deathwalker's team, who you had quite an extensive amount of time watching last week. What were your thoughts on Crank and what they're going to be bringing into today?
I don't want to say I was disappointed. It was I had higher expectations, I suppose. There was a lot of sloppy team fights that you wouldn't expect with so much veteranship around one squad, but maybe it's sort of new team jitters. That's what I'm going to chalk it up to. We saw a different style of solo lane from Deathwalker in particular. It wasn't the, hey, I'm going to AFK and lane, fast farm to level 20, I'll see you guys later type of deal. He actually was making some impactful rotations. Ice, I think, looked pretty phenomenal throughout the entirety of the set, but it was around the Phoenix Sieges that I really was interested in how Crank was playing the game. It seemed like, I'm not going to say throws, but there was definitely some misplays. So that uncharacteristic misplays from Crank. I expect because I seat them so highly in my head, that's why I'm being so overly critical. They still looked great, as you would imagine, but I didn't think that they would have so much trouble in their first game that we watched.
And seeing the fact that they, again, have proven themselves at least to get into this, it's a good time to be at least a reminder that this is a double elim. And so these are upper bracket matchups that we're watching today. So everybody that you see lose today is still going to have another opportunity. And so Crank, depending on whether or not they are able to clean up some of those Phoenix Sieges, or maybe not, depending on how this set goes, either we're seeing them again later this week or we're watching them move forward right here. It is a team, though, full of massive names. And so that's the thing that I think really stands out. Like, and like you said, you kind of see all of these players together and you go, oh, this team should just wipe the floor with everybody. And so maybe surprising to see them stumble a little bit last week. They're going to be going up against the Olympic Pulse, and they are actually going to rival them a little bit in name power, right? You've got a lot of players that I mentioned not too long ago that are coming in incredibly strong here, Trelly. And while maybe their tenure isn't as crazy as a lot of the members of Crank. I think that the past couple of years, a lot of these players have given us a really good look at what they have.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that a squad of recognizable EU SEC talent that has been playing for a while. I was impressed with their matchups again. It's one of those things where it sounds that I'm being overly critical towards Crank, but I think really just that they stumbled a bit, and it was not much. So in this case, going up against the Polts, you got to imagine the Polts are feeling confident, but also that they want to take it slow. I think that's the sort of the style of gameplay that we've watched from them already. Not getting too active in the early, not those big high kill games, but I think every individual member on the side of the Polts can play their lane matchups extremely well, and that's what's important. I think that's step one to establishing a lead in a matchup like this is you got to be winning those 1v1s or at the very least going even. You don't have to make these big, forceful objective pulls, but you got to be standing even in your lane.
And so a lot of focus on at least the early game, maybe trying to keep that control, even though we've seen, and this was true last year in the SEC, except for LAN, which is where it got really interesting.
Yep.
Where Phoenix Sieges, not Scenic Sieges, but Phoenix Sieges,
of course,
can be something that is difficult to overcome, but that's just been true across competitive Smite in general. We'll find out if today is the day for these two teams and who is going to get to move forward. Of course, it's going to be a best of 3, so we'll jump into picks and bans for game number 1 and try to figure out where they're going to be going, right? And so far, Year 10 in Smite, Season 10 for the Pro League has been a very interesting landscape, Trelly.
It has. I would say that picks and bans have definitely been interesting. It's we were expecting a lot of weight towards healers, and I think we have seen that. The Afros, the Emojis, the Terras are still very highly prioritized. Duo lane has been one of two gods. It's just Ishtar and CERN. No one is banning them, and everyone is picking them. I saw one Rama. That was it. Everything else was Ishtar and CERN.
Yep.
So I assume we'll be following a similar sort of play style here, but that was another pick that has been popping up a lot is the Thor. Besides that, it's just been healers and Thor. Like those have been the bans that I've been witnessing, so love to see if that's going to be the style here for this Crank versus Olympic Pulse matchup, and it seems like they're sticking to that pretty hard, except for they're going to throw a tier into the mix just to, try and deal with a little bit of that solo lane presence.
And admittedly, it's like you've got 5 bans here that are pretty much spread across. If you're watching just meta, more than likely going to show up. Tier is EU. Tier almost always feels like he's European, and honestly, I like seeing that ban. It's just a good control. Plus, you're going up against Deathwalker. You got to ban it sometime, somewhere. Lock him down a little bit. They lock in the Mercury up top, answered by, you had called it, the Carnanos, as well as a Khepri for the duo lane. So survivability is going to be over there, clear. We've seen a lot of that, Trelly. The Mercury, though, has been a very big pick as of late, at least the last few weeks. Go back to the kickoff to the point where it was getting banned because it's just so prominent. At certain moments, we've also seen it fall flat on its face sometimes.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
First pick potential, it has such a high ceiling, but it can also suffer a little.
I think so. It's one of those picks where I wasn't weighing it too highly, but I think crit changes and how strong crit items can be at the moment. You can stack double crit pretty easily. You can say, hey, yeah, I've got this ADC that wants to build it, but I really don't care in that regard, so we're just going to keep going into that tree, and I think it's been working out pretty well. For really anyone that can find a Mercury pick in this meta, the Vamana is something that I didn't expect from Deathwalker given the playstyle he gave us last week, but it fits a lot more in tune with what he wants to do. Yeah. Build Golden Blade, farm up, right? That's the playstyle I imagine for Deathwalker, so I like this a lot better, and it's going to be annoying to gank. I would argue almost impossible, depending on the matchup. You kind of just want to leave Vamana alone unless you have a ton of CC.
And honestly, I actually really, watching the bans, enjoy the thought process that Crank is bringing to this, because we were actually watching the highlights from last week. Khepri Thanatos was one of the successful combos there for Sarpei, so really good to get rid of that, get rid of the Nemesis, as well as on the other side you get the Discordia, the Thoth. You lock in a Hercules to match up against the Vamana. We get a Fafnir and a Chiron Hover. Now, looks like this one's going to get locked in. Zeros was playing this last week.
Yep.
Feels like it's just going to go right back to him.
Yep, does seem like the call. I think that they have decent siege potential with a pick like this. A lot of their style of play around Phoenixes was, hey, we're going to let Chiron start the siege with an ultimate, sort of poke out the carries, and then we'll begin. We've got double ADC. In this case, you have 3 auto attackers with that Mercury. Call it 4 with the Vamana, and then a Fafnir. So your objective siege is going to be pretty nuts if you can get a lead and get towards them. On the other side, Sarpei on the set. That could be pretty deadly. This is a pick that I think, given the right lead, given the right early play style, can certainly run a game.
Couple of hyper carries that are available on the board here. We'll see how well they can do as we get into game number 1 as they try to qualify into the SCC Crank and the Olympic Pulse. And of course, a lot of these players, you mentioned name power, Trelly. Deathwalker, Ice, Zeros, Rotwin, all of them who have been hanging around for quite a while in the scene. Imolito coming back into the scene again. Just feels like it is going to be a very strong team. Now, this is the one thing, at least, I can never get anyone to agree on when I'm playing Conquest, which is the starts. We've seen so many different ones. But you can expect to see level 2 as the target here for mid and jungle. So they're going to clear up some buffs over on left. And you had mentioned this early lane phase being incredibly important for both of these teams. Do you give, I think, with Clear, especially with Ishtar, we've seen it a lot, but Kern matching it, do either of these supports set their carry up for more success than the other?
I would say support matchup not going to be the biggest deal in lane for now. Maybe you find an abduct from Kepri, but Astiniax, I don't think is playing too aggressive up into the Ishtar lane. Once you really get your bearings, you should be just power clearing with those AoE auto attacks. So I don't expect too many sparks to fly just in the 2v2. Once junglers get involved, it's a little bit different. Yep. But until that point, we're going to see more scrapping in mid, it looks like.
This is going to be the struggle they have to deal with. Good little knockback from Zeros. Keeps Sarpei dealing too much damage. Mercury, great late game hyper carry. Has a lot more early game than he used to. Set's still a little stronger. As we saw right there, just the early boxing match is going to go one way more than the other. Sarpei could have potentially looked for something, just going to go for the shield buff. But I expect to see Sarpei's name popping up pretty often throughout the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that Set just wants to get active early. As you said, you don't want to let Mercury stack up free crit. You want to be able to get as aggressive as possible when you can, and I think when you get access to Kingslayer, where you get that Set ultimate, you really are able to gank pretty much either side lane. Mid a little bit more questionable. It's a shorter lane, and Zeros is going to be staying pretty safe. The auto attacks as well, just juking out, but the side lane's a lot more prominent to a gank like that because Set has that chase down potential.
Yeah. Such an insane amount of damage in the right hands as well. And I say in the right hands because I've seen my Set gameplay versus literally every pro's gameplay, and different strokes, man.
It's a hard god to play, honestly.
But he's so good at the top end. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, I think the biggest key is just using that Sandstorm in your ultimate. I find a lot of times I'll use it for movement, and I'm like, wait, but I want to go in. But now I can't spawn a bunch of clones, so then I can't go in. And I think pros have it down to a T. Like they are just able to use those clones to the best of their ability, and I think it is very difficult to fight into. Speaking of fighting, Ice comes over to right lane, just wants to confirm blue buff. I was wondering if the Pulse wanted to go for an invade. It looks like they were posturing towards it, but decided not to waste their time. Blue buff invades have gotten more and more difficult. Now that you can just pull the buff all the way to your own tower,
yeah,
you got to really get in there if you want to try and go for a steal, and that's what Rotwin's going for, into the tower line. Attempting to go for it, but Abduct should be able to confirm that one and streak up. Get the purple buff.
Sometimes it's that simple, right? Pull a guy away, pick up your own buff. Like you had said, though, the thing that really struck me, and we haven't seen it as often, but the wall changes on the right-hand side for this portion, or I guess this patch, right, going into 10-3, those were really exciting to me, as small as it is around the XP camps, because I expected to see more invades around them, right? And maybe a couple, like, late game it gets a lot easier, but it hasn't been, like you said, as simple to just walk into the enemy jungle, take the buffs that we've seen in the past.
No, you can't do that anymore, especially if you got to be there first. That's the difference maker. If the enemies are pulling your buff and it's targeted to them, it gets so much easier. But if you're there first and it's pulled underneath tower, you're never going to be able to go for that steal. We've seen a few times where these supports are chasing all the way towards tower and end up dying because you're overextending just for the attempt at going for a buff.
I mean, you say that. You imagine that abduct we just saw, but about 10 feet to the left.
Yep.
All of a sudden, you're just taking 2-3 tower shots.
And then you're deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, you're dead. You're not getting out of there.
You're getting chased down with relative ease. So those are the kind of things that you got to expect to see invade-wise in a meta like this. Some attempts, you show face, but you're not overcommitting. It's going to be a whole lot of farming. And we're going to see relative parity throughout the entirety of this map because no one's fighting at the moment. It's a lot of, hey, we're going to clear our waves. Again, we'll show up to buff invades. We'll show up to buff spawns, but we're not scrapping over them. Not 5 minutes in.
I have to appreciate the builds here. Sarpei, we saw dealing a decent amount of damage early on in mid. Streak Up is going to use that dash to disengage. Rodwin looked like he wanted to fight, but Streak Up says no. We see Sarpei going for the Transcendence. So a lot of that early game damage is still going to exist, but typically that's a very easy sign from a jungler that says, you know what? Hanging back for a little bit. I'm going to be focused on farming. We're going to be doing camps. I say that, of course, and immediately he goes in to get aggressive. Uses the beads, gets some damage out, chasing down Emilito, who's so low, but a double stun from the Hunter keeps him alive, keeps him moving, but there's a cutoff path. Streak Up looks for a little bit. They just need one more, but they're not going to find it. Emilito walks out of there, and Hi-Rez helps turn it around. He gets onto Hawk, he gets the kill, he grabs up the Khepri, throws him back to the team, but loses his life in the process. Sarpei still fighting, still pushing. They should be able to balance it out. No, Rotwin cannot walk out of this alive. Rooted down to the ground. One more auto for Streak Up gets the kill, and they make it a 2-1 swing.
Yeah, Zeros and Emilito want to try and find a chase here, but it doesn't look like anyone is going to be lagging behind. There's not enough damage. It was a good rotation in from Crank. It seemed like a fight that they'd be able to win handedly, but well-timed roots and some good CC. Able to clean up those kills. And I think Sarpei just recognizes exactly when you can get aggressive on this set pick. I mean, you see 3 members of the team running towards a shield buff. You're like, hey, does Merc have crit? No, not yet. All right, I'm going in. Now Ice has those rage stacks and is able to get some more damage online. Maybe that play doesn't work out as well later on, but given the fight around shield buff, goes just fine. Gives a small lead to the Olympic Pulse. But the relics were used, and I think that you can't make that play twice. I think that Ice is infinitely scarier now than he was just moments ago at that fight towards shield buff.
Gets a rage stack, right? I mean, that was the other half of the conversation I was going to have earlier, was the Transcendence with the rage on the other side. I think we were looking for a fight, or Emilito was looking for a fight. Pulls the beads from Streak Up there. And so 0 to 100 real quick for these two teams. Just about 6 minutes in, now 7 minutes in, and that lead means virtually nothing. The farm game from Crank working wonders here. And really, Trelly, this is kind of what I'm expecting to see, and like you said, Ice may be becoming deadlier and deadlier, not just as the minutes go on, but as the build is completed, as he continues moving forward. And Sarpei still going to be stacking that Transcendence for a little bit. By the time, at least in my mind, from what we have seen in the past, the next time we see Sarpei in a fight, I expect that to be a fully completed item, but is that going to balance out what I'm assuming not only is going to be a Rage, but also then potentially a Bloodforge right after?
Yeah, I think that Sarpei is still a looming threat, no doubt, in that 1v1. Just Rage isn't enough to just make the 1v1 possible, but when you head to these lesser tanky targets, you know, you are able to find some good value there. Of course, Deathwalker is not a lesser tanky target, so going to be a pull attempt. It goes down, and no more commit on the right side of the map. But if Ice dashes in somewhere and Sarpei shows up, yeah, I think that 1v1 is still possible for sure. Emilito, beautiful jolt over the Wild Hunt there. Not going to find the dive underneath tower, but I think duo lane has been massive here for Crank. They both have a level lead. Emilito pulling beads pretty consistently here onto Streak Up, despite getting the kill going down. Actually, it's going to be right on top of a ward, the Draconic Transformation. Here comes Gold, but no one's that close. It's just Hawk.
Now, they know it's happening. It's just whether or not you can even get in there in time. No, Asti's going to be a little late. And so that's going to be a clean pickup. Crank, good call. And like you said, despite being on the ward, that's part of the reason. If you pick up a double Hunter, if you got a Mercury and you've got a Fafnir to enable the 3 of those things, yeah, no, it is going to be incredibly potent for objective shred, which is what you were talking about coming into this game. And immediately that means towers. But the Fury pickup at the front has me a little worried for the Pulse response time, not just around a Fury, but coming up soon, going against the Pyromancer, eventually a Fire Giant. I mean, that's one of the things that Rotwin is going to bring to the table. Sometimes it's the only thing that a Fafnir needs to bring to the table, is having that Coerce to just melt anything that stands in their way.
Yeah, when I spawn in with Fafnir in my games, I say, I'm here to hit hammers and buff my team, and I'm all out of hammers because I will be missing the hammers. and it's still fine because as long as you have your auto attackers, you get a Frenzy, you get a Bracer, you're going to be just fine around those objectives.
I don't know why I didn't expect the qualifier. You were like, I'm here to buff my team and hit my hammers, and I'm all out of hammers. I'm like, okay, that's a fun little reference. I'm living with it. I need to go, because I miss them all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard ability to hit, but it doesn't matter. As long as your team shows up and just shoots stuff, you're good.
Yeah.
Because they attack very quickly. And again, 4 auto attackers on the side of Crank. This is not just double Hunter. You got the Mercury, you've got the Vamana. You don't want to take that jungle fight. That's why I think Sarpei is trying to get active over on the left side of the map, looking for gank attempts when possible. Trying to not let the team group up is a smart call here for the Olympic Pulse, because as a unit, they are terrifying. That jungle fight, that 1v1, that 2v1,
yeah,
could be in the Pulse's favor. So looking for those continuous engagements is a smart call. They just haven't been able to find it yet. And now grouping up around the Pyromancer is Crank. They've got the ward vision down. They're going to start the pull.
Should be, I was going to say maybe an easy pickup. The answer to that is no. Neither team feeling confident around the Pyro just yet. We haven't gotten to see any big Khepri reses just yet either, right? And that's the other factor that I think comes into some of these fights that it adds that question mark to it, which we know what it's going to do, but all of a sudden it's like, well, did the guy that you res get something useful out of it? Did you make a good ult, good save? All sorts of things I think that the Khepri is able to bring to the table that really can just ruin a team fight for someone. And so have to watch the Olympic Bolts when they start grouping up for things like that. Also have to watch for moments like this. I had mentioned it earlier. The early game invades aren't as easily done. But Sarpei is not slowing down from going for invades right now. Stun off the mark from Imelito. Sarpei still going to get locked down. The ult going to be off the mark from Ice Ice, but it does not matter. They're chasing him down. They've got damage, but they don't have the follow through. And unfortunately, the Chiron ult going to be just a little wide. Slows around. And Ice Ice looks like he might still want to fight. There's just not much for the team to get. They're going to have to fall back.
Yeah, that was a split engagement for sure. I'm thinking if Crank commits to either just Shriek Up or just Sarpei, maybe that scrap goes a little bit better, but you highlighted the Khepri, and Esteliax had the ultimate that whole time. I think that the unsung hero in a lot of these fights is the Khepri. Not even if you get a good res off, but it's the fear of, are we really going to use 3 ults just to get Scarab's Blessing that Crank is definitely thinking about? Like maybe Ice Ice goes wide left there and goes for Shriek Up instead of Sarpei because Sarpei was the obvious call, right?
Yeah.
Because Set's so weak. Hey, I don't want, maybe I can bait out Scarab's Blessing. Those sort of things. It's hard to analyze them in the moment, but that's on the mindset of Crank. I don't want to waste too much. I don't want to waste my beads just to get that Khepri ult.
Yeah.
You don't want to overcommit to a fight like that. But it all started from a purple buff invade from Sarpei 13 minutes in, like underneath tier 1. A risky play to go for, but when you have this much movement speed, when you have this much safety, you're allowed to make plays like that. You just got to make sure you're watching for those rotations, because if Zeros lands those ultimates, I'm thinking probably a dead set.
Well, impressive to see. Primal Fury pulled by the Pulse. Oof, little attempt there from Zeros, but not able to find it. Pulse going to be able to secure that one. Maybe looking for a little fight afterward, turning things around. The 13.5-minute mark. Deathwalker has just enough of an aura around him to put fear in the Pulse, and they're going to back away. Slows things down. Changes the pace of the game right now if you're looking at it, Drelly, because we were looking at a very steady climb for Crank over the last few minutes. Now, that's going to pull it right back towards a more even state, right? Not necessarily in their favor yet, but you chunked it down from a 1,500 gold lead. Pyromancer suddenly becomes a very, very important topic, not just for the gold and experience it gives, but for that runic bomb as well. Asty's going to go for the pull onto Ice Ice. Gets the Mercury, some damage from the Merlin. Rings true. Being able able to find a little more. They do pick up the Pyromancer. It's going to go back and forth. Crank secures this one, and now it's the fight afterward that they're trying to chase down. Scarab's Blessing procced, revives the Khepri, but they're just going to wait it out and kill him down afterward. Body blocks from Deathwalker keep the Hercules, keep Bevy Monster engaged, but he is going to be able to get out of there, walk away. They get a kill, they get the Pyro, and they feel a little better about the last few minutes.
Yeah, they had some great range damage there, Crank that is. The Olympic Pulse wanted to go for a possible pull and get out, but it was not possible. Too much chase down. This Vamana is certainly online now. We saw just how much damage you can really do with that Colossal Fury if you're free casting, if you're uncontested. And because Hawk essentially used all that Merlin damage to try and kill Ice or just put some damage towards Pyro, there really wasn't anyone looking towards the Vamana, and now only Hunter's Garb is finished, right? I think if you wanted a chance to stop Deathwalker before he gets online, it was before he finishes a full magical defense item, and it is completely gone now. But the Olympic Pulse are still grouped around the left side of the map. They're playing through Streak Up, and I think that's a smart call given the situation. This Cernanos is still extremely strong at the moment, and I'd be looking to fight through Hawk. Again, that's a level 16 Merlin. Plenty of damage coming from this mid laner on the side of the Pulse. Zeros has actually made some impactful rotations, and because of that, has fallen a bit behind. I'd be saying, hey, if we have Merlin and Cern here, then yeah, we can fight. If not, let's just prioritize safe farming and maybe wait till an objective gets pulled.
So far, every few minutes, farming is exactly what the name of the game is. Then, maybe you find a stray ult, stray stun, I should say, like those. Doesn't necessarily result in too much, but putting the fear in the Olympic Pulse. Now there's going to be a stun. This is for Peel more than anything. Bevy Monster with a rotation. Fury not going to be up again for a few seconds, but that does not seem to bother the Olympic Pulse. They're going to set up for it. And remember, they got the last Primal Fury. Maybe trying to make sure they can keep Crank out of this one.
That is the call. I like this play here from Crank. You know Deathwalker's ahead. Send Ice over to right lane, grab some Bastions, grab the tower, get some free farm. You have Sonic Boom to escape. You have Sonic Boom to engage if need be. I'm thinking Ice might have to use that ultimate just to get out of here, because here comes a big rotation over from Sarpe and Bevy. Do they have the burst damage before this ultimate gets charged? It looks like they might have some chase down. Yeah, I think Ice might want to channel that ultimate a bit longer. Sarpe could go for the dive here.
Yeah, a little more distance could have been helpful.
Oh,
there's the Aegis. Sarpe's coming in, but you've got Crit. Can you do anything about it? Your cooldowns. Oh, they're just not there. The tower not doing enough. And you lose Emilito on the other side of the map. Oh, devastating for the Crank.
Khepri ult.
Streak up. Getting low. There's going to be the Khepri res. They're waiting it out. Trying to get the proc. Streak up wants it so badly. Uses some of that move speed to get away, and a great route from Asti. Make sure that they do. And a good, beautiful pull. Make sure the disengage is clean. They pick up 2, and they don't lose 1. The Olympic Pulse. Charlie, they've turned things around here 17 minutes in.
I mean, that is massive from the Pulse. Ice just takes way too long to channel Sonic Boom. I'm thinking, I guess I had no idea Sarpe was near, right? The second that Bevy Monster hits you with that driving strike, I'm assuming there's someone nearby. I'm probably pre-beadsing and dashing away and charging up that ultimate just in case. But we have the above view. Ice did not know Sarpe was there. Unfortunately, the ult was not able to get you far enough away. And that's not even the worst part. Oni Fury spawns in. Olympic Pulse are here. They've got the man advantage for the time. And now looks like it's up to Rotwin to go for the steal. Or Zeros.
It's going to be the shots. They get it as well. They take the Oni Fury out there. That's just a beautiful shot from the Centaurus. Great job by Zeros. Using the ultimate the exact way it needed to be used right there. Stops the Pulse from pulling away from this. I mean, Trelly, look, we're talking about an incredibly back and forth moment, but because they get the Pyromancer as well, the lead that the Pulse were starting to build up, they finally had the game in their favor. Gets pulled right back over in favor of Crank.
And I'd be super tilted if I was Emilito.
Period. I'd just be super tilted.
I'd be super tilted if I was Emilito, just because you know the call was, hey, it's me, Deathwalker, the tanky solo laner. I've got teleport. Let's go fight and left. Bait him. Emilito goes in, ends up dying to Streak Up in the 1v2. And then Streak Up gets the bailout from Astiniax. The Khepri shows up, so you're telling me I died, you didn't kill, and then they get a free gold pull. Oh, wait, Zeros comes in clutch, gets the steal. Ice is able to steal Pyro over on right, so that tilt would slowly wash away, of course, because the gold lead is back in your favor because of those plays, but losing your life in the 1v2 does not feel good, especially when the target gets away. So great peel on the side of the Olympic Pulse. The objective play and the burst, not so much. You always got to be watching out for that Centaurus. It's just a lot of damage from a range, from a safe distance. And the Olympic Pulse composition doesn't scream to me free objective confirm, right? Merlin is not known for being a burst mage.
No.
Herc Boulder, you know, is fine, I suppose, but you're not really able to gamble unless you're building full damage, and you got to set skewer. It's not enough to just 50-50 these objectives.
So maybe, well, depending on how the game goes, maybe the Pults are a little more careful. Maybe that was their last opportunity to be careful. The farm game from Crank has been incredibly clean. Charlie, one thing that I've been really loving, and this has just been a Season 10 thing so far, double stacking the runic bombs, right? You can see Ice has one, Rotwin has one. Holding on to them, really helpful for breaking down. I mean, if you're talking Phoenix Sieges, beautiful, but right now with the state of the map, probably tier 2s that are on the mind of Crank. Insta-kill for almost any objective. They might even be able to get a third online before we start to even talk about that. 5 towers still standing for the Pulse, only losing the tier 1 in right, and then 4 towers left for Crank, losing their tier 1 in right as well as that long lane tier 1. So maybe a little safe haven removal from Crank could be in the books here soon. Deathwalker taking a little bit of poke. But 21 minutes in, I mean, right now, I'm feeling a lot of confidence in Craig's ability to take an objective, whether it's stealing it or just walking up to it and burning it down. You had mentioned some of the levels earlier. First to 20 is Hawk. Right on his heels right now is Zeros. Everybody else in that 18-19 range. We're going to be hitting a very, very explosive team fight here in the next few minutes. And it's just whichever team is going to be able to take and finally pull that lead, get the right fight going for themselves. And Charlie, that'll be a fire giant at that point, and that's going to swing this map state wildly.
Yeah, no doubt. I think good spectral picture up as well for the Olympic Pulse. They recognize that there's a lot of crit being built. Rotwin taking a little bit of damage here, trying to go for a ward. Is going to have to jump away. You could tell that the Olympic Pulse realize, hey, there's a lot of crit being built, and we just want to make sure we're tanky. I love the pickup from Sarpe especially. It's not something that you usually see on junglers, but Set does make use of a little bit of tank stats, especially with that heal from the ultimate, if you can stay in a fight for longer. Essentially means who's going to be focusing out Set, and now Emolito takes a ton of damage from Bevy. Are they going to go for this? They might try and go for a kill here. It's going to take a while to burn through this Hercules, though.
Especially if he uses the beads. He's going to walk out of there. Deathwalker, meanwhile, just dashes. I was thinking there was going to be a little more to the fight than that, but takes a good bit of damage up front and then runs away, as you would expect. So falling back right now, trying to find good positioning is Crank. One ult down.
Your team has destroyed
And unfortunately, that means they lose the Fury. Deathwalker tries to go for a steal, but it's not going to be enough this time around. And Trelly, the seesaw, the teeter-totter, whatever you want to call it, of this game. The scales, I guess, those go back and forth as well. Well, it continues as it keeps bouncing back and forth and back and forth. Pyromancer pulled. Bevy Monster engages, taking a little bit of poke, but not a lot. You had mentioned it. Burning through this Hercules is going to be a tough task. And they don't seem to be up for it just yet. Bevy Monster walking around still. Pyromancer getting low. Rotwin walks forward, gets the stun. It's a separated fight, and the jump forward double stun from Emolito is at least going to slow down this set. Trying to do whatever they can in the backline, looking for kills. Both teams just trying to find the first pick, and finally Sarpe is going to be the one who does it. Gets onto Zeros and gets the kill. Ice forced to turn around, run away. Though the Pyromancer's been leashed, it's going to be an easy pickup afterward. The Pulse, though, still looking for kills. Phoenix line being where the teams are retreating to. What a good pull back in. Rotwin just overstays his welcome. The CC strong from the Olympic Pulse, and that's looking like a fire giant on the horizon.
And that's a jungler, by the way. Sarpe getting crit for 130. That is not a tank set. That is the plenty of damage being built. It's just this 4 Fizz comp cannot deal with the set. Deathwalker doesn't have Colossal Fury, has to get in the Fire Giant pit and just be annoying, try and stall this out while the rest of the team shows up for the fight.
Deathwalker is in an interesting spot. Goes for a D ward. Might be able to find some pressure because he's in the back line. Biggest thing they've done, keep the team off the Fire Giant. Forego the Pyromancer. That's going to be easily done. They get their team to respawn, and they make sure the map state doesn't change too much. That Fire Giant still being alive right now, Trelly. It's a little bit of wind in the sails of Crank to keep him going.
Certainly is. Maybe a rotation over to Bevimonster, the only member of Olympic Pulse here. Remember, those beats are already down, but this is such a fast Hercules. He's burning down. Not quick at all.
My God, though. It takes so much time. It's a lot to kill him. But they kill him nonetheless. Now, though, it's Sarpei running down Ice and winning the battle. Gets him before the ult goes off and kills off the opposing jungler. Now running rampant in the backline. Stunned and killed. It's a double. Picked up Zeros, making sure to lead the way. 4 down on the Pulse. And it doesn't look good for the Khepri. All they need is a few more hits. Rez. Scarab's Blessing going to give him some move speed and a lot of health.
That's messed up. Amelito did not have to do that.
And I think... oh, that might be Asti getting to walk out of here, but he has to watch and listen carefully as the Fire Giant gets taken down by Crank, and the game starts to shift over towards the Order side.
Yeah, that was a big fumble from the Olympic Pulse. I mean, Bevy has no reason to be there. Sarpei goes crazy in that fight, but because of Deathwalker's damage in the backline and Zero's huge range on Centaurus, the backline gets deleted without actually having to put themselves in any risk. I mean, it was just Vamana and Chiron in that team fight, essentially. And that's all it took. Unfortunately, Astiniax has just not enough CDR, 10% at the moment for the Khepri, so that Scarab's Blessing was not available. It was just a great opportunity for Crank to come back into this game and hit some massive power spikes, and now they're in the driver's seat. They're able to group up on the left side of the map and go for, I would assume, a Primal Fury before these towers start to be looked at, but the Olympic Pulse are as 4 strong in the jungle. Maybe rotating over to Deathwalker. Colossal Fury not quite available. Some CC could be disastrous here for this Vamana. See if he can make it out.
There's a little bit of damage from Hawk, but not a lot. Sarpei trying to close the gap, does so. He's going to get a decent amount of damage out towards Deathwalker, but now that Colossal Fury is back, and it's going to be a fight around the Fury Pit. Doesn't seem like the engage from Crank is ready to commit heavily, despite 5 with Fire Giant. They'll go for the Primal Fury. And right now, Trelly, Towers, the name of the game. 27 minutes in, 3 Tier 2s still standing for the Pulse. 3 Tier 2s and a Tier 1 standing for Crank. So knocking down some of these essentially bastions of gold right now. Crank could definitely change the pace of this game, but it looks like soft defense from the Olympic Pulse. Because right now it's cracking the eggshell that is the base that I think is going to be the focus.
Is the call. Deathwalker with a wraparound here. Maybe a fight is ensuing, and here comes Sarpei to the backline, but he's on his own.
Zero's got a good couple of shots off to start things out. Emilito with a huge play, finds a stun and a kill, gets rid of Sarpei, and makes things a lot easier for the team. Asti thrown into the backline and killed off. You lose 2 in the blink of an eye, and now you've got 2 Runic Bombs, you've got Fire Giant, and you've got a Phoenix standing in front of you, getting aggressive immediately onto Bevimonster. Phoenix shredded and gone. Rotwin, a lot of poke in the process, gets out of this one alive. Bevimonster trying to lead the way, does not get the knockback thanks to the D-transformation from Rotwin. They're going to fall back 20 seconds before any respawns happen. With the health bars on the side of Crank, they want the reset before they get aggressive again.
And they held on to both Runic Bombs there. They recognized, hey, we get this Phoenix for free. Let's not use too much. Let's just make sure we get the bird, get out. And that's going to be the first Fire Giant of the game gone. EFG, certainly a topic of conversation next time around. And you said it, 3 Runic Bombs now, 2 in Ice's pocket. I'm thinking next time they get towards the Phoenix should get deleted if Crank are playing correctly and if the Olympic Pulse aren't able to just destroy them before they go off. I've really been liking the Siege, though. I mean, considering how poorly the fight was going for Crank earlier on in this game. It's been a lot of Deathwalker goes to the back line, Zeros provides the poke with Centaurus, and that's pretty much it. The carries have to back up. Astiniax couldn't get an impactful Scarab's Blessing off for the past 2 engagements. The ultimate has just been essentially stalling out the game so far. So it does seem like Crank are in the driver's seat here. Deathwalker actually goes Executioner in the last slot, just wants to shred prots for his team. They're 4 Fizz, you might as well. At this point, he seems relatively unkillable as long as Colossal Fury is available. And because fire minions are pouring in on left side, someone's got to go back to defend. It's not going to be Kepri, so Bevy Monster goes back to base to clear out that fire wave as the EFG will spawn in about 15 seconds. It'll get evolved, but spawns in already. The regular Fire Giant.
You have to imagine they want to try and, well, they might have to clear this as fast as possible. It's going to be an engage instead. Crank do get the Fire Giant, not enhanced this time. Sarpei does find a kill, though, gets onto Imolito, has the Scarab's Blessing, and is trying to chase it down, but it times out, and Ice Ice is going to turn this around. 1-for-1 trade, but then it's a nice second pickup, easily grabbed for Crank. They're going to find 3 here in a second. No, Asti gets to walk out of this one. They get Ice Ice. Zeros is low. It's maybe crumbling underneath Crank, but they do find some saving grace. Trelly picking up Hawk. They're going to pick up Bevy Monster at this rate. It's just trying to get out with as many as possible. No, Bevy, he gets the kill. He keeps on moving. And with that route, he might just get out of here.
There's no way that Bevy ends up getting that kill. Zeros is actually trolling there. That is such an easy end call. You have 25 seconds before someone can clear a wave if Hercules is dead. But now it's just going to be a tier 1 tower mid, it seems like. Unfortunately, there's only 1 Runic Bomb available, and it's Rotwin's. So that is just going to be a tier 2 grab and a retreat. I mean, if it's me in that position and I'm Crank, there's no way I'm making that pull. I'm waiting for EFG, and I'm waiting for someone to back the clear fire minions. But you get regular Fire Giant and you lose it on 3. I guess not the worst case scenario. The Olympic Pulse got to be happy. They get another chance at life. They get to stall out this game a bit longer with that Phoenix on the left side. Should be spawning in here shortly. So I would say mostly good things. I guess best case scenario, you steal that Fire Giant and all of this happens the same. But Deathwalker forced into Colossal Fury. Probably is going to cancel that immediately. There's not much value you get out of trying to chase down that Hercules with Colossal Fury.
I always forget how fast Vamana can attack in his ult sometimes.
Yep.
That was a good example, and you had mentioned the Executioner earlier. Should feel good for Ice Ice, Zeros, and Immel. And several of these instances. But specifically onto Bevy Monster, who they've been struggling to shred through up to this point. But you had mentioned it. Fire Giant, you've got another minute that the buff is active, and not a lot that you can really do with it. Left side Phoenix is going to respawn. So maybe it's just that tier 2 on right. You've got a minion wave pushed up. Could be a very prime opportunity for Crank. Charlie, talk about back and forth. I mean, even with this massive lead, you're looking at 10,000 and just a second, a little over after this tower goes down. It is impressive to see the Pulse hold on as long as they can right here. But this is going to maybe be the biggest test of their resilience. 2 Runic Bombs, as well as a double Hunter composition. You have the Scarab's Blessing, and a lot of burn damage to try and keep minions out of here, but that's going to be the transformation from Rotwin. Aggression seems to be the target. Emilito goes for the ult, finds a good couple of stuns, but not going to have any follow-up. Deathwalker immediately into the backline. The goal is the Phoenix, and the goal is met. They use 1 Runic Bomb, burn the bird as fast as possible. Meanwhile, left side, the Oni Fire minions working out beautifully for them. Knock down the left Phoenix and keep Crank in a power, or a position of power.
Yep, and that's going to be all they really wanted. It wasn't the cleanest fight. Some missed ultimates for sure, but you get 2 birds and you get out scot-free. Now you get another set of Runic Bombs in Ice Ice's pocket, and this time you got to play EFG slower. Again, when you have the map state in your favor this hard, no reason to pull that objective until you know someone is gone. In this case, you could have 2 members gone. The right side wave is very close to Fire Giant, so relatively easy for the Olympic Pulse to defend, but you're waiting at least 2 waves on the left side of the map before you even step up towards that objective. And if you're the Olympic Pulse, I love this play. You want this fight. You want to fight immediately. You don't want to let the Fire Giant start up. You want to brawl before those fire waves meet. That's where they are currently. They're grouped up, trying to get some ward vision in their own jungle. But Yeah, much smarter here from Crank. You can tell. They're not stepping up until someone is in left lane. They're not going to make any more mistakes. I lied. Rotwin's going to go for the pull, but it looks like Bevy did just back. Maybe they knew it, maybe they didn't, but they have the confirmation. Wait, he's just going to teleport back in, and they're going to retreat. There you go. Wasted the teleport, and Deathwalker's pushing mid.
And you get those fire minions.
Yep. All good plays. All smart calls here from Crank. They are trying to bleed out the Olympic Pulse without putting themselves out of position in the slightest.
Well done, as you said, for them. Remember, it's a best of 3, but this set, winner goes to the SCC. Loser still has an opportunity. It is double elimination. So it would not be the end of the world for him. Winning this game, getting off to the right foot, huge deal. Crank going to start up the Fire Giant. They're going to secure that one. Zarpay tries to go for the steal, not able to find it this time around. Now it's just, can you survive the onslaught of damage afterward? It's going to be a nice slowdown. Bevy Monsters, the target Bevy Monsters getting pulled in, and Bevy Monster is slowly getting shredded. What a beautiful stun again from Imolito. The plays on this Ishtar have been great, and it's Deathwalker picking up the kills. It's Ice picking up as much as possible, looking for the entirety, the Dia side. They're going to at least pick up 4. Hawk's going to try to run back to the fountain, get out of this one as quick as possible. The Titan won't be able to run away from this, though. Crank going to march it down and win game number 1.
Yeah, I'm thinking the previous Fire Giant could have been the end call, but I think a little bit of a dodgy siege. Crank realized, say, hey, let's dial it back a little bit. Yeah, let's correct some of those mistakes. Picture perfect siege that time around. The Olympic Pulse, they couldn't make value out of the Kepriel. There was a few times I saw early game where I was like, I love this pick. Ever since then, Estiniacs was just running away, letting his team die. If you get that res, you have 6 members of your team. If you don't, you have 4. It is a huge difference maker in that regard. So I think just a massive lead and a well-played siege there from Crank.
Yeah, just a couple, like you said, a couple of moments that maybe it changes the horizon and the potential for the Olympic Bolts. Crank play it well, though, right? A couple of stumbles early on. I think really good back-and-forth play, which when you look at the two teams, you look at the names that are playing in this one, it's a little more of what you would expect. But Crank find this win, and they put themselves up 1-0. We'll see. Can they close it out in 2? Will we be going 3? We'll find out right after this.
Then we make up, act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher, leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up, act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher, leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. Break up, then we make up, act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher, leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again.
Welcome back, everyone. Crank with a 1-0 lead. Of course, they were able to do so, Trelly, because they were focused, aware, and probably had something delicious for breakfast when they played. And I don't know if specifically is locked to breakfast. You could probably do this for lunch, snacks, things like that. You can go to advance.gg. I lost the rails on that one. There's a thread I was following, and it fell apart. Advance.gg, they've got a lot of beautiful merchandise, but a lot of great products as well. Drinks, snacks, a lot of things that you can use. That'll improve your game. So go to advance.gg. Make sure you use code SMITE. It'll get you 10% off whatever you want to purchase. And thanks to Advance.gg for sponsoring with us here in Season 10. Of course, thanks to you for tuning in, not only in Game 1, not only for going to advance.gg, but hanging out with us for game number 2. Trelly, as we start to look at this one, a lot of good from both of those teams, I think, throughout that. And as you had mentioned, there were just a couple of moments the later the game got that the Khepri unfortunately wasn't able to meet the same amount of success it had had early on. And after that, like, I want to say 20-minute mark, we didn't see as many impactful Scarab's Blessings.
Yeah, and I think that Sarpei has such a better time in the backline. If he knows he gets a second life, but it seemed like the set really fell off. Once that Spectral Armor got hit, and it was like, wait, this set is unkillable and does a ton of damage. It was looking real good for the Olympic Pulse. And then there was just a moment where Crank gets the massive turn in the team fight. Deathwalker blows up like 3 members, and then Zeros gets the double kill in the backline. And since then, it just seemed like this was the fight. Yeah, it just seemed like all the answers were in Crank's favor. They just had such a big power spike. Just about everyone gets some kills in their pockets, some extra gold. They get Fire Giant. And the damage just was not hit in the same way that it was at 20-plus minutes. Just great grouping from Crank, and they were able to really dominate these team fights.
Especially, I mean, moments like that one, that last highlight we just watched, where it's a kill onto to Sarpei, but it's not one that Sarpei maybe expected, because most of the dives we saw from the set were usually met. Okay, cool, here's the Scarab's Blessing. You can go in, melt people. If you get melted, you'll come right back out. Some of those times we saw the Crank just wait it out and kill Sarpei afterward. But in that last one, there were a lot of moments where they were like, cool, we're just going to zone. Yep. We're going to separate you so far that you don't even have that option. And unfortunately, that created a lot of scenarios where your carries on the side of the Olympic Bolts unfortunately fall flat and weren't able to get the res, maybe get as much damage off as they would have liked. Still kept up in some of the damage numbers. But that 35,000 coming from 0, 25,000 coming from Emilito, and of course right there in the middle, the 30,000 from Deathwalker, 5-0-4. Just good gameplay all around, right? And you had mentioned the Vamana, not something you expected maybe for Deathwalker going into it. I wouldn't mind if he goes back to it after seeing something like that.
Yeah, I think it fits his play style a lot more. I was surprised at his earlier God picks from last week, but the Vamana, the unkillable fast farmer, you sit in lane and you know you're not getting ganked, that to me is a lot more of Deathwalker style.
Well, we can find out. Will he go back to it? Will he not? The answer right now. Picks and bans, game number 2. Well, I guess maybe not right now. It's kind of like
this
delayed
second.
Right now.
We will know.
Exactly this second. This is going to be a little tangential. But
he won't go back to it. Told you.
Oh, wow. You're right. He won't go back to it.
Gotcha.
You nailed it. Where does he... So what replaces... What does the Vamana replace here? Does it replace the tier? And do we get Deathwalker tier? That feels like it could be a little scarier. I mean, granted, Vamana may be more meta right now, but Deathwalker's tier is of legend.
It is of legend. Ever since Contagion got added, I've kind of hated the matchup of just playing tier, but maybe in this case you don't have to deal with too much. You're not looking for kills that often. And Terra actually does get let through here, one of the top picks in pretty much every game as of recent. Yep. Not the best matchup in a Terra either when she gets the stones down. I guess you're not really focusing on going on Terra as a tier, but you could, and they're hovering it, so it looks like it is on the mind of Crank. The Outwash, though, has been the answer whenever you see Terra. You know that there's going to be a lot of healing. You're going to pop this ultimate on your team and supply them with a lot of tick healing. Great anti-heal. You literally stun your team and do damage to them if you heal them. It's been rising in popularity because of the rise of healers, so... I don't hate the pick anymore.
And what I really like is the balance. First off, you have a mod, and Smite Game has a mod named Opwash.
Yeah.
You can't. I think you're legally obligated not to hate the god.
That's the reason I hate the god.
Reason. Oh, that's the reason. Called out. I'm sorry. That's on him. I'm out of this. Hands off. The tier gets locked in, though, and as you had mentioned, while that's good for Terra, the prots now, right? Instead of massive healing that you get on the 3, you get a lot of protections. So you get to essentially choose, do I stun my team all in one spot and hope that those prots are enough? The answer usually is going to be no. I think this Opwash is going to be really fun to watch. They answer back Izanami, and of course with the bean skin that's going to be coming out in the next update, Baba Yaga gets locked in. Did you see the skin, by the way?
Yes, I saw the skin.
Yeah.
It's very reminiscent of the Taco Baka skin, as in like, this exists now.
Yeah, you see it and you go, huh. I'm going to play that, but I don't know if I'm going to like... I don't know how it makes me feel, right? And we're going to have to... That's going to be something that you have to unpack separately.
Yeah.
That's good. We'll look forward to that on Tuesday. I'm really actually excited for that skin. It's so wild. Capri gets locked in again, this time for Crank. And so now you've got a couple of things that we expect to do pretty well, especially going up to what the Polts have locked in.
It seems to me like the Polts are going to have a rough time team fight-wise. Whenever I see these big AoE ultimates in the case of like Tyr and Alpwash, it's hard to group up in the jungle. 1v1s, though, it seems like they're going to be able to find relatively easily. I mean, the Iza into Heimdall matchup is difficult because your stealth gets so little value, but your actual fight, your actual 1v1 is pretty solid. So if the Polts are able to find those 1v1 jungle matchups, you know, Susano in the jungle just sort of lurking and catches you out with a pull. In this case, Streak Up finding the 1v1s versus Emilita, which he was able to find a solo last game. Those are the kind of things that play the Olympic Polt's strength. Waiting until level 5 and just grouping around Alpwash in the jungle is the strength of the Crank composition. It is very annoying to deal with, especially when you have as much healing as the Polts have.
Nike. How do you feel about Nike? It just feels, you know, we haven't really gotten to see a lot of it this year. There's a lot of guys we haven't seen a lot of this year. Matchup into Tyr, does it hold its own well? Does it fall apart?
Speaking from experience, I hate that matchup because Nike just has so much knock-up immunity. You're never really finding Fearlesses there, but I don't think you pick it for the 1v1 anyways. You're looking at teamfight dive.
Well, we'll see. Is the teamfight dive going to be enough this time around, trying to tie up the set? It's game number 2 for the Olympic Polts. Crank, of course, trying to close this out as quick as possible. They can win this one. They will be confirmed into the EUSCC. And then, of course, they get to figure out what their team name's going to be, right? We've got so many to choose from now. We'll figure out what that is, assuming that they can even qualify. And that's going to be, Shelly, the stress for them of this game specifically. And so I want to turn to you. Last time around, you were talking a little bit about the laning phase. We saw how back and forth that could be for both of these teams. Where do you think, is there going to be a lot of action early on here, or is this more 2 farm comps, get us to team fights, get us to grouping?
I think Crank wants to farm, but Olympic Polts should be looking to scrap. They have that pressure. They've got an Iza in duo lane. They've got a Susano who wants to take those 1v1s. You have an immobile mage and Alpwash in the mid. Like there's a lot of things on the side of Crank that screams that the Polts want to get active early and not let them just free farm to late game. Because if you let a composition like this just fast track to level 20, your life does get a lot more difficult. So I'm thinking probably some ganks over to solo, or I mean duo lane rather, if you are the Olympic Polts. I think Sarpei has some ability to get active in that lane if possible. Yeah. It's just because you already have the Iza, and you can see the Polts are already pushing Crank underneath tower. Where's the gank happening? You're not diving tower at pre-level 5. That's not going to happen. So maybe just steal the shield buff and push your lead that way. Could be the call. Either way, the Polts want to fight for sure.
Does give Ice an interesting opportunity, because while one team is under tower, the other team usually is at the tower line. So maybe an opportunity to alleviate some of that pressure. Nemesis early on can get a little bit done, but right, we've definitely seen it go a little back and forth. With an Izanami over here, probably going to remain pretty aggressive. Last time in mid, I was going to say we saw Sarpei get aggressive, and we're going to see him do it again. A little bit of damage thrown out there from the Susano. Maybe that's going to be the main focus. Try to keep the Opwash down. Maybe limit what they are able to do in general throughout the entirety of the game.
I mean, you pull beads already. Streak Up actually decides to hold on to the beads there. I was wondering, would feel a little bit of pressure, but didn't think that Emilito had the damage, and was right for the time being. But you lose Zeros' beads in mid. It's already pretty dangerous. One knock-up from Sarpe, one pull in with the home sweet home from Hawk, and you're in some big trouble. You are an outwash. And now a lot of damage going the way of Emilito as well. This duo lane is looking very scrappy right now. They know both junglers are on the right side of the map, and they can afford to step up to get a little bit aggressive. But the Olympic Pulse are going to get the better end of that trade for the time being. They just have a little bit more damage, a little bit more ease of clear. And because of that, they're going to forfeit the wave pressure, just try and confirm their own purple buff by pulling it as far away from this Terra as possible.
Just some back and forth. Like you mentioned last game, harder to invade these, but it still gets the steal. Oh, that's unfortunate. And you got to imagine laughing on the way back to lane as you get that one. Small plays, small amount of gold, but sometimes, Charlie, you take what you can get. That's going to lead into a lot more, right? You steal away the purple, you pick up the shield, you get both the Wandering Harpies. And the duo lane for the Pulse is feeling a lot more confident. You had mentioned, though, a little bit of their matchup. They hit level 5 first. And so I'm curious to you, is this something, you know, with a Dark Portal, can you get aggressive? Can you fight the Heimdall very confidently, or are you just farming better than him? What's the, like, actual 1v1 fight look like?
I mean, I'm definitely, if I'm Streak Up, I'm getting as aggressive as possible. As long as I've got good ward coverage. You win that 1v1 for quite a long time. Just by, you clear the wave so much quicker. You can use your abilities solely for poke, whereas Heimdall has those AoE autos, but you do want to use your abilities to clear that wave as much as possible. So I'm trying to get aggressive. I'm trying to find that 1v1. It's just difficult because Heimdall is one of, if not the safest ADC in Smite currently. It's just, as long as you got that Bifrost, you don't have to fight if you don't want to. You know, you just zoom on out and make sure that you're safe in your own regard and get some extra farm online, that sort of thing. So you can't really force a Heimdall to fight you if he doesn't want to, and I don't think Emilito's taking those trades too confidently at the moment. Just hiding underneath tower, clearing the wave, and hopefully not losing next purple buff spawn as they did previously.
Well, knock up good onto Rotwin. Scarab's Blessing used. Just trying to hold position. Good body blocks. Not quite enough. There's going to be some fire thrown out by the Baba Yaga. But Rotwin gets to walk away from this one with their life. No first blood as of yet, 5 minutes in. And the rotation over towards left maybe screamed they wanted early aggression, but there's not quite enough damage on the board yet for a Fury after a pull like that. So instead it's just the shield buff. Back, reset, get the camps. And you've mentioned it, Trelly, but they're playing through the duo lane right now. I mean, Solo has been incredibly silent this entire time, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon.
Definitely not. A little bit interesting build path for both of these junglers. I mean, the Bladed Boomerang is one thing. I think that it's a decent item. It's a good stat stick for Nemesis, but first item, Hydras for Sarpe. And once again, Rotwin this time gets stuck. Zero tries to help him out, but this Kepri's gone.
Yeah, there's just nothing to do about that one. That's first blood easily picked up by the Pulse, but can they get away with the rest of it? Sent through the realms, coming crashing back down. Sarpe will get killed off. Now, still have 3 members of each squad fighting up against this. Damage seems to be nice, but the walls providing a good amount of space for the Olympic Pulse. They're going to go 1 for 1. First blood goes towards the Pulse, but you lose your jungler in response. So wall's a little bit off the top and a purple buff. So Crank doing their best, Trelly, to make sure they maintain as close to even as possible.
Yeah, Emilito hits a beautiful ult there. Not easy to land in the middle of a team fight. If you miss, you're essentially just catapulting yourself into the arms of the enemy, but lands it perfectly. Collects that kill onto Sarpe. First, of course, going the way of Crank. I'm surprised that they weren't able to get a little bit more gold off in this part, but now Streak Up did some good damage onto Emilito. Looks like the rotation's going to be just fine, so the Pulse can't chase this one down. And once again, the purple buff's being looked at, but Ice is going to pull it all the way back to tier 2 this time around. Astiniak's not going to have the opportunity to go for a steal. Either way, good fight. I think for Crank, they needed that comeback mechanic just to try and remain neutral for the time being. I already harped on their late game is a lot stronger if they can just sit back and sort of avoid those team fights if possible. because of that. Look at the wraparound here from Mastiniax. This could be scary. And yep, Emilito knew. Immediately Bifrost on out of there.
You mentioned it earlier. If you don't want to fight, you don't have to. So far, Emilito, that's 2 times in a row we've seen that exact style of play. Going to be an easy clear on the minions once they get under the tower. Trying to back. I'm kind of curious, and you know, we've seen a lot of builds. You just mentioned it, like the Bladed Boomerang versus the Hi-Rez. Very interesting first items as far as the junglers go. We've been seeing a lot of the Bloodforge for the Hunters. That's not too surprising. Emil goes for the Transcendence this time around, though. Again, not necessarily like this uncommon, oh my god, I can't believe we're seeing it item, but it's still an interesting pickup, I feel like, at least so far this season. We haven't seen as much of this as maybe we have some of the others. Do you like the start that this gives for a Heimdall?
I don't love it just because of how good Bloodforge crit is at the moment, but on Heimdall, sometimes you just don't want to go crit. You lose some value in doing so, and you just want to go for some attack speed, some ability damage, that sort of thing. Emilito actually was able to steal away the shield buff, so well timed there on the first ability, but it's not my favorite. I think it's fine. You can go pretty much whatever you want as long as if you're shredding, you're going for tanks. If you're critting, you're going for carries, that sort of thing. So if Emilito just prioritizes targets and is looking for these tankier targets, then it makes sense to me. It's just Bloodforge is such an overstated item at the moment. There's a reason junglers are going it in second slot. Like when have you seen a Susano go Hydras in the Bloodforge? You know, it's because the item gives so much. That's the reason that Sarpei's building towards it. But Transcendence is always going to be a decent item on these hunters that get some good value out of ability damage, so it's not the end of the world.
Just might change the style of play. Really going to keep my eyes on Emilito as a whole, what the target build is going to be like. Last game, it maybe wouldn't have been as big a deal. We've seen it with Double Hunter where, you know, one will go crit, one will go for, like, pin, and that's just how they balance it, and they don't worry too much about it after that. Now, I'm just going to keep my eyes on Emil. See where that one goes. Purple buff invade from the Pulse. Unsurprisingly successful, considering the lack of fight from Crank. Looking at a 1,200, 1,300 gold lead. Has slowly been built up. Maybe trying to expand that a little further. Ice gets rooted down. Esti's alone. Finally, the team's going to surge forward with him. But there is going to be the ult from the Opwash Zeros. Creates a do not play zone. Forces them to fall back. No kills will come out of that engagement, but you do get to see, I think, the mentality, the thought process behind both of these teams, where their engage is going to be. Or in the case of Crank, what their disengage is going to look like.
It is just so hard to play Baba into Outwash. I think there is actually some interesting tech involved where if you don't want to get stunned every time Rotwin, jeez, gets completely bursted. Beautifully timed ultimate there. Almost goes down. As Sarpei actually is going for a wraparound here. How far do you want to dive underneath this tower is the question. All the while, Emilito is wrapping around as well. What is happening here? So many low health targets. Who's going to find it? How far does this teleport go? Looks like not far enough. Emilito is just going to try and go for a trade as he dies down. Hawk gets credit for the kill. And now Ice finds Streak Up?
That should be able to find a little more. Yeah, there's the auto. Ice gets the kill. But Sarpei now has the chase down and the potential to do so. Rotwin, no ult. Going to go for a little root, get some distance. Ice just waiting for the shield, waiting for the blink, waiting for maybe the double dash. That's going to make sure they stay alive, so Ice gets out of this one. Wild choices, I think, around the Fury Pit there. Very deep play for some of these players, and specifically like Emil, not able to escape that one. Streak Up, diving maybe a little further than they would like with the way Ice responded. Trelly, it just kind of moves the goalposts to the exact same spot, right? Everything's sitting where it was a second ago. Neither team gets a Fury pull. With Pyromancer up and on the board, that first big lead could be a really, really huge difference.
Could be. We haven't seen it just yet, as you said. And once again, Emilito grabs that shield buff on point with the confirmation. Some downtime here so I could talk about it a bit more. The matchup between Outwash and Baba it's a nightmare, to say the least. If you're not constantly stacking an item, anytime you're near your house and you lose a tick of HP, you're getting stunned, and it is just so frustrating to deal with. So I think there's an interesting bit of tech of building a late game either prophetic cloak or warlock sash just to make sure you're not constantly stunning yourself just for getting near your house. It follows you around. If you didn't know, it literally wants to stun you if you're getting hit by that ability.
The worst teammate you could possibly ask for in that scenario.
It's not a good time. So at the moment, Book of Thoth is done. Hawk goes into Home Sweet Home in the middle of Empty the Crypts, and we see the health just start melting. The positioning is going to be key here for Baba. You don't want to be too close to Zeros at any given moment unless you know that Outwash is going down. And we already talked about how hard it is for Astiniax to use ultimate near Zeros as well. Gold Fairy will get started up by Streak Up. Here comes the grouping. I'm wondering, is Deathwalker going to be able to make it over in time? He's backing at the behind tier 2, whereas there's no teleport available for Bevy, so should be just fine for Soul Laners to waltz over. We might see a 5v5 though, looking at where this tier is positioning.
It looked like Ice was going to go for a loop around, try to keep that engage going. Falls back, hangs out with the rest of Crank. Fury was pulled for a moment by Streak Up, kind of testing the waters, trying to force a response, see what it would be like. They've got better ward coverage right now, Crank does, that is. At least around their side of the pit. Keeping eyes on the junglers where these invades have been. Deathwalker, you had mentioned it, does walk over here. Draws the attention of the Olympic Bolts.
Ooh.
Not quite able to stop any of the backs, though. So it is just the Terra. Charlie, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how far this is going to go, or how far Deathwalker wants to push it. Decent amount of damage in a short amount of time, but this might just be all she wrote for the solo rotation.
It's much more difficult as a solo laner when you don't have teleport, right? Because Bevy can be there in an instant. Deathwalker has blink, he's got beads, so he has to make the trek on foot if he wants to make sure this Gold Fury goes down, or at the very least he's not getting his team diffed by not being there. Because of that, you gotta do something when you're here. So Deathwalker's just being annoying. He's poking out Streak Up, he's poking out Astiniax. He's like, I already walked all the way over here. I've got no farm to get. I might as well just go in. All the while, Ice is taking care of the wave. Nothing really comes from it, so back to farming for the time being. It's just trying to be an annoyance. I think that the teleport pickup would have helped him out a lot, but Tier really doesn't love it. You do want to be able to get to the back line consistently with the blink.
Maybe next time around. Oof, Immel, time and time again, caught out, low health, Bifrost out. It's been a very, honestly, regular fixation of the last 16 minutes. And so maybe they'll be able to catch him out sometime soon. Shield buff is under contention. Looks like the Polts are going to pull back from this one. And it is picked up by Crank there. So nothing too crazy locked in. This should be, in my mind, maybe a Fury call coming up, especially with the backs. Deathwalker on this side of the map. You've got a good zone. But it's confidence levels and a heat check right now for Crank as to whether or not they think they can do it.
Deathwalker is still so deep in the backline while his team is fighting. Where's this tier gonna get active? It looks like finally on to Streak Up. The beads are available for this Iza. Gotta land the ultimate here. And the beads come through. This should be an easy die, but a beautiful dark portal is going to stall this one out.
There's the Fearless, though. And that kill opens up a conversation that they were not able to have before. Crank, and 2,000 gold down at this point, trying to find their way back into this. Deathwalker, maybe up a little too far. Zarpes trying to fight back. 1-for-none trade. It's not going to lead into the Fury this time around. They have to fall back. Still enough pressure from the Bolts. And it sets a small reset. Emilito goes back to base. So does Zeros. And Crank, press the pause on any sort of Fury fight we might see.
Press the pause. It looks like, I mean, Deathwalker has spent so much time on the left side of the map not getting farm. And again, look at his positioning. He's not heading back to lane. He's letting Ice collect that wave. And just being annoying in the back line. Also, something interesting to note, I was wondering when regrowth would be something that Deathwalker wants to pick up. He hasn't cared for it, whereas Bevy Monster actually has picked it up. I think that's just because Breastplate is such a useless item on warriors now. You get the free cooldown just when you hit level 20 anyway, so there's just no reason to pick up breastplate. But at this point, you got regrowth on Nike, and Tyr doesn't. It hurts my brain a little bit, but it's all right at this point. Deathwalker is being as annoying as possible. He's setting up kills. He pulled both relics off of Streak Up. This is that Tyr play that we expected from Deathwalker. When is this Gold Fury going to be looked at, though? Because Bevy Monster is just soaking up farm on the right side of the map until it does get pulled.
Yeah, when you pointed it out, it was a 2-level lead for Bevy Monster that, hey, you know what? Deathwalker's just not been back to lane for quite a while. Now it's 3, and it's maybe just going to continue getting further. Deathwalker hasn't been able to get too much. This will be a nice wave to scoop up while Emil's off in the jungle, but I mean, Bevy Monster has maybe gotten the best of both worlds. They haven't lost the objective, nor has he had anyone to deal with in lane that's really stressful. And he's getting his towers for free. Emil takes a little bit of poke in mid, half health, and is going to get out of there just fine. Deathwalker goes for a Fearless Chain, not going to connect on the targets he wants. Instead, rooted down, forced to ult away. A lot of abilities thrown out. No one too close to dying in mid. Charlie, this is where I get nervous in a lot of games because we're, approaching 19 minutes in, had 5 total kills, and none of them have been in the last few minutes, right? It's been a long while.
It's been a minute.
Which means that what you're going to be seeing when you finally do start up a team fight is vastly different maybe than what you're expecting. Someone's going to burst maybe a little harder because you haven't had to actually step in front of them yet. Things like that, maybe to be stressed about if you're Crank or the Pulse. Fury still seems to be the positioning for these teams. It's 4-on-4 over on left, while the 1-on-1 in solo continues. But no one's felt the confidence to actually pull said Fury yet. And this goes back to a conversation we were having last game, but like, burst right now. Baba has a little bit of it, but neither of these mages are really known for their secure capabilities. So you need a pick. Maybe this is going to be the one you find at Sarpei low. The bead's already used. Deathwalker doing what they can. Pulls the ult. Is that going to be enough to start it up? Emilito's walking that way with Rotwin. Zeros in tow. Deathwalker going for the zone. Finally, they're going to start up the Fury. It's slow rolling. Half health. There's going to be, again, a do not play field. Crank, get this Fury. They trade out Empty the Crypts for that one. But they're going to take the win where they can, Trelly. Keep this one, shorten it just slightly over 1,000 gold now.
I'm amazed at how long it took for that play to happen. Deathwalker he's got speed buff. He's been jungling. He's made this rotation. There was no teleport from Bevy. Bevy said, I'm just not going. Good luck with that. It just seemed like that pull could happen like 5 minutes ago, and it would have resulted in the same. But now the Olympic Pulse are going to group around Pyromancer. This should go down in just about for free with how much Hawk has been able to do on this Baba. Level 20, just prioritizing farm over all else, and top XP in the game for that reason. Could be a big threat, I think, once the team fight actually does start to come through. We're not just pulling objectives and running away. We actually do have a full-on scrap. I think the Baba's going to be absolutely spreading with this build. Zeros has been trying to match that farm, but just not as fast. You're not as safe on the outwash. You have to watch your positioning a little bit more. Can't really match that level of farm. All the while, Ice is just solo lane Nem. Like, the Nemesis has not left this lane. And actually, I didn't even realize Deathwalker's proxying in the same lane, so call it a duo. You might as well. They're both just getting all the lane farm that they can, soaking it up. Such a weird brand of Smite that you would only see in an EU SEC game. This kind of play is not normal, right? They are just saying, hey, we want to go to 30 minutes, and we're gonna stall until that point.
Well, and so far, done a good job of that. Emilito finally takes down, I believe, no, the second tower of the game, third tower of the game. Crank has lost, and you know what? Pinch me if you've heard this one before. 2 Tier 1 towers, just like last game. They keep the Tier 1 in mid, but they lose Tier 1 in duo and solo.
Oh, I love this from Sarpei.
They've picked up 1. Sarpei.
I thought he was going to the teleport, and he was going to let Streak Up get the teleport, but I lied. He's just going to run to Emilito and let him teleport out.
Yep.
I thought he was going right to the Bifrost. That would have been so sick. Like, hey, take the 1v1. I'll be waiting for him. But no. Just let that play go through. And I get it. You don't want to take the 1v1. I do think Emilito's doing a ton of damage, and Sarpe has 3 items, so maybe not confident in that 1v1, so just decided to go for the shield buff regardless. But Emilito's 20 now. I don't want to see Heimdall in left lane anymore. Rotate over to Fire. It's about that time. Maybe just a little bit early. Again, if it was a different region, maybe we're already seeing a Fire Giant pull. EU does play a little bit more methodical. They want to make sure their pulls are calculated. But look at the grouping here. Deathwalker's behind 4. Not going to find a pull here because Nike is impossible to Fearless. So just going to have the retreat. The wraparound was for not.
Yeah, a lot of focus on can we get a fight going that immediately leads into no. It's just, you know, Deathwalker, I mean, try as he might. Has been able to find a couple of Fearlesses, maybe for some relics, but nothing too crazy. Eats a little bit of his health bar there. Gets a small little reset. You had mentioned Emilito. Maybe starting to rotate over. Pushes up left lane. You got Primal Fury respawning in 30 seconds, so a little bit of wiggle room maybe to make a play on left. It's so, this is where shot calling to me can be a little awkward. If you overinvest on a Fury, you know, 24 minutes in, especially with the builds as they are, everybody's level 20 or just about, you lose a Fire Giant pretty quickly in a call like that. Maybe you find some kills elsewhere. Deathwalker goes in mid. Not able to get the full lockdown that maybe they were looking for to get a pick. So it's a small reset back for the Olympic Pulse. And I see 3, 4 now from Crank starting to feint towards the left side of the map. Met and matched by 4 of the Order team. And the Fury dance begins again. Deathwalker looking for a wraparound. Might actually be able to find one here. Terra going to lose the pillars. Rotwin gets a good hawk. Just melted. Immel doing the damage now through the realms, looking for body blocks and setup afterward. And there's nothing you can do about that one. Immediate 2 kills and an immediate run over towards the FG.
And I love this. They're not dancing on Primal. That they're running right towards Fire Giant. They recognize their leader. By the way, Bevy soaked up all that free farm and still has not teleported over for an objective. This Nike has not left. Deathwalker will be just fine. Has the Lawbringer ultimate if he needs to get out. But this Nike needed to get involved 10 minutes ago. Maybe 12 minutes ago. I don't see why it took this long. But now could be in some trouble. Does get some prod shred as Fire Giant starts up. Remember, no crit, but plenty of burst from Zeros. And Deathwalker still going to the backline with this much HP?
Yeah, does not seem to have a worry in the world. Has a Scarab's Blessing, not going to proc, but uses the movement speed. Gets on out of there. Fire Giant getting low. Bevy Monster walks in. Crank get themselves the FG. Might want to pick up another kill in the process. Bevy's low. No. Cooler heads will prevail. They fall back here, reset, get full health bars, and get to start their Fire Giant siege.
That's going to be the full-on retreat for the first time. We get to see a team go for a legitimate siege here. We have not seen a true 5v5 yet, though. There's been a couple, I guess, 4-man rotations, but usually Ice is gone when Deathwalker's in left. Emilito was going to step up to the Primal Fury, but recognizes how many are here. Goes for the steal, a little bit off. The Pulse will be able to grab that one for themselves. And at the very least, you trade for the Pyromancer. You get a Runic Bomb on the side of Ice, and now we'll be able to see a full-on grouping towards this the actual towers, the tier 2s, the tier 1 over and right, the Phoenix, all those things. Takes a bit for Crank to feel confident enough. The lead is not massive, to be clear. They can't just walk in and have it given to them. I do think that Bevy is still a threat with how much free farm this Nike has got in the backline. Could get real annoying real fast. But the beads are down, which means if you get near Emilito, are you really a threat anymore? You're getting sent through the realms. Nike's just deleted. We already saw what happens when you get back from the realms. You're getting greeted by Outwash Burst, and Deathwalker's dancing with 5. Let's see how long he can live. Looks like he'll be just fine.
That does well. disengages. In fact, they're going to be running right into the waiting arms of the rest of Crank. Emilito needs to get a good amount of damage out here, and they're doing so. Between him and Zeros, he got a lot of half-health HP bars. Crank trying to get aggressive on the right lane. They only have one Runic Bomb in their pocket. Onto the back, Sarpei is a little targeted. Get some damage back onto Death Wall where they lose the tier 2. They're forced to fall back. Bevy's low. He's going to get the disengage. No crazy kills for Crank. But they get the objective they came in for. And now they get to reset, go towards mid, maybe go towards left. Try to make the same play.
Could. They're still not quite grouped up yet. Just getting some extra farm over on the right side jungle. The Crank roster have the ability to dive this tower consistently. We've seen Deathwalker 1v5. Emilito does get jumped on here. Going to Bifrost away, take some fear there from Bevy. And I think that's going to call the retreat in the end of this Fire Giant power play. Not going to net too much here for Crank. I mean, a solid bit of gold, I suppose, but you would hope to get those tier 2 towers off at the very least. I mean, with a Runic Bomb, Phoenix in the conversation, but definitely the tower over and left and mid would have been appreciated. The Olympic Pulse put up a solid defense. They've got plenty of damage, as we've seen. And I think just a very slow and awkward push towards the right side of the map. Again, Deathwalker's just, he gets caught out by 5 before the siege even starts. He loses his beads and his ult. And without that safety, you don't really feel confident going in as a tier. So just kind of sat back. Pulls the beads off of Sarpei. So maybe you've got a pretty linear target for the next Fire Giant pull. That Susano for the next 70 seconds could be in some trouble if Ice and Deathwalker group up as they have been doing. But Ice is just pushing tier 2 now. He said, hey, I don't care if we don't have Fire Giant. I'm going to keep the split push going. And looks like we might be stalling this one out towards EFG anyways.
Spawns in about 20 seconds for the Fire Giant, and then EFG, as you had mentioned, a little further than that. 30 seconds after, give or take a few seconds. Ice has to avoid getting killed off here, maybe able to turn something around. Uses the ult. Has to use some of the relics to stay alive. Sarpei answers in kind, though, so a little bit of a trade back and forth. Junglers will be KO'd, or TKO'd at least, for this matchup. Fire Giant spawns in 20 seconds until it is enhanced, but started up shortly and then dropped immediately by Crank. They want to pick before they try to commit to anything crazy.
Arcan's going to group up again, but remember, Ice is not here.
Zeus is going back.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to reset for the time being. The Olympic Pulse can step up for a pull if they realize this. Stiniax isn't going to tank it up. It looks like just respecting the full-on reset are the Olympic Pulse. They're not going to go for anything. They're just going to go for some poke in the meantime. I want to see the wraparound from Ice, though. I do not think an Oni Fury is the call. If this Nemesis goes to Oni Fury, I think it'll be a bad play, and so far that is the call. I guess right when they hear Oni Fury, that's when the Pulse should get aggressive, but so far they got to realize there's no Nemesis here.
Well, they go for the Pyro. They should realize there's a whole lot of nothing there. I mean,
Emilito's at tier 2?
Are nowhere nearby. They're finally going to get aggressive. Zeros is the one who's low. Zeros is getting a lot done. The alternate timeline works out wonders. And then the Scarab's Blessing. He's got 3 lives, and he gets some damage out there. They do kill off at least 1 in the process.
They're going to
They've
end?
lost 2, and they're just marching into the Titan room. They're not going to get back.
Deathwalker stopped them.
Here to stop them. They can't do anything about it. Crank and an explosive play. 1 moment to end the game, and they send themselves forward to the SCC.
I just want to say, before this game even started, I was commenting on how I think that Crank's Siege is not the best. Last week, Emilito makes that same play. He says, I'm not sieging with you guys. I'm just going to split push. And he would go and get Phoenix without his team. He'd be like, you guys can't fight around fire. This is the second time this play has worked. They didn't end the game off it, but they're evolving. Crank is saying, hey, we don't like our Fire Giant fight. We don't like going up to Phoenixes. Let's just split push. I'm thinking some other teams might have to come into, what's going on here because they just do not want to fight around Fire Giant. It works out. Beautiful play also by Deathwalker to stop backstab. That was massive.
There's a lot of names that have dominated the EU SCC on the same team over the last couple of years have scattered. They're separated at this point. Somebody's got to take that spot. Crank trying to earn it themselves. Do a great job getting a win right here. And again, Trelly, not a high kill count game. There's 10 at the very end of that, 30 minutes in, right? So a third of the kills per minute, I guess. But the kills they have, specifically at the very end, that is the kind of play you make that's impactful. I mean, we get so much moments, so many moments that are just Deathwalker doing this.
Yep.
Whether or not they actually get the kill, this time they do, but in the future plays, it was just be a nuisance. It was just be annoying, just keep them occupied. As the game went on, that style of play really starts to pay off for him.
Yeah, it did seem like it. I mean, I didn't think he was under threat a single point that game. In the backline consistently, 1v5, 1v4, just being a nuisance. Full movement speed, didn't even do much damage. It wasn't like he was a threat. It was just, hey, watch out for that tier. You're going to get your beads down. Okay, then we shouldn't group. Okay, we shouldn't fight.
Yeah.
I bet you Bevy was like, hey, should I rotate in? You guys need me? And they're like, nah, we're good. And then it just, game got a little bit out of hand. This is a new style of play here from Crank, but so far it's been working.
It's so rare. The biggest play of that game, none of those 10 kills even matter. Well, I guess 2 of those 10 kills mattered, and it was from the Pulse. They get, I mean, again, just such a huge setup for themselves.
Yep.
And in any other instant, that's an EFG pull, probably a game win for the Pulse themselves. Yep. Instead, your backs get stopped. You've got 2 guys running into your Titan room that just have not been controlled. And you have to wonder, I mean, you were talking about it, but it's like you have to realize, like, hey, the Nemesis isn't here. Or, hey, we don't see the Heimdall. A couple of things that maybe just slipped through the comms there really, really pay off for Crank in terms of split fights and split pushing.
Yeah, and again, it was clear that Crank didn't want to go for a pull, right? Like they were not posturing to let's go for a pull, back up, go for a pull. They were like, nope, I'm gonna go solo Oni Fury. I'm leader. You want to get that tier 2 in mid? Sure, we're not fighting. Let's just let the alternate timeline, the Capri-Res, do its work.
Well, we get to see, well, I guess who's going to be joining, right? Crank officially stamp their way. That's not the end of the road for the Olympic Bolts. They are in a double elim bracket, so we will probably see them again, or hopefully see them again this weekend. But we'll have to wait and see what is going on. We're going to be qualifying more teams into the SCC for the next few days, though, so this is not just the end of the road for these teams yet. This is just the beginning for all those that qualify, and of course just the beginning of the weekend for right now. We're going to kick it to a quick break, and when we get more, we've got more qualifiers.
I need this night for the last time. Stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. But all the fun times we had, I'll never forget. We will always share a bond, no matter what. 'Cause you have a piece of my heart, and I know that we're not perfect, but I'm gonna miss all that we had. Yeah, I know that we're not perfect, but I need this night for the last time. Stay. No, you're gone in
We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Flames to fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Flames to fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, again, again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Flames to fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. Leave it all over again.
But he had the horsey, and horsey, don't you stop! I don't care! I know!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for final call.
He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Hello and welcome back to the SCC qualifier, still kicking over in the EU region. And if you've missed out on any SCC or even SPL action over the course of Smite's entire history, and you want to go back and relive some of your favorite moments, then make sure you go check out our YouTube channel, SMITE VOD, which has so much of our content all the way dating back, I think even launch tournament, even possibly before that, all the way up until current. And because we're jumping into a new season of competitive Smite, obviously all of our new content's going to be jumping on there. And also go check out the Smite Pro YouTube, because as the season kicks back, it means we're going to have a lot more content, such as when we bring our pros in, we sit them down, we get to talk with them, bring them in to kind of play some games as well, whatnot. So make sure you check out both Smite VOD and Smite Pro over on our YouTube channels. I'm J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me here on the desk as we get ready to jump into our second game of the day. Another qualifier match. Copium versus Janitor is going to be kicking off this time, and a lot of powerful names on some of these rosters here. Kana, Rapio, Gunter, Preds, and iDavy rounding out the Copium roster. And then against them, the Janitors, a team that we haven't seen before,
but did hold, if I'm not mistaken, about a 10th seed coming into this event. Personalized to doing Other the Another. What a good name. I'll throw a shout there. Dutcher and Maestro DC rounding out the rosters for that team.
If you've been keen-eyed on the SEC, you should recognize a few of those players from the Janitors roster, but if you haven't even got a keen eye, you probably do know this Copium roster. A lot of guys that have been able to qualify to the majority of lands recently have had very impressive performances, and one of the favorites to make it back into the SEC. This is going to be a tough match for the Janitors. Whoever wins this one does qualify in, but I think there is a clear favorite.
Copium definitely one of the standout teams amongst the rosters right now, and with some of the stay power that they have had, especially, at least with coming to my mind, Kana out of the solo lane, who is heralded as one of the top solo laners in the SCC just over the course of Season 9. But alongside him, a couple of new members to kind of join his roster up there. Not new to competitive, but maybe new at least with him there. Rapio out of the jungle, the Thor performance that we got to see on him last week is definitely something that makes me probably not want to give that over to him ever.
Yeah, if adapting the King, King Kenneth is willing to give you a bit of props, as Rapio has received from him, I think should definitely be a concern for anyone playing up against him. Rapio, of course, a very storied career, has generally liked to stick to 2 or 3 gods throughout every single meta. Thor and Fenrir jumping to the forefront of the conversation of his god pool, and generally has been banned out against him. Good luck banning out just Rapio, though, as he is flanked by immense talent on every side. Davey, one of the more vocal players out of EU, a lot of confidence coming from him out of that ADC role, has been very dominant, likes to play that aggressive style, similarly to Vaporish Coast, if not at the same level. And then, as you said, man, Kana has been one of the consistent shining lights out of the EU SCC. This guy, for my money, probably the next one up to the SPL.
I'm also going to keep my eyes on Gunter, the mid laner there. You saw in a lot of the highlights playing the Opwash a lot last week up in this new healer style of meta. We've been seeing a little bit of a rise there in the mid lane. But up against Gunter in the mid lane is going to be Other the Another, and then the remaining of the Janitor squad up against him are Personalized to doing Other the Another, Dusher, and Maestro DC rounding out this roster. A couple of names that we haven't really seen much up at the SCC, a little bit more towards the SOC talent, but we have seen at least a little bit out of Deduin in the past. Curious to see how he's going to kind of stack up against some of the players, especially one like Rapio in his direct matchup.
Yeah, this is an untested element for me. I'm not so prideful that I won't admit to you that I'm not completely familiar with each individual member of this team. We've seen them here or there, subbing in at the SCC, or even finding individual spots. As far as an entire unit, though, this is going to be our first look at this squad. I expect them to play highly aggressive. Generally, when a team is newer to playing with each other, hasn't had too many opportunities to leverage team strategy or figure out an identity, early game aggression and mechanical play can carry you through a lot of these SCC matches, and these are all players that are certainly capable of playing that style. That said, it's the EU SCC, so whether or not that's going to ring true, I think to be determined. They could very well try and draft late game scalers and then go for this heroic, I'm going to do it all on my own, Chronos, late game style play, maybe a Mercury out of the jungle, things along those lines to see if they could just outscale their opposition. I'm excited to see how they play, though. Anytime there's an untested element, it just adds that little extra spice, that X factor where there just could be an upset.
And I think kind of maybe adding to that untested element is doing in the jungle this time around. We saw a lot of highlights of him when he was playing with Personalized, but Personalized in the solo and him in the ADC role. So we'll see how the role swap works for Deduin and the squad of the Janitors. We jump into game number 1, picks and bans between Copium versus the Janitors. Let's see which of these two teams kind of prioritizes. Maybe something that Hercules is a lot of what we saw last week, Mifflin. That seemed to be either a top pick or if it wasn't already banned away. Very rarely did we see the Hercules ever make it beyond, I would say, the first 3 picks of the game.
Yeah, I believe hovering at around that 70 to 80% win rate as well, and that is in every single region at every level of play. It's not as if Hercules is just dominating the EU SCC or the NA SCC. SPL, NA, and EU SCC have both been valuing this god very, very highly. Some of the changes to him in Season 10, giving over a little bit of additional CDR to that first and second ability, now Driving Strike and the pull on an 11-second cooldown, with Warrior changes giving over CDR, with a CDR buff over in the solo lane as well. Just means those abilities are going to be up constantly, and if you're getting constantly displaced, good luck.
As far as the first bans are concerned, though, Cthulhu, not something we've been seeing very much of, but definitely is eating a ban, at least in this regard. And then the Khepri and Hell, maybe no surprises there as to how popular Khepri has been for the support roles. I mean, we even saw it just in our previous set. And then alongside that, Thor, Opwash, and Aphrodite band up against Copium, who will take a Hobwa first pick. So Hercules, as much as we've hyping up so far, it seems that neither of these two teams going to throw priority towards it. Instead, it's dual lane for the Janitors. Ishtar and Horus now locked in.
I like this duo lane locked in already. I mean, it's hyper aggressive. It's exactly what I had called for. Find a lane that you can play through, establish your pressure, look for that kill pressure, and potentially even transition it into an objective. Ishtar, with the new crit build and with ADCs being as strong as they are right now, of course, finds a whole lot of value in the meta. We've seen what Horus is able to do, relocating his team, getting a little bit of sustain in the team fight, linear initiation, simplifying your 5-on-5 engagement. As far as the top 2 is concerned, I think they've come away very well here on the Janitors.
Copium seems that their dual lane will now round out with Cernunnos and Terra to match up against that Ishtar and the Horus. And then a Fenrir as a final lock-in for the top 3 now for the Janitors as we move into the second wave of bans. We've been seeing a lot of Fenrir kind of recently pop up. Seems it gives a decent bit of early game aggression to the teams out there. And even once we get to the late game, some of these 2, even 3-tap potentially against some of these carries, Mifflin.
And, you know, if we're going to believe Reddit or, you know, the fans at home, they'll say, yeah, Fenrir, really good matchup under the Habois. He can't crushing wave away. Brutalize is going to chase you down. And that's true. But if you're close to a Habois, I feel like you're also under threat of just dying immediately, especially with some of the faster itemization options available to mages right now in Season 10. Just so much damage early on. I think it is likely, looking at the composition as it stands, that this Habois is going into the jungle. We know that Rapio has been capable of taking that very consistently, likes going that Spear of Desolation, get that Doom Orb, and the second that both of those items are available, he's got one-shot potential. So gone are the days of, yeah, you've got a Hebo in the jungle, it's going to take a little while. Now it's, oh, he's got his first item done. We've essentially just got another magical assassin on our team. So keep your eyes on him post level 5. Up until level 5, I think all the onus does belong to the Fenrir still.
Well, along with the Habois for magical damage, we throw Morgan Le Fay now towards the mid lane for Copium, and then a 9th pick Hercules. I thought for a moment we had a gentleman's agreement between these two teams and nobody going to pick up Hercules, but that is not the case here. It'll be a Hercules versus Surtur matchup in the solo lane, a god that we haven't really seen too often in competitive play. We saw a little bit during the SPL kickoff. We've seen a little bit of it so far during the SEC qualifiers. We'll have to see how it pans out in game number 1 as we jump right in for Copium versus the Janitors for our first game in this best-of-3 matchup between these. Remember, winner of this set qualifies into the SCC. Loser of this one, gonna take them a little bit longer to try and get that qualification in for themselves. And we didn't even get a chance to really mention the Thoth kind of as a final pickup there for the Janitors into the mid-roll. So the Thoth versus the Morgan Le Fay mid. Tell me a little bit about that matchup, Miff, because that's the one that we're not too familiar with seeing so much.
Yeah, we don't see it all the time, so I can only hypothesize how it looks at the highest level, and I would assume it's pretty miserable for the Morgan Le Fay. Thoth just has the ranged advantage, should be able to apply that poke pretty consistently. That's not to say that Morgan Le Fay doesn't have options to return damage, but so long as other the another decides to play towards his own archers or towards his own backline around level 3, it'd be very difficult to return that poke. And then you just got that looming threat of the Fenrir hovering in the jungle. But when it comes to an all-in engagement, a fight in the jungle itself, especially between that 2v2 of mid and jungle, you probably favor the Morgan.
Fred's in danger, nearly taken down as the level 2 goes in favor of Maestro and Dutcher on the side of Janitors. Now able to force the Copium dual lane under tower. Level 2's now hit, so a little bit of sustain offered the way of the dual lane, at least for Preds, but very thin margins there. I'm actually surprised that Dutcher maybe didn't use the Carapace Shard. Probably could have been a kill there.
Could have been. Or even potentially throw out a couple more Sunder procs. A little bit of additional damage left on the table there for the Janitors. But an overcommitment might cost you a little bit later on, and even just finding the poke in lane, valuable enough. Pepper some damage into the Bastion, deny some of that farm to the tower. A good start to the Janitors dual lane, and one that you would expect to see. I think this is within the realm of acceptable losses so far for Copium. You just don't really expect to out-pressure a Horus Ishtar. Not until level 4 or 5 you get access to that ultimate. Things could turn around, but until then, I think par for the course so far.
Yeah, typically when we think of Terra, we think, okay, once level 3 is there, probably looking pretty good over in your dual lane, but level 3 is going to be a little far away for Preds and Davy as they consistently push under this tier 1 tower. Able to keep a few minions out, so not losing out on all of the gold, but with the rotation from Deduing on the Fenrir, the shield buff goes the way of the Janitors as well, so losing out on some of that neutral farm. Hadn't affected them too much just yet. Deduing got aggressive there in the mid lane, but a good knockup by Rapio may have just been enough to save Gunter's life.
Yeah, I wonder. I always assume when the enemy mid laner doesn't have a great way to break Brutalize that the Claw Shard is just the way to go, the red shard giving you additional power. Brutalize does upwards of 90 damage per tick at second rank. Could have potentially looked there to get a little bit of additional damage as Preds double stun, double root over in the duo lane. Immediately turns around the pressure. You called it, J-Mac. Level 3, great for the Terra to turn things around. But considering timing of that turnaround, there's not much you could do on map for now. Instead, Preds might be able to just rotate out, potentially toss some pressure towards back camps or even this purple. But steal potential, I'm not so certain is there.
I think what Preds was after was at least just the small minions of the camp, and he got just that. Level 4 over to the Terra. I believe it's something that we actually saw a lot of out of Preds last week, which is just walking up to enemy camps, kind of just standing there as a menacing threat saying, hey, I'm going to be here. Hope you can clear those. Hope you have secure for yourself or at least some extra backup. We saw him mostly aim for green buffs last time, but this time just for the purple. Level 5s now for the mid laners and the junglers. If you're doing on this Fenrir, kind of looking across the board here, Miff, is there maybe a lane you'd like to rather put that priority with that ultimate in?
I think Terra would be a pretty strong option, especially in the early game. Has no access to CC immunity, has elected not to go beads in first slot. So if you can jump onto her before she gets that first back, before she's allowed to stack up some of that defense, even though it is a support, should still be a pretty decent target, an easy one to knock down. So keep your eyes on Doduin. I thought it would have been a rotation over towards the left here. Instead, heads back to base. Perhaps a missed opportunity there. Otherwise, maybe you could try and focus out Kana throughout the early. These Soul Laners going for Golden Blade in first slot sacrifices a whole lot of utility and defense. Could be that with Kana, especially playing as aggressively as he has been, an opportunity to drag him to tower.
Wickle, by Personalized, may have just saved his life as knockup from Kana was on its way. Now it's Preds. A little bit of danger, but has access to that dash, able to get himself back out. So a little bit of action on both fronts of the map. But now it's all towards the mid laner. Gunta gets all 3 swipes on Doduin, but he used all of his cooldowns to try and help clear the camp and back to Doduin off. Now, Doduin getting a little close with that one, walking in towards range of Gunter, but both of them going to make it out.
I actually really like what Doduin was trying to do there. He was funneling Gunter towards the center of the map. We had seen that another out of the corner of your eye was actually already channeling the evade and punish, waiting for a rotation back towards mid from Gunter. I believe Gunter likely spots that out as another plays on wave there, and instead decides to stick around, maybe take that 1v1 up against Doduin a little bit further. If he's asleep at the wheel, an easy pickup with that Sigil Mastery. Instead, Doduin, though, able to use that Brutalize to relocate himself and avoid a bit of that poke. But that shows a trust in your team that I think is unexpected from a team as new as the Janitors, that willingness of Doduin to risk his life in order to potentially put another into a better position. So even in a small loss in the trade up against Gunter in the jungle, still willing to make plays that could potentially put yourself in the lead.
Now, about a 400 gold lead for Copium off of really not a whole lot happening across the map. We saw Preds steal a couple of small minions away from the per buff. We saw him steal a shield buff just earlier on. Just small little bits of extra farm. And I do mean small farm, at least, in favor of Copium for now. But as this kind of slower paced early game continues to kind of pan its way out, Mifflin, as we start moving towards mid, even potentially towards late game as we typically do with EU, does this get more dangerous for the Janitors, or is this maybe worse off for Copium?
Yeah, I mean, both teams have got very strong scaling pieces come late game. Won't catch me betting against an Ishtar or a Thoth in the late, right? That poke potential from the Thoth or even the Ishtar with the enhanced range auto attacks, very difficult to deal with around long dances around Fire or Gold Fury. But as far as burst potential and true 5-on-5 potential, I just much do prefer this Copium draft. Feels like Rapio is going to have a lot of really good targets. We'd already sung the praises ad nauseum of what a Hercules can do late game during the P's and B's. I think that still remains true here. So when it comes down to comparative pressure, I think Copium's got it.
Kana will avoid the ultimate from the mid laner, but there's 3 bodies here, 3 ultimates. Will confirm the first blood. That one goes to the Janitors. It was a huge commitment to take down Kana on the right, but seems there's no follow-up answer from Copium, so it'll just be first blood for Janitors to answer back.
I wonder, generally with 3 people dedicating so much time to the right-hand side, the traditional answer is immediately run down the Gold Fury. But with Davey and Preds staring down the barrel of the entirety of the dual lane of Janitors, perhaps not capable of making that rotation. Standing on a ward now as well. Good eyes, Doug. Rapio won't be able to get a whole lot done here on the left-hand side. Confirmation on objective. Blanket should just belong to Copium. Crushing Wave likely still even just straight up beats out Final Judgment. And Final Judgment off the map for the next 40 or so seconds while we wait on that cooldown. Copium could have perhaps even just forced the fight on the Gold Fury and forced the Janitors to check, and if anyone's nearby, the fight advantage should have belonged to them. Instead, it's a reset that only favors the Janitors. First blood, and nothing lost.
Even with that first blood, as mentioned, Copium still slightly up ahead of the Janitors this early on. And with the first blood, and the other another, at least able to take a small XP lead over Gunter, procking over towards that level 10, just only slightly ahead. Meanwhile, for Rapio, as mentioned, it's still able to get a little bit of extra farm across the map because so much pressure was put towards the right with such a heavy commit by the Janitors to take down Kana, who seems relatively unfazed for the time being. Typical Golden Blade start that we've been seeing out of the Hercules. And the Shield of Regrowth has really grown in popularity, at least amongst the solo laners.
Yeah, just a whole lot of utility as Maestro in no man's land, forced to use the beads. Dashes the wrong way. Hello?
Gotta imagine he had an Ishtar moment there. Wild Hunt, not enough damage to take him down. Preds is trying to close the gap, but he has walked very far under tower to try and grab that one. Maestro saved only by his support walking over. Gotta imagine he was maybe trying to go with the 1-3 there and only end up hitting the 3 in that regard.
Maybe. You're being much more lenient than I would be in a situation like that. That is a wild misplay that only goes unpunished because Davey trusted him. Davey says, no way Maestro is going to walk out of his tower here. I'm going to go ahead and reset to the wave. Had Davey been a little bit closer, one more auto attack, all it would have taken to finish him off. Preds, I believe, caught off guard as well. So Maestro, a small misplay, but doesn't really cost him anything. It's not as if he had to use the beads afterward. It had already been used.
Personalized. Barely makes it to the sky. About 100 HP to his name, if even that much. Able to get out for now. But another ultimate used to try and take him down. Rapio is now on cooldown for a little while. Kana probably wishing he had that cooldown from the previous engagement in order to stay up alive, or maybe not have used it on a wave. And we can have it for the kill secure on that one. Because of it, though, Personalized able to make it out. Small XP lead for himself up in the solo lane, but Deduin now on the way. Kana once again throwing his boulder at the wave, leaves him without CC immunity, but seems Deduin not interested in going for another gank on the Hercules.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, Kana, that being the only option he has, that ultimate to deal with Ragnarok, maybe he's throwing it out on wave intentionally to try and distract the attention of this Fenrir. That said, it's the Janitors once more, hyper-aggressive on the right-hand side, and no answer from Copium will lead to the objective. Pyromancer, first objective of the game, 10 minutes in, taken very quickly here. Copium seem unperturbed, though.
Maestro uses the ultimate, jolts over the ult from Davey, and now can try and turn this one back. One more auto would have been just enough damage to do so, but Davey quick on the dash to get back out. Preds even holding on to his, just in case. So a failed gank on the left side, instead now it's extension towards Deduin. One more shot from Gunter will do it. And Copium are on the board. Triple knockback by Gunter, but will go down at the end of the day. Other than another credited for the second kill of the game and for his team in a 1-for-1 trade.
The Janitors are doing a really good job of getting aggressive on map. They're controlling the pace of the majority of these fights, choosing when the engagements happen, but have not been able to solidify their lead. Copium doing a much better job just farming in the PvE, splitting their farm effectively, controlling the neutral farm for the most part as well. It's going to slowly stack up. If the Janitors can just leverage one of these fights into something more significant, a fight on the left-hand side into a Gold Fury, potentially pressuring some of these towers, could transition it very well. But the concern of that late-game 5-on-5 ever looming, and with Rapio maintaining his lead over Deduin, this Hebo going unchecked out of the jungle, essentially allowed to free farm this entire time. Now Doomorb and Spear of Desolation finished up. He's online. He can get involved just about anywhere on map. For the most part, has limited himself to the solo lane. I'd argue, I think, worded correctly, limiting himself to the solo lane. Very difficult to shut down this Surtur. A rotation over towards mid or even the duo lane could serve Copium very well. Pyromancer off the map. Any fight that happens on solo side, a little bit less valuable, especially considering Fire Giant itself, not exactly a viable option just yet. Would love to see Copium leverage their jungle lead towards the duo in particular. That said, it's going to be hard to find a fight in the duo. Maestro likely won't be stepping up anytime soon, about a level and a half lead over towards Davey on the left-hand side.
So I'm going to stop Preds from at least trying to steal a camp away from Deduin on this Terra, if even by basic attacks. This is his only way to try and do so. But now Gunter pushed under the tier 1 tower with 3 looming in his lane, and Preds a little far away to provide the immediate backup towards him. Deduin will be able to, at the bare minimum, grab one of these Oracle Harpies away. But even through the stun, Pred's able to activate that wall, steal away the other Oracle. So a 1-1 split means no vision around the Gold Fury, at least for free. Instead, it'll have to be done with ward coverage or the eyes of the own players themselves. Maestro is able to at least get a little bit of neutral farm for himself, though. Davey slipping a little bit on trying to get over to that farm. Maestro grabs a shield buff for himself to try and stay relevant. Might need it, because Preds has not left this duo lane anytime.
Take a peek at Dutcher's build there. The Horus going towards Spectral in the second slot. Deals with the crit, but this Hebo, even more value.
Deduin tries to dive onto Davey, used the ultimate to pick him up, and now it could be Davey going down as Deduin, credit to the kill, but great bait by Maestro to help set all of this up. Kana rotates over, but comes up empty-handed on the Hercules. Is now had to leave his lane alone. This gives Personalized some free time to farm on the right side. Now the other, he'll have to dash away from Rapio's rotation in. Another kill for the Janitors. Finally one on the board for Deduin.
Yeah, not much here to be done on the left-hand side. It is interesting to point out that Kana has ganked the duo lane before Rapio has. That's all the way from solo. Haven't quite seen that happen before. Does cost him a good deal of his time and a bit of his lead as Personalized is able to pick up a little bit of farm off the failed gank of this Hercules. Look at the aggressive warding from Copium around the duo as well. Seems they really have got eyes for the Gold Fury. Would likely like to desync these neutral objectives. Don't want to go for a trade. Would instead prefer to have them go down separately. Maybe won't be an option, though, if the Janitors get their way. They've been choosing every fight so far. Why stop now? Pyromancer burning quick.
But Pred's on the way. So is Rapio. Triple knock-up and Preds steals it away with the wall. This man has done this so many times. We have seen multiple Terra steals with just that same ability. And as you say, simple as that. Rapio gives him the setup, finds the triple knock-up to get a Pyromancer now on the board for Copium.
I was going to say perhaps time for Copium to start leveraging aggression, but if they could just walk up and steal away objectives on cooldown, I think just fine for them. Rapio, of course, as you said, triple knock-up, prevents the secure from the Janitors, and from there, Preds, with sub-200 damage, able to take it for himself. Avoidable, I think, in that another doesn't need to be barrel stuffing an objective, could play a little bit further back there. You have range, every ability's ranged, all your auto attacks are ranged as well. Could have even potentially used that ultimate. Instead, though, it's Copium who take the objective and the lead in one fell swoop. A small lead. Experience, I think, more significant of the two resources right now, and it's neither here or there for either team. A small lead for another out of mid, a lead for the jungle, but still enough to bolster Copium's confidence. Gold Fury pulled and going quick.
Dutcher, though, has to get close to try and steal this one and has been zoned out by Kana in that right. The Gold Fury will go over to Copium, and that one small lead is now ballooned up to about 2,000. In favor for the gold of Copium, and about the same in experience as well. As mentioned, really the only lead that's at least mitigated or maybe in favor of the Janitors was the one that other the another had. Everywhere else seemingly pushing a level or even more. If you look over at the jungle, Rapio is continuing to get that extra lead up over Deduin.
Yeah, Deduin, I think, going to have a rude awakening soon, in that this Hebo is just going to outscale. Additional burst damage over to Deduin once this Hi-Rez is finished up, but perhaps doesn't play entirely into the strategy of this Fenrir build. Bloodforge in second slot makes me believe that he wants to stick around in the fight a little bit longer, leverage the lifesteal from Seething Howl as well, become an auto attacker. If that's the case, a bit of defense would do him well, because one good ability rotation from Rapio, or even Gunter, might just be enough to shut him down. Otherwise, Rapio, I think, maybe the most significant power spike about to be had here. Rada Tahuti in that third slot, 10% penetration, a massive infusion of power, and the ability to finish off those kills with even more ease thanks to the enhanced passive on Ratatouille in Season 10.
A little bit of poke thrown towards this Horus. Nothing that he can't heal back up with the help of an ally, though. Gunter and Other the Another both pushing towards that level 17 mark, so we're getting close to the 20s. Those starter items for those mid laners as well. We've seen huge power spikes come once those are available to them. I wonder where we see maybe the next big fight break out, because we haven't really seen any actual fights around the objectives. It was on the Pyromancer, Rapio walks up, lands one ability, Preds lands one, steals it, they walk away. Gold Fury, Dutcher tries to walk in, Kana pushes him away, and that's the end of the discussion there. Seems it's fighting this duo lane for now. Beads from Davey, and the bite not going to land from the two. Immediate 1-2 punch right back. Aegis from Maestro stops a little bit of damage, but that's not enough damage to block out. Now in the mid lane, turn around over on towards Gunta. The stun lands, but it's not enough damage from Dutcher. Now Personalized, trying to get the action there. Does throw out the minion to get the kill in that regard. So to take 2-for-1 trade. Preds dashes back in aggressively. Now caught in the middle of 3, but he's got backup from Kana. The boulder lands on all 3. And Rapio coming through the tier 1 tower from the backside. The wall to block off Dutcher. Kana, credit to the kill, but the setup of the wall from Preds for that one.
And meanwhile, Davey putting in the work over towards Duo. There was a tier 1 previously, already gone. Tier 2 will follow suit. So a massive swing for Copium. Janitors force the fight in mid in response to that duo lane gank, and come out worse for wear. Not only losing both towers on left, but the mid tower as well, and potentially the Pyromancer as a fallback. This game has gone from even over the course of 17 entire minutes to completely one-sided in the last 120-second span. So long as Personalized isn't able to steal this Pyro, and he is not. Copium secure it, and with it, the entirety of the lead transitioning into that 20-minute mark. Gotta think that lead's gonna be leveraged towards Fire Giants sooner rather than later.
Tier 1 tower in response for the Janitors after Copium does secure that Pyromancer for themselves. Now 2 Runic Bombs in the pocket of Preds. I wonder where the priority of those go towards. So we do see a massive rotation towards Davey. 4 players on this side of the map. Davey will dash past 1, but picked up without beads, without Aegis. It's as good as dead. What's the response now from Copium? A teleport in by Kana. A collapsing in wall catches 2 for Preds. Root will catch those same 2. Gunter on the wraparound. Gets a lot of damage into Other the Another. It's Kana's boulder that secures it. Maestro takes 1, but Rapio crushing waves right into the back line. Deduin bursted down. Kana, credit to the double kill. Personalized and Dutcher, the only 2 left, but another stun by Preds. Another push back. Some help needed for Rapio to get out of here, as it's the frontliners now duking it out with each other.
Rapio peppering in his damage as Kana and Preds, single-minded in their focus, want to chase out Personalized. Rapio trusted to shut down the support and does so beautifully from there. It's an easy cleanup for Copium. The Janitors getting desperate here. Over-aggression on the left-hand side may have net them the kill onto Davey, but at what cost? It's the entirety of their team. It cost them quite literally everything, and with Davey on the respawn very soon, Personalized 30 seconds from rejoining the land of the living and 50 away from his teleport. You got to think that Fire Giant that we were hypothesizing would go down soon, about 2 minutes ago, will eventually be under threat. Copium now pull fire. Who's the response? Where is it? Who on the Janitors can defend? Deduin on the way, but is he too slow?
Maestro also heading over. Ultimate's on cooldown, at least for the Hunter. Deduin has his if he needs a bailout. This Fire Giant has only been going down to the dual lane. Deduin steps forward. Copium gets the Fire Giant. Runic Bombs used to secure those ones by Preds, and zoning just by Kana alone. Enough to keep them out, as well as Gunter stepping up with him. Copium get the Fire Giant after a full wipe over on the left side of the map.
Gotta think Deduin could have done anything there. A leap in. He definitely had his runes stacked up, so stun was available. You can go for the fight, try and prevent the DPS. Runic Bomb is not a guarantee. You could also just deal with the objective on map. Was it 2, 3 auto attacks? Deal with that one. Instead, watches from a distance, Fire Giant falls, and the Janitors sigh and roll their eyes and say, I guess it's base defense time. not exactly the strongest portion of this draft. You still can lean on the Thoth, similar to the Merlin, one of the more difficult mages to fight into, especially around these sieges, but Copium's initiation, the tankiness around these objectives, how the team fight simplifies on a Phoenix or Tier 2 siege, especially with Earth and Fury available, giving over 10% damage mitigation to every single one of your allies effective, and that's going to be every single one of your allies every time when the game is enclosed in these tight spaces around these permanent structures. Just feels like the Janitors likely would have had a bit more success trying to steal away or even defend that Fire Giant. Instead, Copium take it absolutely for free and could potentially be looking for picks before they start their siege in earnest. It's a one-man split on left. Kana, no access to teleport, so it's a dedicated push. Has actually teleported over towards the right. Could potentially pull out Personalized here.
Just off the mark, though, is Kana under the Tier 2 tower. Tier 1, foregone conclusion for Copium, as is Tier 2. That one falls instantly. Minute 10 seconds left on the Fire Giant power play for Copium. They're not going to continue their push on the right. They'll leave the bird up for the time being. Only Tier 2 in mid for permanent structures left standing. They'll head over towards Pyromancer in the minion wave, split up their attention in those regards, but seems this is just a full back from Copium instead. I thought maybe we'd see a push into the Tier 2 tower, but Copium has other plans. Everybody heads back.
I mean, 2,000 some odd gold in each of their pockets, the ability to upgrade starters. I won't argue against it here. Copium going to go ahead and take the guaranteed dubs, spend up their gold, and make it even more easy to push into this Tier 2. Bumba's Spear, a massive power spike for Rapio. Lots of damage available to him now, even staying around these structures. Janitors, though, a significant grouping in the Tier 2. I thought it would have been around the Phoenix instead. If anybody dies here from the Janitors, I mean, it could just be game.
Full 10-man split. Kana taking a lot of CC and damage. Same as Personalized and still sticking around. Davey finds the kill. As Personalized just ate a lot of damage for what felt like almost no reason. Thought for a moment he'd be able to find a way out, but to do it instead, trying to go for the flank. Barapio spots him out. Gunter takes out Maestro under the Phoenix, all the way at the back of the Phoenix at that. And now with just Dutcher and Other alive, sorry. Make that only Other the Another alive for the moment at the Phoenix. It's a full push in for Copium. Other the Another tries to get a dash path out, but doesn't get it there. It's a triple kill for Gunter, and game number 1 over to Copium.
Yeah, just wishful thinking to group up around that Tier 2, I believe. Had they taken the fight and their Phoenix has still been 5 stacked, would have been a bit easier for them. That is one of the weaknesses of Surtur. If you're not allowed to be the aggressor, if you're not the one starting up the fight, walking into the enemy Phoenix, tanking up, leveraging that sustain, it's very difficult for Surtur to find value in a defense. Single target CC, a very selfish ultimate, not exactly the most displacement or disruption factor for a warrior. Does he need to die there? No, he doesn't at all. But is he going to bring a whole lot of value if he lives either? I'm not so certain.
Maybe you have an extra body at the Phoenix defense, but it didn't seem to matter how many bodies were there, because I guess the range from Gunter on that Morgan Le Fay, maybe just the dive in was a little bit too much. We saw too many bodies dying at the backside of those Phoenixes, and then maybe just some questionable defense in general at the very end. Game number 1 goes over to Copium. We'll see if the Janitors can fight back in game number 2 right after this.
Get this party started. I got the music playing loud. How you like my outfit? I have to say I'm kinda proud. I got my dancing shoes on, and I'm feeling dangerous. Let's get this party started. Yeah, we gon' be adventurous. We went to the club like we always do. This girl caught my eye, said, how do you do? She said, I am not interested, thank you. Then she left the room. Bartender. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. I'll take the usual. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. Another usual.
myself up. Nothing's wrong with me yet, but maybe this bow tie was too much. I just have to be cool, looking like I'm Clint Eastwood. Ain't the bad or ugly, my mama said that I'm the good. We went to the club like we always do. This girl caught my eye, said, how do you do? She said, I am not interested, thank you. Then she left the room. Bartender, I'll have the usual, give me the usual, I'll take the usual. I'll have the usual, give me the usual, another usual.
Game number 1 between Copium and the Janitors goes the way of Copium, and just a couple of team fights towards about the 20-minute mark or so of the game ends up netting a Game 1 win for Copium. But it started out well, at least for the Janitors, Mifflin. They were able to get a couple of kills on the board very early. Problem is, it just felt like not a whole lot was going on with the Janitors beyond there. They'd get the kills, sure, that's great, but really didn't feel like they were getting very much after, whereas Copium, they'd find their kills and then immediately objective after objective.
Yeah, I think it has to do with where the kills occurred. So often it was Janitors when they were able to pick up one. It was a chase down into a tower or catching someone in the enemy jungle. And it does net them at least one objective this game. I believe it was the first Pyromancer that the Janitors had taken for themselves, but weren't quite able to utilize that Runic Bomb for much on map. Allowed this Hebo to farm up throughout the entirety of the early game. It really was only Davey that was under any sort of threat throughout the match. I believe 3 or 4 attempted ganks and 2 or 3 successful from the Janitors. And then one massive team fight, one massive overcommitment from the Janitors over towards that duo lane cost them their entire team for the cost of 1 kill. I believe 2, actually. Gunter had fallen down as well. Davey and Gunter, the only 2 to fall from Copium in that engagement. All 5, a Gold Fury, a Pyromancer, and 3 towers off the back of 1 team fight. And that's a byproduct of the slower pace in the EU SEC. Generally, if the first fight is going to occur at that 18-minute mark, it will generally cost you a whole lot, and it'll be very significant very quickly, as opposed to the faster, scrappier pace of North America, or even at times the SPL, where these leads are cumulative and slowly built throughout the course of the match. And with that, the 1 team fight going over to Copium, leading them with 7,000 gold lead, nets them a Fire Giant, a couple more towers, some easy backs, another Pyromancer, and from there, the Janitors just never could quite find their grip, their footing, and just slip away.
And that last team fight for Copium under the tier 2 and mid felt like that should have just been a 1 pick, grab a tower, back up, maybe reset for Fire Giant. Them getting the pick on personalized, and then from there it kind of snowballed out of control as Copium pushes into the Phoenix, finds a couple of kills at the back of the Phoenix, and then from there it's game over by about the 25.5-minute mark. One of the faster ends to an EU game, but still felt like it was that very EU-centric, that very slow early game, trying to focus more around the objectives. It's just unfortunate for the Janitors that the 1 team fight they lost was right at that tier 2, right at that Phoenix, and then ends up being a game over right there. So game number 1 goes to Copium. Game number 2, let's see if any adaptations do get made as we jump into the picks and bans for game number 2. Is there maybe anything, at least on the Janitors roster, you'd maybe see kind of change out in this regard? Any maybe one god that kind of stood out to making some adjustments towards?
I think it's more of an identity shift that I would like to see from the Janitors here as opposed to individual gods. I mean, there are individual gods that feed into the identity, to be certain. With that entire draft, it was contingent on winning heavily in the early game. Surtur is a magnificent lane bully, but not exactly the most useful in a 5-on-5 engagement. So with Surtur not exactly establishing pressure, with Kana having to lead the entirety of the match, you weren't able to leverage the best portion of Surtur's game. Fenrir, of course, can transition well into the late game and can burn beads consistently, but you really do love what Fenrir could do throughout the mid game. We didn't get to see a whole lot of that either. So team fight presence, I think, needs to be on the mind here for the Janitors. If the game is going to go long, if the first team fight's going to happen at the 18-minute mark and it's going to be largely even from that point, you want to give yourself the best tools possible to play at that point of the game. And I don't think their previous composition did that. Whereas when you look at Copium, they were just waiting the entire game. Okay, when we group up as 5, we're going to look very good. And that's exactly what happens. You can either all in on the Janitors and say, look, we had an early game draft and it was execution where we failed. Let's do it again. That's what we practiced. That's great. And if that's the case, go for it. Or you can say, Copium is a more veteran team that has played at the SEC level for a much longer time and has played as a unit and together for a much longer time to likely be able to control the pace. Then you have to draft and play at their portion of the game and hope that you can beat them out at it. As of now, the Janitors seem to have taken that identity shift. Hell, a little bit more team fight leaning. Yamoja, of course, very good in that team fight. Sustain heavy composition. You haven't sacrificed too much pressure. Ishtar, very capable of doing it on her own in the duo. But where are we going to find the consistent AoE damage now? Where are you going to find the consistent initiation? Yamoja can do a bit of it, but a Phantom Shell, and all of a sudden your initiation's gone. You're completely relying on Riptide. I'm looking at the Soul Lane selection now for the Janitors. I think that's going to be very significant, very telling for their composition.
Top 3 selections for the Janitors, as mentioned, Hell, Ishtar, and Yamoja. Opposite side for Copium. Fenrir now drafted for their jungle, as the Habwa did get banned away by Copium in that first phase, as well as the Hercules and the Cernos to round that out. Now jumping to the second wave of bans, Baka and Awelish both banned away by Copium. On the opposite side, Kabrakan and Athena both need a ban, so throwing some priority over towards the dual lane for some ban, at least for the side of the Janitors. That leaves open an Agni for the next pick, which is maybe not at least the top of my mind as the next mages to kind of go to right now, Mifflin, but definitely with some of the change we've seen to the items in that regard, at least as far as what we've been seeing shifts up in 10.3, maybe not too surprising to see the Agni.
Sorry, I'm just...
No, that
yeah.
last one there is a little shocking, though.
So it's a double hunter composition. We've seen Charybdis mid in the past. I mean, Baronic probably just beaming ear to ear right now, seeing this locked in. Could be Charybdis towards mid, could be Ishtar over towards the dual lane. But yeah, to address your statement there, I think Agni's in a very good spot right now. Itemization, of course, suits him. He's got one of these stronger level 5 lane bullies, or one of these stronger, I should say, out of the mid lane, especially with how fast itemization is out of mid. If you go dual move for a slot, Rain Fire is just going to do a whole lot of damage regardless. So I think a safe pick, one that has got good AoE damage, can initiate fights slightly with those Noxious Fumes, or at least simplify the pools for the Hercules. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more Agni going forward.
We'll have to see what the Janitors can pull out for game number 2 to see if they can stop the momentum that Copium have built from their game 1 success. Let's jump right in to game number 2 between the Janitors and Copium to see which of these two teams is going to be the first of them potentially qualify up into the SCC. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug back for game number 2. We'll be seeing the Hell solo pop up this time because, as mentioned, the Charybdis coming out for the mid laner this time through. So double hunter, as you were discussing, for the Janitors. Could make objectives a little bit scarier for the squads, but for this Hell, we saw a little bit of it during the SPL kickoff. It was PBM running it through the support role, so we've been seeing a little bit more of the...
And just Mike.
Just Mike. He was the only one playing any Hell.
Yep.
So we've seen at least what the tankier Hell is at least capable of. I wonder maybe how much it kind of changes up as far as maybe build path and priority goes for a Hell solo, though.
I'm thinking it's probably largely the same. Instead of the aura items, you'll get more selfish defense items, but Last Gasp, a little bit of healing infusion, Ratatahooties, things along those lines, I think, probably still on the mind for personalized here. But I'm gonna pull the veil back a little bit, J-Mac. I'm gonna speak candidly. I hate this Janitors draft, man. I'm struggling to see what this looks like in the team fight, so it's got to be early.
The early team fight, maybe only saved by the fact that this is the Umoja. Those Riptides available and able to get them out. Now Deduin makes his rotation over. Pred's the lowest HP target, but can you even step up to the Ymir? As the Janitors at this point, seems the answer to that question is no.
3v3.
Deduin having to back away. Pred's is staring him down at 40% HP, just begging for the Janitors to try and start something.
I mean, he's got HP pots rolling. Should be able to resustain quickly. This is dangerous for the Janitors. A triple stack up in the jungle could lead to this. A double freeze, double stun combo.
Rapio just needs the Brutalize to get the kill, but he used it for escape instead. Davey loses out on the beats, fighting against Deduin. Preds finds a double slow.
Trouble.
Needs a little bit of bailout. Rapio jumps in to act as a distraction for them. Preds, why are you walking back up to Maestro? At that low of HP, everybody makes it out on both sides, but this is close. Narrow margins both these teams are playing on.
Yeah, I wonder what gives Deduin level 3 over Rapio there. Had Rapio had access to level 3, that Brutalize would have secured first blood easily. A jump forward and Copium take away the camp, and Deduin just out of position. No help. Pre-beats from Rapio to prevent that dash, and a phenomenal wall for Preds.
Double stun again from Preds to lock them down, and Rapio to knock them down. It's a double kill for the jungle. Other than another on the way, but too little, too late. 2 kills for Copium, both on the jungler.
That is an atrocious start for the Janitors. I was already having question marks for the team fight, but with Rapio off to a double kill first blood start on Fenrir, one of his signature picks, by the way. Gotta think that Rapio in a position now to start running away with this map, running away with the game, has plenty of farm to fall back to in the jungle. So the lead might not be evident just yet. Maybe about a half level for Rapio. We'll see where he ends up after he's able to clear out the entirety of the jungle. I think certainly an avoidable situation for the Janitors. Had they been on like mind and on the same page about whether or not they wanted to fight around that shield camp, had Deduin had just a little bit of help around him, secure, I think comes more easily. Or even peel potential up against Rapio, but because he decides to try and do it on his own, likely emboldened by the level lead he had previously, just cost him his life and a bit more afterward. Got to sing the praises of Preds, though. That wall, I mean, just perfect to catch the dash from Maestro, and it's simple after that. Rapio able to reinitiate, turn things around. Now the Janitors need to keep their mind on late game win conditions. Who is it? Who can do it for us? I think Personalized probably at the top of that conversation. Double Hunters. I think you likely want to prioritize keeping Maestro, keeping his head above water. You can trust Other and Other to be left alone on an island. Charybdis, one of the safer picks in the game. So Deduin, for the most part, has got 2 avenues ahead of him. Facilitate the hell, or head down, hyper farm, and say Merc's going to do it on his own. Both viable, but if Rapio has his way, could bring that pressure into Deduin's jungle.
So far, early farm between the mid laners. Going slightly in favor of Other the Another. Got a 1-level lead up over Gunter in the mid 1v1. We haven't really seen these junglers head over towards either of these opposite lanes. It's just been the dual lane these first 4 minutes of play, and Rapio's gonna head right back. Knows that the beads are down for Maestro. That's only for about another 30 seconds. It seems that window may be closing up pretty quickly for Rapio as he's headed over towards mid instead. Give a little bit of help over towards Gunter, maybe. See if he can get some extra farm on the map. But now where do we see Rapio go? It does have that level 5, has access to the Jotun's Wrath, so more cooldown means more Ragnaroks to be used. Quick ult away. Probably doing, I should say, a fast dash by Gunter to get away from that one. Not sure if he saw, maybe saw that target on the ground for a split second and has a nice dash to get out.
Yeah, that was cleaned by Gunter and cost Deduin one of his best initiation tools. Other and Other able to avoid the freeze. The wall afterward, the concern, but no good. Should be a disengage from here.
Deduin.
Never mind.
By himself. Taken down. 3 for Rapio. Killing spree for the jungle. Beads gone from the mid laner now on the Janitors. And Rapio's pressure continues to shine for the Copium squad. As you mentioned, a signature pick for Rapio, working out really well for the Copium team.
And now it's going to be a real struggle for Deduin on map. He's not going to feel confident in his ability to take 1v1s against just about anybody from Copium. catch Preds in the jungle, you feel all right about it. Otherwise, anybody else, I think, has pretty decent fight back potential. Rapio under threat here. Dutcher taking a play from Preds' book. Maybe steps too far forward.
Preds will secure the green buff, but not his life. Does end up using that horrific emblem, thinking maybe he had some backup coming to help him out, but none to be had. It's 1 kill now for the Janitors to find their answer back. Not the most ideal of targets, but
big.
Taking one down sets up for the Gold Fury for
they
the
got
Janitors. No one on Copium to stop by. With Double Hunter, this one goes down rather quickly. Janitors answer back the early 3 kills for Rapio with a kill of their own and a Gold Fury to even things out.
Talk about a bailout there. That was desperately needed for the Janitors to find their equilibrium. Doesn't completely separate the experience. I know it looked even on charts, but individual leads still present for Copium. 1 level out of mid, 1 level out of the jungle. I think it's generally the support in the duo lane now on the Janitors that have reestablished themselves. But had it been Copium to take that objective, this game would have slipped out of control immediately. Taking it off the map, I think, may be more important than even just putting the gold in the pocket of the Janitors. So massive from them to stop the momentum of Copium. But does it seem stopped, or does it seem like they just now are shifting their attention? Aggressive presence in the enemy jungle there from both Rapio and Preds. Hunting down Doduin. This is one of the answers that a lot of these teams have devised to deal with the hyper carry potential of the Mercury. Don't let him farm. Just play inside his jungle, and so far Doduin struggling to find farm.
See how long it takes for Janitors to maybe dig themselves out of the hole that they're currently in. Level 8 on Rapio. And maybe a 3v3 fight to break out. Possibly even turning it into a 4v4. Maestro and Davey even rotating over. But doing, realizing how little damage he is doing to Preds at this point. Might be the call-off for the Janitors. Thought for a moment we would actually see a fight break out, but with everybody rotating through the 4v4, not going to net anything this time. Other than another 10 seconds on bead still, but has more than enough safety to get out of danger.
Man, Other than another does not want to split farm with Doduin at all. I've seen him zone Doduin on the last 3 waves. The Mercury just almost in range to get a bit of that farm, and the Charybdis not willing to share it whatsoever. Could be where a bit of that experience deficit is starting to establish itself now. Whereas Rapio and Gunter have been splitting the farm very effectively towards mid. It's cost Other and Other as well. I mean, this fixation with clearing the wave at that center point of the lane. Beads have been lost once or twice now. Been forced to use that defensive utility, the 3rd ability, pretty consistently as well. Initiation on a Preds. Dropped to 50%, but it's Rapio doing the most of the damage.
And there's a wall to block off his path. The River's Rebuke to get Doduin out of danger, but Rapio picks up Maestro and throws him to the wolves. One more auto would do it, and it's Davey who gets the deed done. 4 kills now for Copium, 2 low HP bars, but Doduin sticks around maybe a little too long. Davey's got the dash in, wants to find a couple autos and a root after, and that'll be enough damage. Double kill for Davey, 5 for Copium.
And I get it. Doduin wants to stick around, sees Preds and Rapio so low. But with Davey as healthy as he was in the position that he was, and no ultimate available to the Mercury, and a simple pickup for Copium once more. It's a similar position that the Janitors have found themselves in last game. But this time inverse, Copium. Significant kill advantage, have not been leveraging it towards any objectives. Pyromancer spawning in about 15 seconds could be the first place they look to find the fight. Kana has been doing very well over towards the solo lane. Hasn't been able to actually find a pick, but has slowed down the Hell ever so slightly. I think maybe now time to find some rotations, try and slow down this Hell's farm. She's stacking up her items and her utility very quickly. Already has the Lotus Sickle and the Mail, regrowth rather, excuse me. Could be time to just back it up.
Maestro under fire. Rapio doing so much damage on this Brutalize. And the damage after with Hydras as well. It's starting to really stack up. Maestro still 80 seconds without his beads. Able to just barely get away from Rapio. Hasn't even had a chance to hit level 12 yet to go back for his Aegis, so at least for about another minute or so. Still in danger from rotation from Rapio, but Primal Fury is what's been started up by Copium instead. Pulling a same move that Janitors did, except Janitors had to get a kill in order to do so. This time Copium TKOs the Hunter. Picks up one, but Kana's already spotted out the Pyromancer on the right side. Janitors are here. Do they have the secure for this to outdo a Boulder or even all of the bombs? They just barely get it through. So a Pyro for a Gold Fury, but Dutcher may be caught out here. As a wall from Preds. Kana standing by. Not enough. A good stun from the mid laner may just be enough of a bailout. Personalized still fighting through, and now Other trying to walk up, but just not enough damage to take down this Ymir or the Hercules. Gunter should have that dash to be able to get away. He does indeed, and Preds had to have about 10 HP living after that shot from Personalized.
There's that Hell buff. That Dark Stance first ability goes through structures now, goes through walls. Nearly able to secure that kill. Personalized into doing, keeping up the fight on the right-hand side. Kana and Gunter trying their best to defend the red buff. But it's a fight on two fronts, and the Janitors will win out on at least one. Tier 1 falls as Gunter forced to retreat to his Tier 2. But is it an overstay from the Janitors? Preds on the rebound. Make his way forward. Kana, however, has gone over towards Solo, so there should be no fight back here. Good play from the Janitors, at least making Copium pay a bit for that Gold Fury pull. Pyromancer over to the Order side. Makes this game interesting.
With the Pyromancer at least able for Janitors to stay even and up against Copium. There is little to no difference in the gold now. It's mostly just the experience, and even at that, it's really only Dutcher who's actually ahead for Janitors. Despite the 5 kills, the killing spree that Copium has for their jungler Rapio, have not been able to amass themselves a lead just yet, or at least much of one. But Maestro really has been relegated to this Tier 1 tower, has not been able to leave it unless it's to join his team for a fight somewhere else, but even then, he really has not been able to be a part of too many of these team fights just yet.
Oof.
At least not on his own front. It's usually by way of the other team forcing him into a fight.
Yeah, these Ymir walls have found a whole lot of value. Luckily for Maestro, that was not an example of it. Preds barely off the mark, but will get a second chance here and gets all 3.
Gets a stun onto 2. Ultimate from Maestro to immune 1. Rapio goes for the fight up against the Duin. Lands the bite. Preds down under the river. That's another kill for the Janitors, but Rapio's gone back in. Aegis out of Maestro. But that's a lot of bomb damage from Gunter. Not quite enough to take down Maestro, but another gets picked back up and thrown right to the main wolf himself, Rapio. Now 4 in a row for himself, and maybe a 5th one if a little more damage was there from Gunter.
Man, Deduin is just playing with fire in his positioning these jungle fights. Walks forward, that stun, had it been followed up by another stun by Rapio, likely would have cost him his life. Instead, able to limp his way out of there. So 1-for-1 trade, mid for support, 1 Copium, I think. Very willing to take, but can't quite do anything else on map. The next couple of minutes, I think that's going to be the conversation. We will likely see Copium try and continually fight in that enemy jungle, find these engagements in enemy territory, but really the only thing you can expect them to push into for the next couple of minutes is this Tier 1 tower in mid, already down to 50% HP. But even then, difficult to do so without the Tier 1 on their own side. Janitors doing a good job of pressuring that out a little bit earlier this game. And it's actually the Janitors getting proactive. A red buff invade successful, thanks to a rotation from the Soul Laner.
Yeah, Tier 1 in mid taken earlier on. Appears to have opened up the map for the Janitors just a little bit. Personalized on the Hell still has yet to build a damage item, aside from that starter. As you say, has opted more towards utility with that regrowth, the sickle, and now Genji's guard for a little bit of magical defense. You're definitely going to want magical defense, even though it's just a lone Agni, or at least primary magical power. Pred's obviously going to have a little bit. It's a lot of damage that Gunter's starting to stack up. 2 flat pan items building towards another big hitter. Gold Fury once more for Copium. No answer just yet. Dutcher is on the way. Has an opportunity to steal this one out. Needs the bubble, but it's a little late. As Copium secure yet another objective.
And it's simple. Look at Copium on the other side. They're not letting off the gas either. Previously, it was Janitors on the Pyromancer in response. This time, it's Copium saying, hey, well, there is no response, and the Pyromancer isn't there, and it is not. So Copium take gold and Pyro so easily, with the most solidified lead of the game so far, coming off the back of essentially nothing. They didn't TKO anybody on the map. The Janitors were all healthy, all out on field, just not in position. to defend these oh-so-important objectives. Won't amount to too much. The Janitors have done a good job so far this game of controlling objectives, getting a couple for themselves, so won't suffer. But still, 1,000 gold off the back of nothing. It's got to sting a bit.
So Copium now, where do they put their pressure? Seems once more it's dual lane. Collapse in for Rapio and Preds. Freeze canceled out for a moment. Preds wants it, gets the wall against the Duin, who has to blink away from it this time around. And only just barely in the nick of time as Gunter had a bomb waiting for him on the other side. But Copium have given up their push, have now split back up, 2 to mid, 2 to duo. And that's split the attention of the Janitors. Deduin on the way back, tier 1 tower under fire, but it's a level 16 Cernanos. I'm not sure if Deduin wants to fight up into that one. Doesn't get much of an opportunity to do so as a freeze and a root right after from Davey locked Deduin in place.
You don't often see a blink on a Mercury with no dash now. Force uses ultimate defensively. Avoids the Ragnarok from Rapio. But now is it Dutcher in no man's land. Freeze off the mark there from Preds. Dutcher able to happy feet his way out of that small combo. And it's a significant grouping from the Janitors on the left side. Personalized making the trek. Should be now an indicator that this is a fight the Janitors want to take.
Rapio fast dash out. Beads has to use to get away from the stun. Personalized and Kana have now rotated over for this one. A double pickup by Kana saves Rapio's life. The Janitors will try and collapse on top of Kana now. All 5 against the Hercules. Kana is living through a lot, but it's just a little too much. Now Rapio jumps away. Ultimate from another, not quite enough. As the Curse Donk goes through. Personalized stuck on a tier 1 tower. All 5 make it out for now on Janitors, but the damage from Gunter starting to ring true, but look at the amount of sustain the Janitors have to stay alive.
Yeah, Personalized and Dutcher putting in a lot of work here and potentially could look for a bit more. Kana off the map for 15 seconds and already resustained the entire team back to full. Thought maybe we'd see them try and attempt this tier 2 tower. Instead, a reset back to neutral. That's Kana, I suppose, overconfident in his own defensive ability. Not quite tanky enough to stand in front of the full face of 5 members of the Janitors. A phenomenal pull, nonetheless, to keep Rapio alive, but a slow rotation for the rest of the team. And with no threat of damage around him, Kana sitting duck target, easy to lock down. Dutcher throws up the walls, and it's easy afterward. Fortunately for Copium, having already taken the Fury and the Pyro, the Janitors have to content themselves with just the tier 1 tower and just the kill. Immediately reset.
Personalized. And Kana back to solo. Pyro. A little under a minute till that one respawns back in. Same with Gold Fury. Last time the call for Janitors was take Gold Fury, take Pyromancer right after. Seems priority is maybe more towards the right side of the map this time around, though. Primal Fury will be the next one spawning in. Tier 1 tower, both in solo and in mid. Drop down. Gunter uses beads. Being chased out by 4. Deduin charged with the ultimate, but Rapio and Davey were waiting at the back end with Gunter to make sure if anybody dashed through, this Agni would have backup.
And that just shows from Gunter, his pathing through the jungle there, how much experience he has playing against the Mercury. Hugs every single wall to break the line of sight. If Sonic Boom connects, Gunter just dead there. Plays it perfectly.
Fast dash out by Kana after he gets grabbed by Deduin. But it is a Fury. Left side to Copium. Pyromancer instantly. Janitors on the other. Preds throws up a wall to try and block out, but now he's caught inside the river. Boulder slams through 4 and a Sonic Boom through 2. Gunter without beads is in so much danger in the backline. He's left alone with Deduin. And that should be the Agni going down. He's bought so much time in the backline that it's a 2-for-1 trade. Maybe about to be 3. Rapio and the rest of the squad collapse on a Personalized. Dutcher and Deduin have made it out, but the rest of their team falls for only Gunter.
See, that's the concern now for this Janitors composition, and it's why I had brought up the late game team fight as one of the weaknesses. When 3 of your gods are completely reliant on crit, it's a triple crit stack on the side of the Janitors. Sure, there aren't the best answers in Smite, but Spectrals will find value, and all of them being single target means that even with these phenomenal setups from Dutcher, from Deduin, I believe a 3-man Sonic Boom and a 2-man lockdown with the River's Rebuke, there's no AoE damage. You can hit Preds all you want. He's still going to block the damage from the rest of his team, whereas Copium can rely on the AoE of Gunter or even Davey with that wild hunt and completely separate the team fight. If the Janitors want to win the 5-on-5 engagement, it has to be a steamroll. They have to roll over Copium. First kill rolls into the second, continually shifting their targets perfectly. Ease of execution does not exist. And in this all-in engagement, you can't even leverage all of the healing, all the sustain that this composition has got on it. The Yamoja doesn't have time to heal you up. The Hell hasn't got the time to do it either. Now with the fight being, what was essentially, 5-10 seconds once it had started in earnest? Copium, they had drafted for this portion of the game, and they finally arrived at it. Now with Fire Giant on 4, we'll get a good look at that Siege defense and Siege offense from both these teams.
Level 20s for Kana and Rapio. Means fully upgraded starters for them and nearly full build for the two as well. Still just one item away. Not even 22 minutes in the game. Feels like we've hit almost that exact same point as we did in game number 1, where one team fight leads to a few objectives for Copium. Now it's on the Janitors to defend up against these towers. Instead, it's the Janitors pushing up tier 1 on the right-hand side, all 5 to the right of the map. Leaves open the left side for Davey and Rapio. They're able to take a tier 2 tower. Only a couple minions here for a moment, but another wave on the way. Who needs it when you're doing 300 in auto from Rapio, Davey as well. Tier 2 trade for a tier 1. That's a win for Copium.
It is. Gunter waiting on red buff spawn, so no grouping from Copium just yet. 3-man stack in mid, with Kana acting as a solo agent towards the Soul lane. The Janitors, I had thought, unwilling to defend the tier 2. That's why they had pushed into tier 1 on right, but willing once more. So I'll say what I said in game 1. This is dangerous. If you lose a life here, can't find anything in return, could just lose the game as well.
Pred's wall may be the only thing that saved Dutcher from being thrown into the backline of Copium. After Kana does find a nice knockup under the tier 2 tower. Rapio split away from the pack. Instead, he'll work on another tier 2 tower by himself.
I think he's got it.
Too late for Deduin on his rotation over. Even had that Sonic Boom charged, but being a level down. Kana just misses the knockup. Another wall to hold back 3. Big bomb stun to lock him out as well. Boulder for extra measure, but tier 2 still stands. Sonic Boom to the back line.
Perfect.
And the damage after Deduin has found his one pick he's been waiting for so long in these fights. Wants to grab another one onto Davey, but Davey a little too far up. Stun from Maestro, catches up Preds. Both he and Kana are stuck in the river. Preds is taking a lot of damage after Deduin. Finds the killing tree, but Rapio now to the backline himself, picks up Maestro, brings him to the tier 2 tower, but Angus is just in time, and a stun will be enough of a bailout, but Davey takes down Deduin. It's a 2-for-1 trade. The tier 2 tower is just enough to keep the Janitors out.
Kana's got a pull. He's taking the tower. Davey with a Bloody Forge reset. Able to resustain a little bit more. Rapio has healed up in the jungle. Have the Janitors done too much? Should be able to disengage, but instead it's personalized back forward. Drags the team out. Triple stun for Rapio.
And he finds another one. That's 7 in a row for Rapio. He'll be shut down at the end of the day. Kana comes for the bailout. Dutcher's found a shutdown onto Davey. Great triple stun by Rapio, but with no backup. Seals his own fate. In a wild bloodbath across the map, starting at tier 2 on the bottom end of the map, ends at tier 2 at the top side of the map. But Copium still on top at the end of the day.
Yeah, Copium able to turn around what was an atrocious fight for them. The Janitors punishing beautifully this 4-stack in mid. Rapio hovering on the right side jungle, could not get involved in time to do it, of course. Starting the fight onto the Agni. Gunter picked out immediately, I think. Really sets the pace there. From there, the Janitors attempt to utilize the enhanced movement speed that Hell affords her team with the heal to chase out, even at one point using the Phantom Shell aggressively to run through a wall. But maybe a bit overzealous, stick around too long. Copium able to turn things around. Fire Giant pulled, though, by the Janitors, but it's not burning, not fast at all.
Bombs by Gunter, though, are doing a lot of damage. Kana gets out. Deduin low, has the Sonic Boom through the wall of fire. Fire Giant still aggro. After all of this, Gunter's wrapping around the backside. Roots Rebuke will move a few around. Other goes down. Fire Giant to Copium, a steal for the Chaos side team. Personalized will fall. Alternate timeline keeps him alive only for one more crit after. And now Maestro stuck behind a wall, pushed against it by Kana and shut down by Gunter. Copium steal fire and they take out 3.
I love the call from the Janitors there. I think that Fire Giant Hail Mary attempt the only thing that would have kept them in the game, considering Copium significant advantage in the neutral territory fight. A good attempt, but it cost, and it cost them greatly. Now with Fire Giant on 5 and all 5 barreling down the center, can Dadun and Dutcher defend for 15 seconds while Charybdis is on respawn?
Full force of Copium to mid Phoenix.
10 seconds.
Titan doesn't seem to be the interest of Copium. Instead, it's mid Phoenix to left side. No minions there, but does not matter. There's more than enough damage in the hands of Copium to take down 2 birds with that sweep. Fire Giant not only nets them the triple kill, but the double Phoenix. Copium will back away. Maybe their final prize before heading back to base will be this Gold Fury.
Plenty of gold in pocket here now, considering how handily the fight had gone and how many objectives they had able to pick up, I believe. Yeah, 4,000 in pocket for Kana, 3,000. Nearly an entire item for each individual member of Copium. So worthwhile back, as they've still got one more place on the map to focus their pressure. Right side bird still standing for the Janitors. The Janitors, though, grouped up as 5 in the jungle. We've seen this plenty of times in Smite competitive. When you don't love your base defense, you try and catch your enemy unaware. That seems to be the call here for the Janitors.
Has Kana spotted it? No, he walks right into 3.
No CC,
but,
no initiation, no damage.
Mainly no damage for that one. Now all the Janitors have to run back to base. There's no chance they'll be able to get it back. And now Copium can start pushing up the right side as there are 2 waves of fire minions about to pour into the Titan room. And that's where the Janitors are now going to have to set their attention to, is keeping these waves out while simultaneously trying to defend the last bird that they have standing.
I mean, that's tough. It is the worst person to catch in the jungle, which is why Kana was so willing to walk wherever he did. But you gotta think, had they just had a little bit more CC or maybe a Sunder, they could have done it. Because the base defense, I think, we'll get a first look at it truly here. I don't project it going so well for the Janitors.
Having to defend against fire minions has left Dadun away from the fight. Rapio hasn't joined either, so at the moment it's a true 4v4 on the right side of the map, split with the junglers towards mid. And Emperor's Armor from Dutcher might be the one thing that's keeping this bird maybe a little bit more threatening for Copium to try and deal with. Wall from Preds doesn't catch anybody, but the bomb damage, 2 of them slam on top of another. Puts him to about half HP. He will have sustained back from this hell. And that might be the one reason we don't see him go back to the fountain, because of how much sustain his solo gives him.
Right side Phoenix has taken no damage so far. I thought we'd see Preds just throw out the wall, try and separate the fight, and pepper in damage to the structure. But unwilling so far, and Rapio just hovering in the side, trying to catch Dadun on rotation. I think going to be a difficult task for him, considering Dadun has that semi-global ultimate with the Sonic Boom. Spinning their wheels on the right-hand side are Copium. They have made absolutely 0 progress on the base. Left side waves finally starting to approach. Should simplify their task. With Rapio now closing a gap onto Dadun. Could have potentially been a bit more there. Rapio actually takes a lot of damage, but even with the rotation of another and distracting Dadun as well, nothing accomplished on the right-hand side. Right side Phoenix, excuse me, I said the defense wouldn't look good. Looks great. Nothing happens. Copium forced to fall back, but with Fire Giant up and enhancing in the next 20 seconds, the Janitors will no longer have the luxury of sitting in their base.
Maestro frozen by the wall next to Preds. Kana goes to the pickup and a quick ultimate turn around, but it's the 2 tanks that they're pumping all this damage into while Gunter is bombing from a distance. A lot of damage going through. Fire Giant to Copium. Preds barely makes it out, but a massive bomb set by Gunter, who's been setting up time and time again for his team. That's 2, make it almost 3, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. To throw this one out, the dual lane of the Janitors is gone, but Davey and Rapio have cleaned up a double for each. It's just Dadun left against 3 for Copium. Game number 2 slipping away from the hands of Copium with a fire minion wave on the way. It's Dadun versus 3, and that is a tall task for this jungler. He might not even get the opportunity. A pickup pulls him out of position, but there's too much damage. Copium find the push onto Dadun. Rapio picks him up, drops him down for the deicide in game number 2 and the 2-0 sweep to Copium.
Just not enough damage in those team fights, J-Mac. There was no way for him to shut down Kana. I think it had to be a Sunder pickup. That might be the only answer that I could advise to that tanky front line from Copium there. Well played in the team fight. When engagements happened in neutral territory, when they weren't able to rely on that Phoenix, that Emperor's Armor, the tier 2s, things just really fell apart. And the weaknesses of the composition there from the Janitors really started to rear its head.
We really saw the strengths of Agni in that very last team fight, even coupled with the Cernos. One bomb stun hit, what, 4, maybe 5 people? Now
Wild
just
Hunt
the
hit the
stun,
same.
but at least with the damage after, just absolutely insane what Gunter was able to do on the Agni throughout the entirety of this game. And now Copium find themselves in the SCC. A big congrats to Copium for making their way back to the SCC. For a lot of these players, still just making their return from prior seasons through. A lot of this early game started out over in the duo lane for Copium. Rapio put so much attention to keeping Maestro, keeping Dutcher down, Deduin becoming a casualty of it in the early game. Really set the pacing for Copium.
Yeah, legitimate 3v3 in the duo to start the game off for an entire minute and a half, or what felt like it at least. But otherwise, it was a slow early game. Neutral objectives traded across the map. No team able to establish a significant lead. Maybe the one of the more significant fights was this one on your screen right now, a fight that had started with Copium attempting a siege on the tier 2, goes south, Janitors chase out, attempt a siege on the tier 2, and it goes south thanks to phenomenal individual play from Davey in particular, finding multiple Bloodforge passive procs to keep himself alive in these team fights. But when it came down to team fights in the jungle, one team was just a cut above. Copium take it every single time. In neutral territory, the Janitors stood no chance.
Rapio started this game 7-0. Is only after he tried to make a hero play triple stun in mid after a bad team fight did he end up taking his first and only death of the game, and then put up 4 more after that for a final 11-1 slash line. Davey as well, 8-1 on the Cernanos. And then Gunter, don't let the slash line fool you. The 1, 3, and 8, 27,500 damage out of the Agni. A bunch of that thrown in on that last team fight, as mentioned. 3-4-man bomb stuns consistently throughout the entirety of that fight.
Yeah, this Agni, at times, very slippery, very difficult to lock down. And even when he was locked down, I'm thinking of 2 or 3 engagements separately in that match where Deduin was able to close gap, but was still dropped down to 10%, 5% HP from that massive bit of burst potential that Agni has got. So even with the kill, not quite able to stick around, not able to continually take that fight afterwards. So the Agni, I think, shows its value there. Or even just Agni's ability to proc Divine Ruin against a sustained composition like that. Throw out a Rain Fire, Divine Ruin procs, and all of a sudden, you haven't got the sustain that you thought you did.
Yeah, losing out, maybe putting a few too many eggs in the healing basket.
Or the Hunter
this time
basket.
around.
3 in the crit basket.
A lot in the crit basket. A lot in the auto attack basket in general. It was basically, I'm either an auto attacker that's critting, or I'm a healer for the Janitors, and unfortunately neither of those pan out for them. Copium makes it up into the SCC. We still got one more set to go. We've got Bold Patrol versus Just F6, our final qualifier of the day, so stick around and we'll be back just after this break.
Dave is the newest god in Smite. One of his abilities is called D-Shirt. And what he does, here, I'll actually show you. What he does is he takes off.
It would be a passive, and it would be, you can type to anyone. Like, you have your own chat box. This is not like the regular one that you see like in the game. This is your own one that goes directly to the enemy, and it's just annoyance. You can just annoy them directly to their screen. They can't hide it. They can't mute you. And you just get to like mess with them and mess with their brain waves, because I am more annoying than you think.
We had a new CC that acts kind of like a maybe like a Tremble or like the Intoxicate effect, where like, but it's just annoy, and the ability is literally just I talk too much at them.
I'm gonna have to go with the I can like throw my influence over other characters. So like I can just be sitting there hiding behind a tower and pass my influence over to a minion or another god and throw whatever my other abilities are off of that character, whether it's a projectile or give them, you know, like add some AoE or set a trap or something. It'll be off of the top of other things because if I were to walk up, I would get slaughtered instantly.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be anxiety. I'm gonna have performance anxiety, and my passive is that I get one good playoff every game.
Just loud noises. Just a nice barrage of loud noise that particularly stuns everyone in the AoE around me. Because that's how I feel after I go home from a day of tweeting. You just shout it out, meme it out, have fun with it, stun some people, and then head out for the night.
Here's what JMax Ultimate would be, is I leave a clone of myself at a location. I'm playing as a stance switcher here. So my stance switch is that I leave an ethereal form of my body at a location, and then I go out and I run off and do my own whatever thing. When I use that stance switch again later, like on a, we'll call it like a Merlin level cooldown, so it's like a longer stance switch, I then teleport back to wherever my ethereal body was, and I leave a new ethereal body at that other location. So I can swap between locations. There's like a channel to it, but like I get to swap between locations, and that's my stance switch.
Okay, so it's a channeled ability where I wax poetic at you for an incredibly long time until you become bored, and it applies a slow because you're becoming drowsy as I speak at you, and then eventually it turns into a Mez Kumba style. I talk people to sleep. That's my ability.
Is being generally off-putting an ability? I think entering my range would cause immediate confusion. Like, you can step to me, but it's gonna get fucking weird.
Is there anybody who can help me? Help me. I don't think my heart is working lately. I can hear it calling for you. You show me beauty and life. You put me first all the time. No wonder I'm on a high when I'm with you. When I'm with you, oh yeah. You like the things that I like. If you don't know, you always give it a try. No one can blame me for crying when I'm without you. When I'm without you, yeah. Know you got dreams of your own. Sure you got places to go, but I just want you alone. Oh yeah. I know it's hard to be you. All the things you need to do, but baby, it's hard for me too. Oh yeah. Mayday, is there anybody who can help me? I don't think my heart is working lately. I can hear it calling for you. Mayday, tell me you'll come home and be my baby. I've been losing sleep, I'm going crazy. Only you could save me. Only thing I need is your love. You say I'm
Welcome back, Smite fans, as we jump into the last set of the day. If you were watching earlier, you'd know there was a competitive ruling, shortened the day today, and maybe throughout the rest of the weekend. Tomorrow, I believe we have 4 sets, Sunday, 4 sets, but now we're going into the last set of the qualifiers, and if you see in front of me, if I could juggle, and or if Trelly could juggle, this bit would have been a lot funnier because there's 3 things, and like doing 2 is just not as fun. But you can go to Advanced GG and get delicious flavors. There's cups, there's merch, there's all sorts of things that you can pick up, including even snacks, not just the powders and stuff that will help you out. This is sour green apple, so I know that's going to be a very delicious flavor for you. You can go to advanced.gg, use code SMITE, get 10% off, and of course help us here at the Pro League. Thanks to Advanced GG for sponsoring things. Maybe with some of the funding, we can get juggling lessons.
That'd be nice.
That's my drop for you, Trelly. There's a whole set to talk about. There's more Smite. That's what I leave you with.
I wish I could juggle that throw, but I'm excited for this matchup at the very least.
I really want to, but I'll break something.
It's probably for the best that we just keep them on the
I'm gonna
table.
put it right there.
There we go. And you just leave those there, and then no juggling. But Miff's got random talents. I bet he can juggle or something.
You know what? Mifflin does seem like the kind of guy who would just come in, like he would say, like I learned to juggle like as a bit.
Like he'll
and
come
then
in,
he'd just know it for the rest of his
he'll
life.
just come in with a bass guitar. They're like, oh, by the way, here's my yo-yo, and he can do all like the tricks. And I'm like, when did you have time to pick up these random talents?
What if he could play bass? We're getting off topic. We are going to be watching one more set here. Bowl Patrol taking on Just F6. And, of course, winner of this one, like the last 2, is going to be stamping their way forward. Loser does not get eliminated. It's double elim bracket, so they will still have their own opportunities. Trelly looking in at Bowl Patrol, right? Got to see a little look at them last week, but very specifically a couple of names that stand out immediately in terms of the EU scene, period, which, Pretty Prime should come to your mind on that list. Terrorum as well. And then a few others that have been around the EU, SCC, minor league, whatever it happens to be at the time, scene, that have been doing pretty well. This Bowl Patrol team is kind of like, it's a silent underdog to me.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a bit on Waiting Room a few days ago where how long do you keep your what's the cutoff time on accomplishments? Because Pretty Prime was a fantastic mid laner back in the day, but how long can that hold weight, right? How long can we keep it? Look at the map. You can tell in these clips the map's a little bit different. It's been a minute. So can I really weigh Pretty Prime as the GOAT mid laner that he used to be back in the day? I'm not sure. I know that he's played. I've seen his streams. He's still big in the rank scene. Ever since he went dad mode, I think that he's taken a break from grinding as hard. But at the very least, we know from his highlights, the man's got his mechanics down. So I think this team as a whole, I've got some high hopes for them. As you said, not too much data on the entirety of the squad, but as a unit, I think a very solid group of 5 that I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, and so much so to the point where looking at the list of players specifically, we talk a little bit about Pretty Prime. Like you said, it's been a little while. You look at Terrorum, who has been around for a while in the scene, but jumps in and out, I think, of competitive. Nevi, whose name I recognize, and yet for the life of me can't immediately place, but I know I've seen them. But Agent in those highlights, who's playing support in the highlights and coming into today playing jungle. So Bowl Patrol giving us something that rhymes with old but also just means a really exciting game that we're going to watch here. My favorite kind of joke is something like that. I'm going to save myself. I'm going to talk about Just F6. I'll F6 the segment that we were stuck in and move into this. This is a Team Trelly and a lineup, a name that you should recognize if you've been watching Smite esports over the last couple of years. A team that has at least kept 3 of its members every time it's changed, but it's changed so much that I think only 1, maybe 2 of the original team is still actually here using the name. We have to talk about Maskill, though, someone who has been massive last year, if I remember correctly, even started off the SCC year with a pentakill in game number 1. So a player we know is capable of getting things done explosively, surrounded by players like Lestimix, Zany, Mr. Zinshi, and Toddy. 3 of those, on this team have been around for a long time, together for a while as well.
Yeah, just by name recognition alone and the fact that I've seen these guys, as you said, together for quite some time, my brain immediately wants to lean towards them, coming out swinging, right? As we've said, they've built up that synergy. They've been playing at a very high level in the EU SEC for quite some time, and we know, I mean, Maskill is dangerous in the early, man. That is just a guy that knows how to pilot the jungle. He knows how to pilot these aggressive assassins, and it can be very scary if he gets off to an early lead. I'm sure the same can be said in both teams, but I just know that's if I'm the enemies here, I'm marking Maskill immediately. I'm saying, you know what, like let's make sure we're at the very least keeping an eye on where this jungler is. You know, is he going left? Is he sitting around mid? That sort of thing, because he's the kind of jungler that can really run a game.
And it is, I think, always fun to watch because Just F6, a team that we've seen do really well, but has always kind of struggled to break into the top.
Yep.
Right, coming in, usually a middle-of-the-pack team, going up against Bolt Patrol, who of course, now I look at this, the 15th seed last week. So definitely some work to be done here for Bolt Patrol.
Yep.
They are technically fighting up, but we'll see what they end up doing here. Picks and bans for game number 1. Just F6 is first pick. Now, this is a rarity where obviously things, I think the meta things we've been seeing should be at the forefront of your mind. And I think for Maskill, as you had highlighted, jungle should jump into your mind as well. A lot of Mercury first picks over the last few weeks, if you include like kickoff, things like that. Maskill's got a really good Fenrir as well, so I think there's one, and he's just not meta enough that it's pretty easy to get a Fenrir through.
Yep, it is one of those calls where Fenrir is still strong. As you said, he's not that high priority. You're looking more towards the healers, which is the Terras, the Afros. In this case, the Outwash is actually banned here by Just F6, possibly because they're looking to grab one of those healers, or they just don't want to deal with the Outwash. Yeah. But the Yamoja and the Afro, definitely smart picks to take away. We were talking about possibly looking towards a jungler, but the Hercules first pick, one of the main annoyances in the solo lane right now for sure. Herc is... He can be unkillable if you get off to a great start, and just a lane bully through and through.
Man, what world do we live in that Opwash has gone from like someone will meme pick him later on in the year, and that'll be the mark for yes, every god was played, to now actually getting banned. Really, really, I think heads up play to me, especially now that we've seen what's been picked up. Terra still available. And so a lot of options for support that maybe are going to help them out. You had mentioned the Hercules, Horus, Discordia get locked in alongside that. And so Bolt Patrol starting things off. I mean, you want to watch Pretty Prime highlights. Discordia is going to be on that list. And the Horus as of late, especially with the Warrior cooldown. But what was it, a 6-second cooldown buff to his dash. I think giving him some enhanced properties that we haven't gotten to see quite to its fullest just yet.
Yeah, Horus definitely very strong in the current meta. I think just a strong pick there. It's actually going to be the Iza. That's surprising to me with CERN available that it's going to be prioritized there. It is a pick that we've seen a fair bit as an answer to Ishtar, as an answer to CERN, just very solid wave clear. If those are going to be the top two, I think Iza is definitely in that conversation of someone who can hang in the 1v1 as well as just gets pressure, which seems like that's what Bolt Patrol is after with the Horus and the Iza pick there. On the other side, Merlin, right? Just decent mage early. He's going to clear the wave. He's going to do massive damage late game. It's one of those picks that I think Merlin, if you need some solid AoE damage, Merlin's always going to get the job done.
And right now, I think that's kind of what they were lacking out on. So far, Secure is not been as pertinent for the last year, really. If you look at it, there was a tiny period of time last year where Kukulkan was a go-to god. Other than that, hasn't been a lot. A lot of burn from Merlin. You had mentioned the Discordia, things like that they're going to be bringing in. Achilles brings and execute, but locked in for Just F6 is going to be Trelly, the Sobek, and theoretically in a Wheelish at the very end. Again, one of the things that Maskill can bring to the table that can look really good in the right hands. With a team that's surrounding him, I feel like this could be a very deadly pick.
Yeah, a lot of leaps on the side of Bolt Patrol, as well as the knockups already built into kit there for Just F6 could be deadly, as well as just, hey, you could follow Susanoo around and try and find those 1v1s. It's a great time if you can just put him down early, especially if you're looking towards a Transcendence build. Wheelix prioritizes more red items. You get that burst, you catch someone out in the jungle. Could be grounds for an early first blood, and I think that's the way Maskill likes to pile up the jungle. Agent, I'm sure, has done a little bit of research at the very least, knowing, hey, this guy's been around for a while, probably going to need some ward vision. Keep tabs on this Wheelix.
Well, the question right now is who is going to put their best foot forward? We'll find out in Game 1 as Just F6 will take on the Bolt Patrol. And Trelly again, and I feel like this needs to be emphasized as much as possible. Winning this first game in a best of 3, especially when it's a qualification match, getting it out of the way as soon as you can, is a very big deal for these teams. And we'll see whether or not they can maybe go for it. I was wondering if maybe we'd see some aggression. But the pesky invasions have not just not returned.
I was curious what the plan was there. I think I think the call was Maskill thought the start was going to be mid and solo go to speed and then leave red alone.
And then steal red.
Yeah,
right?
so I'll solo red buff and then hopefully be gone before anyone notices and I don't get Invader's Curse. Doesn't work out, which does slow the clear of just F6 a bit for the time being. But there is a blink, which means Wheelix could be getting aggressive, and that's what I was expecting. But Agent also matches it, so the Susano has that same ability to run over to duo lane, look for an early pull, look to get aggressive off the back of a very loud duo lane also. Just the Ishtar and the Sobek can be annoying to deal with, especially if they're going to spam taunting to try and get in your head.
And so far, they're getting in my head. Maybe not quite. Just a 6, though, looking for first blood damage. Getting turned back onto Maskill. Maskill has the root. Looks for the chase down. One more auto, one more hit. Zany's the one who picks it up onto Agent. And they get first blood a minute and a half in.
Dude, Days are rather taking a good bit of damage here. I was going to say, Maskill still did have the blink. Maybe had the opportunity to try and chase down Pretty Prime, but didn't want to go for it. Didn't want to use that feather step to try to secure the kill. And I think in that situation, Agent said, hey, I'll trade my life for yours. It was, Maskill had 2 options. You know, I go for the Disco or the Susano. Both are guaranteed kills. And it looked like in this case, you hand that kill over to Zany. Now you got a level 4 Merlin. Off to a great start in the mid lane. You know, I think mages are just so prominent right now, especially if you can get that itemization online. So giving first blood over to your mid laner definitely gonna be a good look.
Prominent, powerful. We'll see what they can do. Toddy takes a lot of damage. Toddy almost falls. Dazer, great job for Peel. The tower putting in a little bit of work as well. Make sure that Nevi and Agent can't get their job done. Pushes them back. Shelly keeps things afloat. Still gets a little TKO, right? So the Ishtar maybe going back faster than they would have wanted to. Having to pick up the tier 2 as they go towards, presumably, that Blood Forge we've been seeing so often. But still, stays alive. Doesn't lose out on too much farm. And is going to be able to maintain the lane. Meanwhile, Maskill, especially having assisted in that first blood. I'm just waiting to see more active on the map. Once that ult comes online for the Awelish, especially with the, I mean, you got to think with the pluck, with the Stimix as well, of the Hercules, like, there's 2 really big setups. Merlin's pull, I believe, you can even work off of. So 3 big pulls that you can work with on Just F6 outside of your own. So definitely places for Maskill to go.
Yeah, Maskill has plenty of opportunity to try and get aggressive. I think it's a fantastic matchup into Iza as well, especially if you... It's not really in the current build path right now, Erendite, but I think Crusher works the same way. Just get some sort of tick damage on the Iza. She dashes, you pull her out of the dash, or you get that stealth in. Here come the opportunity for a kill if they can find her, and they can. That should be a guaranteed kill. You're giving it over to Todd, you're just letting the ult claim it. Dazer, he's going to grab that one. Beautiful pluck, and unfortunate, just no beats there from Friday. I'm thinking you beats, you probably get out.
Now, when you see that, you see Friday. I see Friday.
I before E except after C, that's the way I saw it.
But that E is before the I.
That's what I'm saying. If it's not I before E, then it's not a real word. Can't be Friday.
Friday.
It's got to be something new. That was my...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were... Okay, I don't know where... Anyway, that is a death onto the Izanami. Definitely balancing some things out. Charlie, I'm going to be honest with you. I lost the thread.
I'm sorry.
So we're going to instead tug on something different. Go into mid lane, Pretty Prime. We've been seeing a lot of flat pin as of late.
Yep.
Goes for the Spear of Deso. Looks like a Doom Orb start for Zany. which is, I mean, maybe not necessarily unheard of if you look at Smite over the last like 5 years, but as of right now, and at least early game Smite, definitely feels like it's a small deviant from the norm.
It is on the rise. I think that the Do More buffs have made it very attractive early game for pretty much anyone. It used to be, hey, are you a Hebo, a Poseidon, or the Morgan? Are you like an immobile character with movement speed?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you can get this item. If not, no one's going to get it. In this case, now that it's got so many extra stats and you can pair it with the Deso starter or Spear of the Magus, I think Do More is going to be the mainstay for most mid laners, you know, once we get to see more Proli, once it starts back up, as well as Deso.
Just a week.
Yeah, it's going to be either Do More or Deso, usually both, just because of how strong they are. It's also a lot in ranked right now. Movement speed just extremely strong. You clear the wave, you zoom away, you can use it to rotate, or you can use it to farm faster. Both work out, and it turns out when Do More is this statted, you're not losing too much value by going at first.
Yeah, definitely not feeling upset by the fact that maybe it'll take you a little longer to put online, at least as we're seeing Zany waiting to go back and get that tier 3 as opposed to Pretty Prime's already finished Spear. But the power I expect from a Merlin anyway is going to be pretty massive. There's also so much, just watching mid laners, there's a lot to work on all around your lane. Dazer, thinking maybe a little caught out. Doesn't seem to be too stressed out by it. Team's going to fall back, reset, get the red buff. And unfortunately, yeah, looking at a 2,200 in hand, Zany's going to pick up even more than that. Going back to lane and farming up at least one more wave. But that's always how it starts, Trelly. It's one more wave, then suddenly mid camps are up. Just a second ago it was a wave, and then red buff. By the time you finish these, there's going to be a wave clashing, then left camps are going to be up. Might be a little while before he hits that power spike.
That's why you just pick Chang'e. You never have to leave.
Exactly.
You send the bunny back. If you really need some sustain, you get some potions, but you just do the no back challenge. And I think Smite's more fun that way when you're always chasing down farm. Especially with like the roaming harpies. You're just always chasing them here, but another attempt at a kill. Beautiful pull in. There's the beads, but Dazer's on this already.
Yeah, Friday trying to escape, but man, there's not much you can do. 3 dancing around, and Toddy manages to stay alive, get a kill onto Agent as well. A Bloodforge proc given a shield. And look, you just got 2 on left. It's a 4-0 lead. Might as well go for more. The Gold Fury started up by just F6. They're looking to push this lead pretty far. Nevi tries their best, but the Horus can only do so much in the face of 4. Maybe pick up Mass Kill as a consolation prize chasing down the Wheelish, but no, not even that one. 4-0 and a Fury to boot, just F6. Take a pretty comfortable lead.
Yeah, I think that was a jump over by Mass Kill just to get some extra farm. Didn't realize that Pretty Prime was there, or just wanted that 1v1.
Maybe just didn't care.
Yeah, maybe just wanted that 1v1 and didn't expect that much damage to come through. Either way, very close. Unfortunately, Nevi did use, already used Fracture for the damage, but didn't have the other cooldowns because they were all used trying to steal away that Gold Fury. If so, maybe Mass Kill drops down, and that could have been a big kill, but not going to land. Now sitting 4-0, just F6. This is what I was talking about, just an explosive start. Everyone's 1-0-1, and Zany just solos Prime? Okay. Simple as that.
Turns out, when you spend all that time farming, you back and then come back with a full Doom Orb and a tier 2 of presumably a Spear. Kind of strong, huh? So he does a lot of damage, gets the kill. And Charlie, my mind immediately goes, cool, what can you do after that? There was nothing for them to pick up because the map has already been so dominant in performance for just F6. Pyromancer's not even spawned yet. No mid camps available, they just took Fury, so instead, it's going to be pressure in duo. Maskill doesn't have to worry about mid for a little while. Ignoring the Bastions, going for the kill, and that's going to be a good pull on a Friday. Easily done for the Wheelish. Trying to get out, gonna have to use the leap way too early, but the blink comes up just in time. And well used by Maskill, dodges out the damage.
He'll kill.
Oh, still alive, still moving, less than 30 HP after Agent throws the ult. Now the loop around. You have to imagine Agent wants this just too late.
Wow.
Maskill gets back to base, and it is now 6-0 for Just F6 and a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, this is when the mental starts to really start to hurt, you know, when you give everything there if you're Agent. Of course,
this is when their name starts to really have meaning. They're just telling you, F6.
Yep, that is what Just F6 would want. Bull Patrol have not been able to find too many answers. I mean, you do have a 0-0 Achilles and Terrorum. That could be a nice rotator, you know, help out your team fight, that sort of thing. And already Dazer and Zany and Maskill said, hey, that guy hasn't died yet. Let's do something about that. We're going to 4-man dive the Achilles. Someone's got to block the execute. They can't. He's going to get out just fine.
But Dazer does not seem to care. Neither does Maskill. They're going beyond the tier 1, but they've got a little bit of assistance. Agent is here. A lot of CC thrown onto Maskill. Maskill needs some help. Dazer doing his best.
Someone's for
gonna
him.
Have to hold the tower. They're going to pick it up. Looks like Maskill can get out of there. The Merlin Zany just walks back and kills him off like it's nothing. Now rotating around, has the angle, gets the double, puts down Agent. 8-0. Just F6 are walking through this map clean for the first 11.
I think they should just F6. I'm just kidding. At this point, it is looking rough. I mean, Maskill kind of goofed that play. Like they both said, Dazer and Maskill both said, hey, let's dive. They go for it. Sobek uses the tail whip. Maskill's turned around so he can't go for the pull. At that point, it's done, right? There's no more gank. But for some reason, Terran walks up and just gives Zany the free kill. Might as well make it a 4-0 Merlin. Yeah, if the mentals weren't shattered before, Bull Patrol, they're in Miracle Steel territory at this point. Like, sit by these Pyromancers, go for a steal over wall, sit by the Oni Fury, Fire Giant, all that, but stepping up seems a little bit rough. It seems like Just F6 can do no wrong. They show up, and they get kills. That has been what's consistently happening here. I'm thinking Ward Vision towards Oni Fury, immediate pull into like 2 minutes of farming, then look towards Fire Giant. We're in that territory already. It is it's looking rough so far for Bull Patrol.
Man, clean from top to bottom so far. You can see the gold lead manifesting in a way, and you had called it almost perfectly. Well, not even almost, just perfectly, which Terram was triple goose egg. And Just F6 decided to change that. A lot of pressure over on right. Now, as you had mentioned, Vision getting dropped, a lot of wards on left surrounding the Oni Fury. Once they have that pressure, it means they'll be able to push pretty hard. It's all about making sure you can just maintain this. Pretty big bounty sitting on top of a 4-0 Merlin. Toddy not able to get the kill just yet, but a beautiful stun, beautiful dash to isolate and really make Friday as well as Agent rethink their engages. 2 TKOs, and they should be able to rotate this into a Fury. 2 are starting it up. Have to expect the Merlin burn to join them soon. Nevi has to answer a question. Can you go in? Will you fight? The answer is no. Oni Fury afforded for Just F6 easily. Charlie, 13 minutes in, starting to push 5,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, almost
6,000.
Lestemix teleported over just to watch it go down. There was no defense attempt there from Just F6. I'm thinking, you know, group up. Maybe you push for, you know, one more Pyromancer, one more crit item, but we really are in territory where Just F6 would walk over to FG and try and bait in Bull Patrol. They just have such a massive lead and the DPS to back it up. I'm not going to say it's the best play because that's really the only way you throw a game like this is if you're in a hurry to end. You can play it slow, keep pushing your leads, get one more rotation of Pyro, one more rotation of gold, and then look for FG once you have more crit online. And it becomes a much safer call. But I've seen Maskill dive tower 3 times already. I've seen Dazer not let go of the W key all game. I'm thinking that Just F6 wants to keep up that pressure. That does seem to be the style of gameplay that they're after.
Pressure, pace. Another P word, power. Sure, we can go with that one. Aggression is the name of the game for them. I'm wondering how far they can push this. I mean, 10 getting maybe like a double digit unanswered would be a pretty monumental pillar in this game. as far as control goes. And like you said, the only issue that they're really running into right now is that it's just slightly too early to pull a Fire Giant and feel confident. Otherwise, you've got control of the map. You're hanging out on left because the jungle might as well just be yours. Maybe you're going to look for a little bit more. Agent caught out. Maskill takes a lot of damage here, but it's dealing just as much out of there. Has to be saved by the team. He's going to be able to walk away alive. Dazer pulls back Friday. The damage is there, and Zany puts a 5th one on the board. Now Agent backing to base. Nevi just trying to dash away to escape and get away from this damage.
So much to chase there.
They're going to.
Yeah, I thought maybe there'd be even more chase at that point because of how many members of Just F6 were over on the left side of the map, but I think Pretty Prime's playing it as smart as you can. You don't want to overstay your welcome. You don't want to make lame rotations into fights where you know you can't find a kill, but Zany, one more tick. Wow, one more tick would have put down Agent, who was trying to get aggressive there. That was Susano trying to find a kill opportunity. Luckily, the back goes off, and Zany will be just fine. But man, Merlin 5-0. Kills anyone that shows up. I mean, it's pretty much just, hey, whoever shows up around this mid lane is getting, I mean, that was 99% of his HP, essentially.
Yeah. I almost did the 100. If that back was a second later, then it would have been over. Agent hopefully did not have the store open and saw how well timed that was.
Part 2.
Zany's going to go for it this time, but what do you have? The burn is there. There's the kill, and they finally shut him down. That's a massive bounty to be able to pick up as well. That's going to take a pretty considerable chunk out of Just F6's lead. They got to be able to do something with it, Trelly, and unfortunately, looking at the map, there's just not a lot left for them.
Yeah, not yet. Friday was able to grab tier 1 over and left. So that is going to be a bit of a stop towards the, I guess, the snowball of Just F6. Again, losing your 5-0 bounty on Zany is also pretty massive. So I'm thinking Agent is going to need to get pretty aggressive here with that gold in hand. Once you finish some items, going to have to try and catch up in the jungle. Only a level behind currently, but you know, extra gold in pocket will help. It's just difficult because it seems like Just F6 has not asked Toddy to rotate out yet. This Ishtar has been sitting in lane, not really went over towards fire. So I'm thinking one more Primal Fury, immediately off of Pyro respawn, and then time to start looking towards that Fire Giant. Eevee's ulting in. No one's quite on the bus just yet. But there's the rest of the team.
Well, they come in. Just F6 still get the Fury, but can they escape Toddy getting pulled in? There's no escape from this one, but the knock-up is good. Maskill picks up Terrorum. Maybe not the person they were looking for. Has to fall back. Dazer trying to escape, and they are just not able to find it. It was 8 unanswered kills, but now it reads 9-3 Bull Patrol. Maybe a little bit late, but they're starting to show up and slow down Just F6.
And that was a beautiful ult. I think if Zany's there and your whole team ults into Merlin damage, it could be a little bit risky, but in this case, Zany was not there. I mean, the mid laner was gone, so Bull Patrol just ults in. They don't get the Gold Fury, but they clean up some more kills. Dazer and Toddy back in about 5 seconds. And that was just, if I'm Just F6, I'm making that call immediately, right? You see the Fury spawn in, you know the lead you have, just go for it. You see the Horus ult, you assume maybe it's just Nevi. No way, 3 are ulting in, but it ends up working out. So now Just F6 might have to, they can still be aggressive, don't get me wrong. This lead is still massive for 18 minutes into the game, but maybe have to group up a bit harder and also pay a little bit more attention to these fights they're pulling, because Bull Patrol has shown they can fight back if given the right opportunity. They still have the ability to find some picks here, and maybe try and dive Zany under a tier 1 tower.
How well will this work out is the real question. Nevi's taking a lot, but they have some assistance. Maskill comes in, pulls them back, and they're going to pay for their insolence. You can't take them down this easily.
Wow.
And Maskill's going to pick up a double, and that opens up this right side objective. 19 minutes in with the lead they have. Fire Giant starting to look mighty tasty.
Yeah, unfortunately for Agent, could not hold that Typhoon until the flicker comes through. Ends up losing it. Toddy's not even here yet, so a pull would be a little scary. Terram, however, he's going to go down slowly but surely. Looks like he's going to use the Fatal Strike to escape, and I'm guessing Bull Patrol know this is happening and are calling to give it up. Prime's on red buff, and Terram doesn't have the ultimate. He's going to walk up to go for an attempted steal. Pretty Prime actually is here. They're going to go for an attempt, but it's already burning fast.
Can you find the angle to do something before this burn comes through? The answer's just straight up no. Merlin, too much damage at this point. Level 18, only one ahead as compared to what we saw earlier. The power farm maybe not leaning as much into it, but the damage is still there. Doom Orb, spear into the Rod of Tahuti. Oh, man. Shelly, Zany. If you didn't know his name before, he's going to make sure you remember it here. Just F6. Making sure to put a stamp on game number 1. With this Fire Giant, they do still need to siege things down. And as you had mentioned, Bull Patrol fighting back pretty well. 3 tier 2 towers still standing on their side of the map. So a lot of work to be done before Just F6 can claim a victory on this one.
Both of those tier 2s, as you said. And I'm thinking Bull Patrol doesn't want to try and defend them. They've got some decent damage, but this is split push territory for a bit. I'm probably sending Agent over to right lane and saying, hey, they're all in left. Go get level 20. Come back when you have an upgraded starter item or that Crusher, or I guess Titan's Bane in this case, is online. We need those power spikes underneath the Phoenix fight at this point. It just seems like Just F6 has so much damage, and they don't really have to worry about the dive of Bull Patrol. But you do have your Phoenix, and I think that's a valuable resource here. Just sit back underneath your Phoenix and just hope you can CC. And this is the call. I said just send Agent. It looks like Group has 3. Going to clear out 1 or 2 more waves. They're a little too late. Mastkill's got 2 runic bombs. This should be a dead Phoenix.
Yeah, the Phoenix should go down pretty quickly. What a strife! Buys a little bit of time for the team to regroup and come in. The Phoenix doing some damage. There's going to be a pull onto Terrorum. But instead, it's the damage onto Dazer that stays true. Toddy trades one back in Friday. Support for carry.
Ooh.
Keeps things a little even. Maskill needs help. Maskill's not going to get it. And Agent picks up a much-needed kill. Now 4-1 for the Awelish. Shelly, the Phoenix stays standing.
Yes, it should. That was a terrible engage. I mean, Dazer just walked in to die, had ult the whole time, didn't drop Bracer. There's still 3 runic bombs up. I didn't like that at all. I think you send in Listemics to find a pull. If not, you never commit that hard to a pluck. But Just F6 is very far ahead. So I'm guessing they just wanted to play with that gold lead a little bit. They're sort of just giving Bull Patrol ways back into the game, though, with sieges like that. You definitely need to play it a bit slower. Oni Fury is available. And it looks like that's the call for now. As Listemics does play Zone D. Remember last time, Nevi ulted the team in, and they were able to chase down and find some kills. This time, played a bit slower. Look for that tier 2 in mid, tier 2 in right. I don't think you have to be diving for Phoenix just yet. And again, you highlighted, if Prime doesn't hit that massive strife, maybe you just walk in, double bomb the Phoenix, triple bomb it if you can, and then escape. But it did stall a bit of the siege, and that may have disoriented Just F6 on their way to trying to get in and get out. You don't want to be losing your Sobek before the fight even starts, though.
No, and I think they're going to remember that lesson the hard way, at least for the next 40 seconds. At this point, at least earlier today, I was so used to first Fire Giant meaning that the second one was going to be enhanced that it catches me a little off guard. We're only 23 minutes into the game so far. 12-5, so still maintaining a kill lead for Just F6, but nowhere near as clean as the early game was. Listemics is out fishing for something. Toddy might be in a little bit of trouble, stunned out by Nevi, but Nevi just finds themselves in the wrong spot. Now a big ult from the Ishtar opens it up. Toddy gets a double, and Mastkill gets the third. Taking out 3 easily. Now with those 3 runic bombs, they might not even need the freshly spawned Fire Giant. Walk into the Phoenix. Go for the damage. There's going to be a knock up from Agent. Minions are here. Surely they don't use the runic bombs just yet. They must be saving them either for the Titan. Hopefully not for next game. There's going to be one dropped immediately. Trying to do what damage they can. Agent's going to fall through. Terrorum's the last one standing. And there's just not much you can do to stop this one. Titan goes down, and Just F6 take the lead in the set.
Well, it's about how quickly you should be ending with a lead like that. Not exactly how I expected. I did think it'd be a bit more grouping running down left, but Terrorum finds a massive double pull in. Beautiful follow-up to the entirety there of Just F6. Turns out all they needed was a little bit of a bait towards a Fire Giant fight, right? The Phoenix Siege didn't go the best, but they said, I guess that's kind of been the the theory of today. A lot of failed sieges into let's just end a different way. We don't need Fire Giant. We don't need to go the traditional way they usually end the game. We're just gonna wipe you at a Fire Giant fight and then run to your Titan.
Sometimes it's just that easy, right? Just bait Nevi in as deep as physically possible, kill them, and then start things up. It has been really good picks, as you said, to end these fights and kick things off, and that gives Just F6 the first game in this set. We'll see if they can close it out in 2 or if we'll get pushed to 3 right after this.
There's something about your face, can't stop looking your way. What do you do to me? You make it hard to breathe. Ooh. I'm tired of the people that talk about nothing, and I'm not wasting this moment. Even though I know that letting you go would be crazy. Thinking, no, I want you for myself. I don't need anybody else. When I leave this place, meet me in the dark where we can both hide. No one's gonna steal our time again. We don't have to say much, let our lips touch. I will stay with you until the end. Meet me in the dark. I want you close to me. You give me what I need. Leave everyone behind. You're all I think about. I'm tired of the people that talk about nothing, and I'm not wasting this moment. Even though I know that letting you go would be crazy. Thinking, no, I want you for myself. I don't need anybody else. When I leave this place, meet me in the dark where we can both hide. No one's gonna steal our time again. We don't have to say much, let our lips touch. I will stay with you until the end. Meet me in the dark.
Well, Just F6 take the lead here. We'll see shortly, Jelly, whether or not they are going to be able to push this all the way. But if you were wondering, especially because today so far has gone by pretty quickly, it's mid-afternoon here, at least in the East Coast, which means that you probably have plenty of time to play Smite, and something that you could do this entire weekend is get yourself in a party, and as long as you play 3 games in that party, you're going to be able to pick up a free Season of Hope chest. So grab your friends, get on Smite, whether it's tonight, tomorrow, keep the stream on like the side monitor, maybe in the background if we're still going. But make sure you get in and play some games. And Trelly, first off, I'm sure you're going to take advantage of that free season. I hope.
Of course.
But also, a very, very clean game, I think. A couple of stumbles, I guess, we really have to highlight out. But otherwise, dominant game from Just F6.
Yeah, I think very one-sided, but also, as you said, there were a few stumbles. There was a sort of a botched attempt at a retreat after a Gold Fury, and then the Phoenix Siege over on left. Besides that, extremely dominant, pretty much from minute 1 to minute done. I think the duo lane comes out swinging as you would expect. Maskill and Zany, they were able to combine for an early kill in mid lane, which got the Merlin off to a great start. It just seemed like the towers did not dictate where the fighting should stop and end, like in a usual Smite game, where you're like, oh, they're under tower, they're safe. That was not the case here in this game. It was a whole lot of, let's just get as aggressive as possible and, you know, keep pushing that lead. And Just F6 did just that. I do think that Ball Patrol had some shining moments. There was definitely some opportunity for them to mount a comeback, but they just did not have the map control to really slow down that snowball once it started going. And I got to give credit to just about everyone on the side of Just F6. I think Toddy goes a little bit underappreciated in this one because everyone else was absolutely popping off. But if you're an Ishtar, you're sitting there always doing your job, hitting your auto attacks, burning structures, that sort of thing. Got to give the nice job there as well. But I think I spent too much time praising everyone else. Felt that Toddy was a little left out.
You have to imagine it's one of those rough games where you don't even know what to do afterward, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's not like, oh, well, this was the problem, this was the problem. It's just they got off to a really good early game. Maybe you can ban something like the Wheelish, maybe the Merlin, because we've seen it be pretty prominent, and it did a lot. I mean, 17,000 damage doesn't seem like that much in general, but when it's the highest player damage in the game, and then you've got 2 other people that are even close to scraping it, then maybe you start to factor that into your equation. Definitely something for Bull Patrol to think about going in towards game number 2. A lot of pressure on them right now, though, right? Again, if they lose, it's not the end of the world. They do still have the opportunity to play. It's a double elimination tournament. But if they win, then all of a sudden you're on the cusp of making it into the SEC. So definitely wanting to push themselves as hard as they can, and we'll find out if they can do it here. Picks and bans for game number 2. Trelly, a lot of work to be done.
Yep.
Where does your mind go? Do you ban anything new? Was anything Just F6 played so outrageous that you have to get rid of it in favor of letting something else through?
I'm in the mindset of that game it went so wrong that we don't have to zero in on one specific pick. I do think the wheel expand could be smart just because it was some tremendous early pressure, but you know, you're not banning out mass kill, so it seems to me like stick to the meta bans. I think the Yemoja, the Afros, that's going to be no surprise. The Hebo is something that could be scary, and in this case, they are going to ban away the Wheelix. So Bull Patrol didn't want to deal with that amount of early pressure, or maybe they just favored a lot of gods with leaps, so they didn't want to get pulled back in for free. Either way, they're making a small change, and remember, the Outwatch actually was taken away last time, so they will be grabbing that one for pretty prime. Maybe Just F6 had a reason to fear it.
And we also saw, because they banned it and then picked the Hercules. Now the Hercules is gone, so maybe a little bit of trade-off there. Although if they pick the Guan Yu, the healing's still going to be around, so maybe something to be worried about. As you said, fear for a reason. Those crypts being emptied, they can cause a lot of trouble for them. Ishtar, Guan Yu will be locked in here. Guan, we've seen a lot. I feel like Solar Troll is the player right now that comes to my mind when I'm thinking Guan Yu.
Yep.
Long term, tons of people have played this god, made him look really good, but over the last year or so, it has been Solar Troll who has played it maybe the most. Is he, especially after some of the recent changes, like he's felt better, an extra tick, I believe, or an extra hit of Talu Assault, maybe 2 ticks. Plus you're healing now, reducing cooldowns
for
kind of
teammates.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Feels pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, he loses a bit of that healing factor, but his damage has been increased, and that's sort of what you want him for anyways. I think the sustain was always an added bonus.
Yeah.
You want that shred steal, you want that engage from Talu Assault, or from Cavalry Charge rather, and then just the cooldown reset. So I think Guan's always going to be useful in that regard. Pair that with a Mercury, and you have tremendous dive. Just, I'm horsing to the back line, I'm going to get some relics, I'm going to get some escapes. Use Sonic Boom whenever it's go time, and Mass Kill. Like we saw in game number 1, he's not going to lay off the W key for anything. I expect at minute 5, or level 5 rather, maybe minute 5, there's going to be some aggressive plays to be had for Mercury.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, coming into it like you expect. When I see a Hunbats, I see a Mercury, I think. Maybe a slightly slower early game, leading into hands-on mid-game to a very strong late game. Now, I don't know, after last game, if you get off to a start like that in the jungle for the Mercury, it's going to hit that late game portion pretty early. They lock it in alongside an Agni, something that we've gotten to see kind of sporadically over the last few, I guess, weeks, realistically, here in Season 10. Merlin was open. They just opt not to go for it. Do you like the swap over to the Agni?
Yeah, I think that Merlin has to be a bit closer in proximity to Outwash to do damage, whereas Agni's got a little bit more of that range consistently with the bomb stuns. So you're trying to stay away from Outwash while still being able to poke him out. Agni, I think, does great there. And the itemization that you're looking for right now, the Doom Orbs, the Spears, the Maguses, the Desos, all those sort of things, are great for Agni builds. So I think just a smart pick. He's good. He's safe into a matchup like this. And you're going to get, tremendous value from that AoE damage. And you already know your lane opposition, right? You know it's an Outwash. As long as I stay awake and still poke him out, I'm going to be just fine.
Personally, I had to lane against an Agni within the last week. It was not fun.
No, they keep you far
hard,
back.
And can provide a lot for the team. We'll see whether or not that's what Just F6 have in store for them. Game number 2. Can they go direct to the SCC? That is their path as of right now. We didn't talk too much outside of the Opwash, but, Na'Vi reprising their role on the Horus. Tarim on Tyr, something that I know Tarim has played well in the past. Agent as well going to the Nemesis. How do you feel about some of the picks on Bull Patrol for this game?
I do like the amount of CC that they seem to have. It's just a little bit worrisome that it's all single target. Their best option is fighting around Prime, of course. Empty the Crypts is a fantastic team fight tool. But besides that, a lot of their damage is just, hey, I stunned this guy, or I'm shredding this guy's protections. This dude's knocked up. Let's kill them. What happens in the team fight when you have to worry about 5 different members of Just F6 and you can only CC one of them? That's a bit unfortunate. That's when the comp starts to fall apart. So as long as Bull Patrol is able to find picks before the engagements, sort of take those jungle 1v1s, or I guess 2v1s in this case, then I think their team comp's fine. It's just, I'm seeing a lot of big AoE tools for Just F6, Sonic Boom, Cavalry Charge, of course, the walls from Dazer. All of that is going to start to add up. I think Just F6 is just fine fighting around objectives and waiting for the full-on grouping, the 5v5s.
Definitely a lot they need to still work with. I was wondering if maybe they'd stay hyper-aggressive. Dazer playing the Cabrakan, a pick that we see, again, kind of sporadically throughout the SBL and realistically throughout the years. But man, does he like to fight. And that is something I'm expecting over here. Pressure coming from the Ishtar. And then kill pressure coming from Dazer. Could make Just F6's duo lane pretty deadly. They do go for the Kernanos this time. Something that we've seen in a couple of games today, kind of glanced over, maybe ignored. Something that is going to help them out. Agent is looking for something here. We'll see if maybe they can find a kill. Mastkill's going to get out of there as quick as possible. Stay alive. Stop this Nemesis from being too much too early, but it looks like Agent was trying to go for and peeking towards a back camp invade. Might still be able to find it since they're just lingering around. And Maskill is going to go for something maybe a little more important.
I'm just going to grab the cooldown buff. I was wondering if you're going to stick around for blue buff invade, but doesn't seem like that's the call. Most of these junglers have been walking over to blue buff saying, hey, is the enemy jungler here? If so, we're not fighting. It just seems like they don't value the blue buff invade enough, and maybe recognize you can pull it under towers so easily. It's almost a waste of time to be there if you're not going to be there first.
Yeah.
To take the buff just out of hand. So I'm guessing that was the call. And Maskill will make it over to right lane just fine. So blue buff will go the way of Just F6. And then, of course, actually, on the left side of the map currently, there could have been an opportunity. I mean, Agent didn't stay for blue. I guess just trusted that Tarim could confirm it just fine. But as a Mercury, you don't really want to fight into them early. I've already said, you're waiting for level 5. That's when you can really get aggressive and come online. So you're not going to be looking to scrap until you get access to that ultimate, which also means you're not looking for buff invades. You're going to sit back, and you're gonna hopefully get level 5 soon.
Neve showing up to duo lane. The junglers, I'm not going to say suspiciously, but surprisingly maybe absent from a lot of the moments. You had mentioned it, the level 5 or minute 5, as you had said coming into this.
Could be level 5 and minute 5 for Maskill. He's still level 4.
Taking a little while to get there. I have to imagine he's about to hit 5 sometime soon.
I would hope so. There it is.
Then jump into these lanes. One thing that we've seen from Mercury, we saw it, I think, in our first set of the day, at least looking for one. The same lane ganks, right? Using your ult from one side of the tower to the other lane or down the lane. Something that is definitely on the table for Maskill to try and accomplish. Also going to keep an eye on the build. I think it was Ice earlier playing the Mercury, who opted for a Rage immediately, which is a little out of the ordinary. Usually it's the Golden Blade that you've seen actually picked up here by Agent. And at least seems like that's the path that Maskill is going to be going. Since they just came out of base, I have to imagine it's this back that's going to get it for them. Small power spikes, good item. Really strong to help Mercury out. And now that they have ult plus the finish tier 3, I feel like we might start seeing a little more action from the junglers.
Yeah, I think Agent has the ability to get active pretty much anywhere. At the moment, Maskill is saying, hey, is there an outwash halfway up in lane? If so, maybe I'll send the ultimate. If not, I have no real reason to get too active in the mid lane. And it looks like because Agent is sitting also in mid, that, oh, he actually did send it. I didn't think he would. That's a lot of damage, and Agent is gone.
God. Just deleted. I mean, Shelly, it doesn't get more cut and dry than that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him line it up. I didn't think he was going to send it, but I guess it was stun into stun, no time for the shield, and no beads for Agent. That's an easy first blood, going the way of Maskill. And now, head over to left lane, there's a right lane rather, and see if you can find a blue buff invade. You got no jungler to contest you for a little bit. You bought yourself some time here. Beautiful. And that's just, I think, off of some great setup from Zany and also Maskill landing some crucial CC. That play does not work unless you hit everything and chain it together perfectly.
Nothing scarier than a Mercury that gets off to a good start, except for the Mercuries that start up with like 1 or 2 kills, get their rage online, and then never get another kill the rest of the game. So, as we've seen in the past, Maskill still has something to worry about, some hills to overcome. But like you said, a really good first blood to be able to pick up, especially getting it onto the opposing jungler. But not quite as dominant as last game, right? Not as kill forward, I should say, at least from just F6. And so pressure on the map, specifically, you know, how it's not coming out as heavily from mid lane, and now maybe even losing Dazer. The 3-man rotation over there, they're going to have to slow this down. Agni damage is there. Stun's not good. Walls a little late. But they had to invest way more than anticipated for Bull Patrol to pick up that kill. But they tie at 1-1. This will only keep things within a few hundred gold.
Yeah, I don't think Dazer had the stun up immediately, but now Maskill is going to send an ult, trying to get Friday. That should be enough damage eventually to get this kill just because of how much faster Maskill is. Who gets it, though? Toddy going to pick that one up. You pull the beads off of CERN, and you get a nice return kill. All off the over-aggression. I think that this Ishtar pick baits in the CERN a lot. Because CERN, as long as you can hit that Bramble Blast, you feel like you're out trading. You feel like you have enough room to get aggressive in lane. If you step up past that halfway point and Maskill's within ult range, you're going to be in some trouble. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens. And again, second kill of just F6. This time goes over to Toddy. Now you got 2 lanes ahead. The jungle, which isn't really a lane, more of a state of being. And then the duo lane is going to be just a little bit ahead. And because Friday's beads are down, probably sitting under tower for the next couple 100 seconds.
Agent looking to get aggressive. Gets caught out instead. The damage is there. Knock up. Good from Neve. That's going to be just enough to get the jungler out of there. We're going to save Friday. We're pretty prime in the neighborhood, especially Empty the Crypt's getting dropped. Toddy low. They might be able to chase this down there. At least going to pick up Dazer. Need the reinforcements. And the bombs from Agni. Keeping things fresh. Healing does just enough on the side of Bull Patrol to let them fall back. But not quite enough, Trelly, to make him feel confident for a Fury.
Yeah, not enough just yet. And I think that's the end of getting aggressive onto Agent. This Nem shield is just too good for survivability. And unless you're killing her off that special delivery, it is difficult to try and set up a kill. But Zany would still like to, if possible. It's going to drop a double bomb. Just going to steal away that green buff. Not able to find a kill just yet. Actually, Neevy's sending the ult here, trying to dive underneath tower. That seems a bit risky, and it looks like called off the gank. Rightfully so. If Zany dashed on wave or something, or didn't know the ult was coming, maybe that play works out a bit better, but I don't mind the attempt. I like aggressive to the skies. You know, I think as Horus, your ult is on cooldown for most of the game because you're trying to save it for that clutch moment. But I think just sending them out every couple minutes to see what you can find is also a pretty solid way to play.
Definitely provides some questions for Neevy. It's just what to expect, right, as the game goes on. Last time around, a lot of good setup, but some of it was punished pretty heavily. Also questions that he asked, potentially answered by Mastkill, approaching the Rage build or pickup here. Definitely much more controllable for Bull Patrol than game number 1, right? Like game 1, I mean, at this point, you're already down 7-0, something ridiculous like that in a Fury. So being able to keep that in check, kills in check, gold more or less in check, about 1,000 in favor of just F6. Little opportunity. Great walls, great bombs coming from mid lane, but not enough to kill off Agent. Bull Patrol get out of that one, but very, very narrowly. Maybe they have some more worries that they're going to have to deal with, especially when you got a Mercury Sonic booming down the lane. And if they can't get one in mid, they'll get one in left, open up the doors the same, and make that play for the Fury.
Unfortunately, Friday did use the beads there again, so falls down. And now grouping up towards the Fury. Agent's got some good damage on his Zany, and here comes Horus ult.
Tries to get something done low, just a 6. Confirm the Fury, but they lose Zany in the process. They need to get out of here alive, or else it's all going to be for naught. Days are slowed, days are gone. Double kill for Pretty Prime. And the Bull Patrol keep themselves in this conversation.
And this is why that outwash is banned away. Primus just seems to be in the right place at the right time. Not in this case close enough to get the actual Fury steal, but you're cleaning up kills in the process, and that's going to be just as worth. Mastkill has been spending a lot of time over and left, but doesn't want to get close to Prime, you know? Like, I'll gank Agent, sure, I'll fight the Nemesis, I'll fight the Cernados, but that outwash, I don't want to be anywhere near. Once the Crypts gets dropped, Merc has a rough time. You know, you're pretty much getting hit by the majority of that damage, throwing a Corpse Explosion, and Mercury can just get 100-0'd. So I'm thinking we're going to have to see some answers to Pretty Prime coming here soon. Lystemix could be a good one. Dazer has Blink ult. That also could trap in this outwash. They have answers, we just haven't seen them phoned in yet. I'm sure that around this Pyromancer maybe, if just F6 wants to continue this aggressive streak, they can try and look towards this outwash, but I'm thinking a 3-0 shutdown is going to have to come in soon, or Prime's going to have pretty easy time free casting.
And so far, it's been pretty solid. We were wondering and asking. Maybe it was banned for a reason. So far, yeah, it was banned for a reason. And it's just a question of whether or not they can keep this pace up. I think on both sides. Pyromancer spawned in. This time last game, Charlie, we were mentioning Fire Giant being within a few minutes. Now, it suddenly seems like it's going to take a little longer to get to. Maskill started the Rage, though. Picked up a little beyond that. And has to, in my mind, start getting a little more hands-on.
Spirits are coming for you. Only hurt for a second.
I was wondering if they were going to maybe try to start something in mid. In fact, looking at Maskill, they might still start something in mid. Whether it's around the Pyromancer dancing on a ward or using the ult. Question remains to be seen. It's just going to be the Pyro. Spotted out. Seen by Bull Patrol. They're going to walk over. They grab up just F6, get the Pyro. And they're going to try to pick up the bomb as well. The Neevy zoning him out a little bit. Dazer. Just to walk right back in and pick it up. So they get the Pyromancer. and Shelly, they get to walk away pretty happy.
It's a clean pull. I was thinking that there was a good wraparound there from Terran, but was in wrong stance, so couldn't even go for the blink red stance fearless. It was the blink blue stance fearless, which unfortunately doesn't have that same impact. Isn't actually going to push someone towards your team.
No.
Just going to knock them up or away depending on the angle. And that is just not the pull that was wanted, so Terran can't really make the waves there. No relics get used, except for blink from Dazer. And that's going to be the Pyromancer and the full-on reset. Oni Fury's going to be coming back up in about 50 seconds or so. That's the next time we want to see grouping. And remember, Stemix has teleport. Can get there in an instant, especially if it's upgraded. Terram does have to make the trek on foot. As a tier, you gotta be predicting when a Gold Fury fight might break out, because you have to walk the whole way over. And I'm thinking Stemix is gonna want to keep that a little bit of a secret, you know, not telegraph it, not teleport right in front, maybe hide behind a wall, back, teleport over, go for the immediate pull, go back to farming. That's kind of what Just FX has been up to so far. And it seems like they're going to keep up that trend, just try and get this objective play down. And still, haven't seen anyone try to dive this outwash yet.
Not quite, but has remained at just 3-0, right? So not necessarily running too rampant. Vision is the name of the game around the Fury pit. There's going to be the in-jungle ult. Maskill maybe going a little deep. Great walls. Although Dazer locks away the Mercury. Maskill's unable to find anybody. Loops around to the back of the Tier 1 tower while the rest of the team's getting aggressive. Tosses Agent a little further forward. Needs these kills. Gets an assist. They're going to find a second one onto Friday. Looking for a third in Nevi. He's going to walk just away. Terram has walked their way over here. TKO on 1, actual KO on 2. The team falls back to the Fury. Should be able to sniff out any exchange coming, but still, no pressure on this op wash, Trelly, what you were asking for. Nevi's low. Nevi should go down here. Easy kill for Zany. And now they're getting the pressure they wanted. The op wash just locked down. Throws out the Crips. Gets a lot of damage, but cannot get a kill. Terram is just going to bully people. Might get a kill as well. So low are the health bars. Not juked out. Maskill taken down. You have to run away from this one, Terram. Too tanky to deal with. And it's going to save the day and stop the Fury.
Yeah, Terram had to find something there. Could be getting baited, but the rest of the team, Bull Patrol that is, are on the Oni Fury. They've got plenty of damage for this. Unless someone from Just F6 can walk up, Toddy realizes what's going on, but how much steal potential does an Ishtar have? We'll have to see. It's getting low.
No ult, but they leash it. They leash it, and Just F6 walk in. They take it away from them, and that's the easiest ult for Lestimix. Just get on out of there. They drop the Agni Bombs. They get the kill. They throw out the Ishtar ult just to find what else they can pick up, but they don't even need it. They take what they get, and they walk away freely.
They do. That is heartbreaking for Bull Patrol. I think that Terram does a great job of chasing everyone down, but this all starts with Terram and Pretty Prime not really even a part of the fight. The outwatch was clearing midway, so the rest of the team just getting dove over and left. I think Nevi has a decent ultimate in. The Horus was trying to peel for the team, but it doesn't work out. And then it's okay, let's see if we can get a Fury. A little bit too much damage. Nevi drops down. Terram's able to pick up one, and then the rest of the team just goes for Fury. They don't decide to help with the chase. And a beautiful storm shot by Toddy to guarantee that Fury goes the way of Just F6. Not to mention, clean up even more kills. Just a heartbreaking series of events there for Bull Patrol. They are losing all avenues of this game so far. I guess at this point, Prime has beats and is still level 16, which is massive in comparison, but it does seem like if you can get to this opwash with an aggressive play like Dazer just made, you can win a fight.
Maskill still has ult charging it up right now. Goes, finds two, and the damage follow-up is there. Nevi going for the ult. Will be at least 1 to 2 now. Return kill. Zany. Dazer taken out, but it's going to cost him a lot. Pretty Prime finds his second death of the game. As Just F6 play aggressively. Maskill still low. Terram looping around the back. Pyromancer started up by Just F6. Control is what they're looking for. Good stuns from the Ishtar. They're trying to lock him down just off the mark for Maskill. And that might be enough to get Terram out of here. No, the blink and then the autos. That's all you need. Shelly, it's not clean. They still come out on top with 4 kills.
It's not clean. That is a good way to describe it. It has been extremely back and forth, but Just F6 definitely getting the better end of these trades consistently. And I think it's because someone from Bull Patrol is always not rotating. It is never a 5v5. This time, Friday's over in left lane, getting shield buff. Does not make that rotation in. He's going to take a fight with Maskill, wins that fight handedly, and now Toddy wants to take the fight. I'm thinking Maskill did not know that there was going to be a Cern around that corner, because that was a very weak Merc. I thought at first, oh wow, Maskill's so confident. And then I realized, no, probably just thought, hey, a free shield buff, I'm going to go around the corner half health. It does not work out in this case. But still, Just F6 are going to be claiming that lead for themselves at the moment. They've got a chance to go for Fire Giant, but Maskill's gone. I think they want some more XP in pocket, and they know that that Primal Fury is spawning back in. Gold is still at a point in this match where it's very important. So I think probably a smart call. Stay away from fire for now. Look towards one more objective. And then go back to that play from Dazer. The Blink Cabrakan ult. All well and good, but I'm thinking you got to get priority targets in it. You're looking for Friday and you're looking for Prime. You need Outwash and Cern in that cage for sure. At the moment, Na'Vi doesn't have that Phantom Shell, so you're going to get a lot of value if you can hit that consistently. If that happens, the fight is just over. I mean, I think if a good Cabrakan ult connects, there's not enough peel on Bull Patrol to keep the carries alive.
They have to put in too much work. Admittedly worthwhile work, trying to keep the carries alive, but maybe something difficult. Shelly, it's been, I don't even want to say quiet, it's been a lot of fights. But surprising me, and maybe it shouldn't be because of the objectives they've taken so far, Just S6, about 5,000, 6,000 gold in the lead. Gonna see if they can extend that even further. Primal Fury's getting low. Bull Patrol secure this one. And they have to be looking to get out. No, Horus is ulting in. They want the fight. They're going for more stun from Listimics. And that might be all the peel they need. Maskill, other side of the map. Going to be split pushing, gets this tier 2. And I'm surprised to see Bull Patrol not trying to find a way to balance it out. Instead, they're just running away.
They are running away. I think just because Maskill messed up the dash in there and the tower was still on him, is not able to grab tier 2. And that seemed to be the call. Just F6 says, hey, we'll go for a soft defense towards this Fury. And then we get a free tier 2 over and right. Maskill does not end up getting that tier 2, so that's not worthwhile there for Just F6. Bull Patrol happy about that at the very least. And Agent makes a good rotation over to right, making sure to stop that split push before it happens. But it's still, XP-wise, still heavily in favor of Just F6. You can see the levels. And that starts to become important once you see these upgraded starter items come through. I think a massive power spike for Listemics. That Sigil of the Old Guard makes you so tanky. Agent gets caught out. Immediate beats him. Maskill still wants to chase this, and for good reason.
There's the walls, locks him in, but not able to find enough disruption. Still Trelly, force the beats, force the ults, make Agent feel uncomfortable in this game. Pyromancer's about to spawn back up. Fire Giant's still there. 21.5 in. Kill right here. Could be devastatingly game-changing. Dazer stunned out. Doesn't have ult back just yet. So instead of the big guy, they're going to at least go for the Pyromancer, grab themselves a third bomb. Again, the runic bombs in their inventory. Set themselves up for where, maybe not success immediately, but success in the near future.
Would bode well for them, but now Bull Patrol are trying to set themselves up for a little bit of an ambush. The Stemics is the only one on the menu for now. This Guan Yu would die relatively slow, so that's not going to be the call here for the ambush. And they will just full-on retreat. Bull Patrol, that is. Just F6 are so close to so many of their teammates hitting level 20. I don't think they want to go for Fire Giant until then, right? Toddy is still working on that upgraded starter item. Has hit 20, but doesn't have the gold for it. Maskill was able to get Protector of the Jungle. That's a massive power spike, especially towards these Fire Giant fights. And then you need Zany and one more level on the Stemics. And you've got quite the strong team fight. We've already highlighted how Pretty Prime is very high XP-wise as well, so close to level 20. And matching that is Friday. So the carries of Bull Patrol still have the opportunity to get aggressive if the right CC is there. It's just hard for level 13 Horus to frontline in these fights. I mean, Na'Vi is not cannot stand there forever. You get one rotation of stuns, and then you're probably half health or less. So I think a decent opportunity to get aggressive if the time allows for it. But Maskill was split pushing and is already found out by 3. He's going to have to go join back with the team. I think it's time for Fire Giant. I think Just F6 in a position where they could definitely go for a pull. I want to see them go for the ambush and then let Dazer be the initiator. There's still no Phantom Shell, not yet.
Yeah, a little bit of work to maybe try and cut themselves out, and you had mentioned it. With Dazer being able to be the primary aggressor and maybe successful at that. Fire Giant started up. And I'm surprised not a soul over here from Bull Patrol. There's going to be Tarum now, noticing it, calling it out. Will the rest of the team join in? There's going to be the ult from Dazer. Maybe not the primary target. Friday, though, locked down and insta-gibbed there. Thanks to Toddy joining in the fray. Dazer gets low. And they're looking for a little bit of shred. Could be a kill from Pretty Prime, but instead, it's a kill on to Pretty Prime. They finally chase down and kill off Dazer, but it's cost them so much in the process. They've lost 3, Trelly, instantly. And now, Agent, Nevi, the only 2 left, and nothing they can say about this Fire Giant.
Yeah, Nevi can go for the steal. That's about all that they have, and Bull Patrol are not going to be able to confirm that one. They will just have to watch it go down to Just F6 as they group towards right. Nevi, you're a little bit close here. How much chase potential do you really have, though? Once a wave comes, Nevi will be just fine, but do you have one more bit of CC? It looks like no, and Nevi will be able to dash away towards that wave. You got 8 seconds until Friday's up, so tier 2 definitely drops, but no more. You don't want to push in for the Phoenix just yet, and Just F6, ready to back up. This time in game number 1, Just F6 was about to end the game.
Yeah.
Looking relatively similar. They do have a lead like in game number 1, not as big. But they still do have Fire Giant. They have 2 more tier 2s to go for, and 2 runic bombs. So the Phoenixes should be an afterthought if the siege is played correctly. You got 60 seconds on Toddy's Aegis. Besides that, Just F6 pretty much ready to go engage-wise. Whereas Bull Patrol, I mean, Friday's got no relics, Pretty Prime's got no relics. Your carries are, they've seen better days, especially if they're trying to survive against a dive like this.
Yeah, and that might still even be an understatement. They've definitely been suffering a little bit. Nevi, you had mentioned not only, well, now level 15 as opposed to 13. Just not a lot of money to work with. As such, hasn't been able to get that Phantom Shell online just yet. Money, speaking of, rolling into the pockets of Just F6. They get the last 2 tier 2 towers. Push their lead up to about 12,000 gold. They don't need another kill just yet. They got the last Fury. Pyro's back up. I believe they still have 2 runic bombs in their inventory. Yes, they do. So, stop by Pyro on your way in. The minute left on your power play, you might be able to just insta-kill 1 Phoenix. Maybe even go for 2 with the amount of bombs you have.
I'm thinking that relic timers were not known to Just F6, because if you know Alposh and CERN both don't have beads and Aegis for 20 more seconds, that left side Phoenix is looking real doable. I mean, arguably free. It would just take 1 bit of CC, followed by like an Agni stun, and 1 of them are gone. But playing it safe is the call. And since Fire Giant runs out here soon, it doesn't. I think this is a clear wave and back up. Yeah, I was gonna say I do not imagine Just F6 go for a Phoenix with this little time on Fire Giant, despite the gold that they've got in their pockets so far. Definitely some upgraded power spikes to get. Deathbringer finish for Toddy. That's gonna be huge, considering how much this Ishtar has been doing already. Coupled with even more damage crits. And I think that this becomes quite the threat in the backline. The Ishtar, that is. Unfortunately, I think it's just. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's just set up for Fire Giant time. They're not gonna be able to do anything. They gotta sit around for the time being. So now Bull Patrol has 2 options. Say, hey, it's not enhanced. We're gonna sit under Phoenix, or secret door number 2. It looks like group up and push into this Fire Giant slowly but surely. They've got plenty of burst with Pretty Prime. If that corpse explosion lands at the right moment, could change a team fight.
You know, that was one of the things, Trelly, that changing into this patch, actually, the 10-3 patch, was kind of a big deal. Was the 3-minute Fire Giant buff as opposed to a 4-minute Fire Giant buff, which, you know, I mean, it's been 4 minutes since the dawn of time for SMITE. that extra minute. I mean, you're literally talking about your capabilities at that point. It would have been a minute and a half to siege a Phoenix as opposed to what you end up seeing, which is just 20 seconds. Not a lot to work with.
Do they really not know?
And so maybe something they could do, ring around the rosy here. And I don't think Just F6 know where Bull Patrol are. There's going to be the deep ward, and all of a sudden, they know exactly where they're at. Maybe they're going to collapse in, look for the fight. They find Tarum. There's going to be some bombs. Tarum goes to the back, looking for Toddy. Toddy has the beads to avoid the Fearless. The damage is there, but now you're getting dunked on by 2, and the jungler's trying to find a lot. The wall's up. They block in the tier, but they don't help much else. Toddy goes down, and even though they were spotted out, Bull Patrol start things off well. They try to ult in. Nevi does at least to save. Agent can't do too much, but they can lock down Mass Kill. Low health bar on the Mercury.
My
but he still finds
goodness.
one, and now he's got the shield. Can he get another? No, the dash has to be good here. Crits need to be a little bit stronger. Drops the bomb for some damage. Has some backup, and Zany goes big. 7, 2, and 7. The Agni making the big save.
Wow, I mean, that looked like a terrible fight for Just F6. I was confused if they were going to find someone. Friday is trying to step up. Look at the low health bars. Friday doesn't realize how many members of Just F6 are here. Or maybe, do they even know where Friday is? Not yet, it seems. Days such a low health bar, and they're just going to keep playing Ring Around the Rosy.
Keep him locked down. Maskill's back. Maskill's full health, and Maskill's got you up against the wall. Easily killed off. And a full-on deicide. Talk about a free FG.
Free EFG, maybe.
Do they? Yeah, I was gonna say, do they wait the 20 seconds? I mean, nobody's gonna get here in that time, and it seems like that's gonna be the call. 17 seconds of kiting a fire giant. This is gonna be a mechanics check for Lestimics.
Will be, but it will go down. Enhanced Fire Giant, unless someone goofs, will be going the way of Just F6. It said Oni Fury, and I really thought it was Fire Giant for a second. I'm like, that was way too early. So they will be able to grab that buff. And I love the play from Bull Patrol, man. I mean, unfortunately, Zany had that feeling that someone was watching him and just decided to go back and place a ward. If not, I'm really curious how that engage would have gone. Just a massive blink in. You get Empty the Crypts from behind you. You think Fire Giant's free, and they're just in base.
They're just on you.
Turns out there's 5 members of the enemy team that have been there since before you even got to Fire Giant pit. But shouts out to Zany. Saves the Fire Giant with that ward. Well, they could have still won. Even
what I
with
think's
the
funny is, like, for Zany, he was like, we haven't seen Agent for a while.
Yeah.
This feels like this could be a really good loop. I'm going to drop a ward just behind, make sure.
And then it shows like 3
people. And then you see
people.
4 people, and you're like, I'm sorry, what? All of a sudden, it becomes a much bigger deal. And then you come out on top because of it. I mean, you had mentioned 0011 here for Lestimics. Will look 7-2 for both Maskill and Zany. I mean, that fight, even though it could have still gone well for Bull Patrol.
Yep.
It just looks beautiful for Just F6.
Yeah, they had some nice crits. I think Maskill goes massive there for his team. Toddy dies so early. And I think Zany also pops off. Maskill's going to push up right, send Agent over. Always have that Sonic Boom available, though, if you want to ult the whole way over. That ult is certainly possible. And it seems like with Enhanced Fire Giant, oh my goodness, Agent did not get the better end of that ult at all.
Maskill just off the mark there, but forces the dash and forces the back from Agent. Keeps things engaged over on the right-hand side of the map. Agent has to return to try and block this and stop the Mercury. Instead, it's a left side fight. Walls up from Dazer. Phoenix down. Friday killed off. They get Nevi as well. It's a double kill for Zany. Looking to add on to it. The Agni bombs keep dropping. They don't need any more than that, but they'll keep finding them for the sake of it. The Titan is going to go down. Just F6 get their spot back in the SCC.
And they earned it with a very clean 1-2. I mean, I think both games they were playing with their food a bit in the sense of it seemed like with a lead like that they shouldn't be dying, but I think Bull Patrol made some important stops to try and slow the bleeding, try and stop that snowball from just being a little bit too much to deal with. Regardless, Maskill is showing that he is definitely a top jungler in this league. I think that the duo lane I was very impressed with. Dazer seems to be like a mini Tricks tank. Just wants to consistently go in. I did not see a retreat button on Dazer at all this set. It was a lot of, hey, I'm going to go in even if I'm by myself just to set up for the team. And I think Lestimics had a perfect support stat line in that game. Is 0-0 with lots of assists on the Guan Yu. Just clutch plays throughout.
Unbinded the S key.
Yeah.
I think all of Just F6. No retreats. Nothing like that. The Agni, I was questioning it a little bit early on. You had talked about the fact that it had the range to deal with it, but with the good start that Bull Patrol had, I was kind of curious. But then we get to moments like this where you can even dash forward, right? You're not just looking for the stuns, you're getting damage, you're playing aggressively with the rest of the team. I think Just F6 have a 5-man squad that's working together. Going to be very exciting to watch over in Europe throughout this phase, knowing what they're going to be able to provide. And knowing a lot of the history that these teams have had for the last few, I guess, months, years at this point, right? A few of these guys on Just F6 sticking around together for a little while. But Trelly, it's all, I mean, look, sometimes it's one little ward that leads to a deicide. And that's where this game, I think, truly hinged. I think there was a really good period of time where Bull Patrol could have fought back into it, but that one ward kind of ruined their attempt.
And look at that play. I didn't get to see it from Zany's point of view, but he was 100% backing. He was like, this fight is done.
Yep.
Mass kill is gone. I'm going to leave to make sure we don't throw. And then he's like, he got a Blood Forge shield. Maybe I don't stop my back and maybe I join in on the fight here. And that guarantees a double kill. Of course, the teleported from Listemics to make sure the team's all healed up and they can actually go for Enhanced Fire Giant there, but that's how close it was. Very thin margins there, where Zany was almost like, yeah, I could get 3 kills here, or I could go back to base so we don't throw. Like, that was the difference maker there. So, crazy stuff, and I think props to Bull Patrol for, at the very least, not rolling over, despite the deficit getting pretty massive. They still had the wherewithal to go, okay, what if we, go for a little wraparound play?
And you know what? I'd like to see it. Good news for them on Bull Patrol is that it's not the end of the road, right? They've got a double elimination, so they will still be able to compete, try to make their way forward. But of course, what we've been doing as of right now has been simply marching our way forward, qualifying some teams today. We're going to continue that all weekend. If you were tuning in this morning at 11, then you saw all of the SCC action that we've had so far. Tune in tomorrow at 11 or Sunday at 11, and you're going to see quite a few more SCC sets to try and figure things out. Again, you can see some of the NA matches tomorrow afternoon, trying to figure out where they're going to be. But we're going to start by getting, I believe, the last couple of teams in from Europe. Then we're going to start watching some of those upper brackets, right? Winter Dogs, Sturdy Artisans, some names that you should recognize from years past, and seeing what they will be able to do, whether it's tomorrow or Sunday, to qualify in. Trelly, a lot of really still talented players out there to keep our eyes on. And tomorrow morning, knowing that we're going to be jumping into the loser bracket, the last chance for some of these teams to qualify, to find the last few spots, I think the pressure rises as the weekend goes on.
Yeah, no doubt. The pressure rises. I think that your strategies are going to be getting more and more interesting, which I'm excited for. You're not going to be sticking to, oh, I didn't get one of the top 3 picks that I was expecting. We just go to the default. I expect to see some outlandish strats, which is exciting because, we don't get to see stuff like that very often. I'm hoping to see more, wraparound plays, ambush in the jungle, that sort of thing. When you got your spot for the SCC on the line, you got to bring it all.
You got to pull out the strat book, right? Yeah. So somebody's got it written down somewhere. You just got to look up for it and try to find it. But that is going to close it out for today. Make sure, again, you tune in tomorrow, 11 a.m. We'll close out EU. We'll move toward NA, and we'll finalize some of these teams towards the SCC. But for now, for myself, from Trelly, all the casters, everyone back in production, everyone here at Hi-Rez Studios, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.